Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show on a Wednesday afternoon, a beautiful Wednesday afternoon here in Spokane. The summer is almost here. Yeah, we're just in the beginning of spring, but you can start to feel summer creeping on in here. The snow is melting. We got baseball just about on the precipitous point of happening here. So we're all excited about that. But hey, it's still Seahawks offseason discussion talk. And the draft is now under a month away. We've got not really any kind of news going on. Schneider says he has an intent to re-sign DK, much like Pete Carroll hopes DK Metcalf will remain here, and we can discuss a little bit about that. But this isn't really going to be about me today as much. We're going to be shifting the show and the needle over to you guys. This has been a highly requested aspect of the show. I'm sorry it took so long to kind of do this. Hopefully we can do this more on a somewhat not regular basis. So that's the plan in place on this. And so here's where the way we're going to do this is we'll be doing the call-in show. I've pinned at the top of the chat the StreamYard link. I'm going to bring folks in here as we kind of can. There's no real rush to get through or anything like that. We'll get us through as many kind of as we can. This does mean I'll probably not to be able to interact as much as I can with the chat. So as much of the questions and stuff like that today, if I get a chance here to slip in an answer or two, I will. But it'll be mainly about you guys and your voice. Let your voice be heard. With discussions open-ended. You want to talk draft, you want to talk free agent, you want to talk state of the franchise. It's kind of your show today in that respect. The only thing I do ask is that when you do come on, have a take, have a perspective, have something to say. It doesn't have to be that you got to be dynamic. I'm expecting a stand-up comedian here, but just that we've got, a perspective on where you're coming from. And because, we want to entertain people here if we can as well. I appreciate you guys watching. Those that you're in the chat, please do hit that like button if you can. We're on the road here getting very, very close to 7,000 subscribers. And man, we almost did it in a month. So we've had some great growth on the channel, as good as ever in that respect of things, as well as please, let's not do anything that's out of blue here today when we do the call-in. And doing this live, obviously you can come in here and do some trollish stuff, but if you're just killing it for the other people if you do that. So let's keep it all good on the up and up in that respect. And we will get this show kind of on the road. So open discussion, whatever you guys want to talk about, and we will try to kind of go as long as we can on this. So let's kick this off. We've got my lady from Daninda. We got Megan Gock, Roger, ready to enter on in here. Hi, Megan. How's it doing?
Hi, B. Got my Starbucks coffee and
Nice.
don't know if you,
Ooh, look at that. A little Argent Funko. Okay.
and of course Paul Allen Bear in the house.
There you go.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. I noticed that Coach Carroll said there is no intent, their quotes, to trade DK. Now, is it just me, or is that ringing bells that he said that about Russell? Maybe it's the anxiety in me that I have, that hearing that, thinking back to what happened with Russell, we're losing DK, or am I reading too much into it, do you think?
No, that's why I led at the top with the intent, and we really want to, and we're hoping to, and we'd like to. It's a lot of, if you're speaking to somebody and you're looking to get an answer from them about something, whether or not it's like, are we going to the party tonight? That's the intent. That's the intent.
We intend to.
That's the intent. Wait, what do you mean? That doesn't? Are you going or not? I'd really like to. I'd like to get to the party. I'd like to get out to the party just before it starts. I'd like to, if I can.
Yeah, but if I don't, I'm not worried.
Right. Yeah. And you're right about the comparison to Russell Wilson. This is one of those things is when you have a coach that's new, Megan, and they're in for a couple of years, you don't have as much of a feel about, the coach's personality and the way his lingo works and the way he carries. And after 10 years, you really get a read on somebody with enough press conferences and everything else. There's not really a way to slow play it or sleight of hand it, in my opinion. Don't you think?
Yeah, exactly. And you know how much I love Coach. That's another thing I want to talk about too, but I'll finish this thought. I want to trust him. I really do, but I guess it wasn't a broadside because there were rumblings that Russell was going, so I half expected it. But, not even half, a quarter expected it, I guess. But it's still, like, I sat here watching you do your stream that day. Like, I was gut punched. I could barely breathe, even though I knew, because 3 days before he'd said at the combine, we're not looking. But then the more I thought about it, it was we're not looking or to shop him or trade him because we had something coming, i.e. the trade to Denver.
Yeah.
A couple of quick things. DK has to stay or I burn my jersey. Yeah. And it's not even 12 months old.
Yeah.
Okay, can you explain the mock draft to me? I was watching some, hoping for Thibodeau, hoping for Sauce Gardner, and we got some fellow I'd never heard of, Charles Cross. For one of them, I was watching a couple for our 9th pick. Can you explain to this Aussie who's never seen it before how that all works?
Well, mock drafts tend to be ones when you start the offseason, Megan, they're done much blindly because you haven't gotten through the combine, the pro days, free agency. All of those things dictate in what a mock draft should look like the closer you get to the draft. And the more accurate, I would say, it doesn't matter who's doing their mock, they're going to look more accurate the closer you get to the draft because of those reasons. So when you're seeing people mocked and you're seeing differences in mock, it really has to do with what people are not as much even looking for what they want for Seattle. It's what they're looking at the 8 picks ahead of Seattle as far as what they're trying to calculate which team is going to go where and why they're going to go in that direction. For instance, Aiden Hutchinson seems fairly locked into going to the Jacksonville Jaguars, number 1 overall. So now you can take him off the board, push down to the next guy, and then do the same kind of exercise as you go down the line with the teams. And we're getting closer, Megan, because like I've said, in free agency, you'd like to think these teams come into the draft and they go best player available, right? I'm number 2. Who's our number 2 guy on our board? That's the guy we're picking. Doesn't matter if we've got the tackles already. Doesn't matter if we've got the whatever it is, Megan, that you're driven by your board being taking the best person. Because if not, then you're taking the low floor guy, and there could be a wide variance on the type of player you're getting between those two choices.
So what I was watching yesterday has no bearing on Seattle's crappy draft pick. Like I'm fully expecting, as I've said before, Seattle to blow all picks. That's how. I mean, I love the front office, as you know, but that's really what I think. So even though we got this fellow Charles Cross, who, as I said, Paul Allenbear and I were like, "Who the hell's that?" Yeah. We're not tied to that. This is just a projection.
Just a projection. It's something for people to generate content and talk about and debate, because then people go, there's no way that team would take that. They would get this guy instead. That's silly that they would go in this direction. So it's good fodder. It's good fodder for that. Though I will say, Megan,
for my anxiety, my anxiety was like, please, we need Sauce.
I'm going to say this though. There's a chance we grab Cross, so don't put the anxiety completely to bed. Don't put the anxiety completely to bed. He's absolutely in play for us at number 9 as a potential.
So given our drafting history, because you don't want it blue, how do you think it's going to? Like, what are we looking for? I've heard you say no QB in the first round.
Yeah.
Do we have any?
I think, Megan, like we both agree, we're starting with the roster. Just let's take it from a talent standpoint. Let's take the coaching away. From a talent standpoint, right now we're a little bereft. We need to get this thing built up. It's not as much as we need more here and we need more over here. It's more we just need more. And if that's the logical answer to me, then the offshoot of that then is that I need to take the best guy I got on my board when that pick comes up. And I can't be driven by need. I can't be the live in the moment of, well, if we just get this position in place for next year, then we're competitive next year. That's got to be out the door. It's got to be completely on this is going to take us a 2-year point out to get this right now. We don't have our quarterback really in place for the long term. So let's get the best guy. And if it's Thibodeau, great. If it's Sauce Gardner, great. If it's Cross, Megan, even, I say great. He's my 3rd best tackle in this draft. If you come away with the 3rd best left tackle in this draft for a position you don't have a starter in right now, that's not the worst way to come out of this draft to start things off. And I will, as I've said, Megan, I'll give you a little bit of, I'm not the biggest backer, Carroll, in this front office with their drafting policies recently, but the one place they've been good, they've drafted 3 times in the top 15 in 10 years, only 3 times. The 3 guys they grabbed were legitimate players. We're not the LJ Collier. We're not the Malik McDowells. We're not the guys that just couldn't do anything. These were guys that were impact to above average players minimum. And that gives me a lot more hope. And I think they've referenced, Megan, you've heard John and Pete both reference this multiple occasions. It's kind of hard drafting back in the 20s. It's hard picking
Yeah.
back there late first round. It's kind of rough, so I think they've, I think that's a little bit of this too. So maybe later on your worries about the second rounder and on. Yeah, I'm worried with you on that, but I actually feel like the first round, they got this. I'm taking a nap in the back of the car, Megan. I'm chilling, I'm like, you got until we get off the interstate. Once we get off the first round interstate, then I'm going to start getting a little more worried about what they're doing with those selections. And sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. That was it. No.
So one thing I don't understand, because this is the first time I'm watching the draft, as you know, because we've never had it down here until recently. I don't understand. Maybe this is because I'm Australian and I don't follow. But if you don't have everyone's saying we've got Locke, which I totally agree, and that boy is gorgeous, so I hope he does well. Yeah, I'm superficial.
That's all good.
If we don't have a QB, okay, Locke, I'm thinking is sort of an interim one, maybe 2 years till we find someone, not this year, but next, because there is such a lack of QB talent this year to my eye. How are we going to work that in terms of our other draft picks? Because we've got 9, 41, I think. Do we have anything between
42?
That?
No.
42.
Yeah.
So we go from possibly getting somebody like Sauce Gardner or Thibodeau or Cross to what? It's like from here to here, isn't it? Or am I not understanding how it works?
You're right. It's traditionally that way, and this is an opinion spot on mine. So this is also, there's a good amount of pundits that agree with my general thought on this, and that is that this particular draft with its top 13 players is unique. Usually it goes even up into the 20s, Megan, but this one's just one where it's like 13. You're into that tier 2 point. Now, tier 2, I get it, is not as good as tier 1, but also the tier 2 is wider this year. So yeah, now you're going from 15, but it also goes up and deep into the 4th round, where normally when you're picking in the first, let's say the 6th pick in the 4th round, you're getting a guy that's kind of a wing and a prayer that he's going to be a starter at that point. Whereas this year, you truly could find a starter. One reason I say it's more important for me, Megan, to have more swings in that zone this year, because it is so wide, and I could be walking away, especially a team needing starters, needing not just one superstar, needing guys across the board. That's what leads me in that direction to saying, yeah, that's the better way. So even if John were to trade out of 9 and go 15 and pick up an extra 2nd or 3rd round pick to do so, even though he's leaving that tier 1 group, to me, it's of a higher importance to have more swings in this territory of the tier 2, just from where I stand.
Yeah, I'd say I probably shouldn't have watched the mock drafts, because I'm so concerned like that will be how we do it. One other thing, Coach Carroll, I'm going to say it, I love him. And you know that, everyone knows that. I am getting hard. I've had to leave Facebook groups, and this just might be Facebook and not indicative of the whole fandom.
Yeah.
Or all the 12s. But I got called a bandwagoner. I don't know if I told you this.
Yes.
Because I was more upset about Bobby Wagner leaving. And I can't be a true 12 because I wasn't upset about Russell and the BS drama, goodbye.
Yeah.
And I'm really starting to think that I'm not a 12, because I liked Russell. He was great for, the Super Bowl. But why can't I be more upset about Bobby? He seems to be, I don't get that toxicity. It's not in it. It's not here, I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
You don't allow it here. But, I've said it to you before. I really feel that I'm not a 12 because I'm Australian, and my love of Coach Carroll.
I think to consider it from this angle. I would say this is an off season of trauma. If you're a Seahawks fan, think of it in that realm. And I don't want to overstate trauma. We've got a war on one side of the world, so I'm not trying to use bad terms. But for if you put it in the perspective of the last 25 years as a Seahawks fan, outside of the Super Bowl being stolen from us, this has been the most traumatic period. And this is almost even worse because that was a one night thing that happened that you then just had to sort of sit into a stupor for months on end looking at a wall. This is like one thing after another. You know, it's the way the season ended, and then the Russell speculation, and the Coach Carroll speculation, and then firing the defensive core, and then this Bobby goes, and then Russell goes, and then we don't have an answer, and then what are we going to do? And oh man, are we rebuilding? And it has, I think, really tested everybody. And it what it does is it emotionally charges the whole situation. And I think it gets people then, you know, everybody gets into their trench, right? They get their gun loaded and they're ready to die in that trench, whatever it is. And so they start striking out others because they're upset and they're mad about it. I think it's understandable why everybody's mad at it. This is why, Megan, I try to put the kibosh on it in the channel when I see people getting
and
to
I
the personal
really
level.
do appreciate it.
Yeah,
not getting like take a shot at me for loving Carol. Like Charles Riley and I go at each other, and I adore Charles.
I know.
But,
he's awesome.
He's over on Hoodie's chat board now, being a Bronco, and I called him a bandwagoner, and he was like, "Yeah, I suppose I am now, aren't I?" You know, after giving me crap for months. But yeah, it just gets to me. Like you said, there are wars going on. We've got flash flooding in New South Wales. New Orleans looks like it's going to be hit by another tornado. Like, can we just enjoy it for?
Yeah. Well, and even how about just like, let's have a discussion. How about that? Like, okay, you feel like I'm not valuing Russell Wilson properly and letting Bobby Wagner lay out your points without throwing.
Yeah, tell me why I'm a bandwagoner.
Right.
No.
How about no bandwagoner? How about just this is why you should value Russell more, and bandwagoner doesn't even enter into it. You know, if you really feel so, not me, but this person who's bringing it up feels that emotional about it, then deal with the points at hand. Talk about the points, intellectually unpack it a little bit. And people are hesitant to do that because it's easier to just throw mud at each other and call names, and that shuts down all thinking and discussion, which is why I'll always kind of shut that down, Megan. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. Thank you, B. Always.
Well, it's good talking to you. And again, October, you're still coming, so I'm gonna try to go. Maybe.
My brother's like, we'll see, and it's like, no, dude, I'm going. You spend your money the way you want to. I'm going. At this stage, I'm going to LA to catch up with one of my best friends and go and see the Trojans and Star Wars at Disneyland. But September, October, but I'll let you know for sure. So
awesome. Well, heck yeah.
Good talking to you, dude.
Good talking to you too. Thanks for jumping on in.
No worries.
Oh, he's in the house. He's in the house. He's in the house. Jose's in the house.
Megan.
What's up, Jose?
Brahman.
How you doing?
Sorry. Megan, I know you just left, but don't feel that. You're not the only one that loves Coach Carroll. I love him as much as you do. There's now more. Let me show my face.
What's up, Jose?
What up, man? So, here's my hot take that I'm sure the chat and everyone else is going to hate me, including yourself. Yeah, but with all due respect to DK, if I could get 2 first round, another 2 first round picks for DK in this draft, and have 3 fights as the apple in the first round, and get a tackle, a defensive end, and a wide receiver, I am doing it without hesitation. I am making that trade because excuse my dog.
Oh, it's all good.
Because DK is in win right now mode. He's not in. I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. It's not that bad.
So where's Michael Vick when you? I can't. I kid, Chad. I'm kidding.
No, I don't, as I say with this, Jose, this isn't a take that I hate. So I don't hate it. I disagree with it, because I've got I ride with DK on this one, and I have a question for you about this.
Go ahead.
But it's one that I understand. Let's first address this. It's an understandable take because you are in rebuild mode. And the thing that you should be maximizing on in rebuild mode certainly is if you can gain multiple first round picks. That's the way you want to do it, to start getting a team of core built together that can grow to eventually be like what we saw in 2010, 11, 12, 13 as they were coming, together. Do you trust? So let's say, Jose, we trade them to the Packers and we get 2 first round picks late in the first round. We trade to Kansas City. We get 2 first round picks late in the first round. You know where I'm going with this, don't you?
I wasn't thinking Green Bay or Kansas City. I was actually thinking Philadelphia, because and get 15 and 16 along with number 9.
Okay. I didn't think that they would give us that high to me. It feels like if you're getting 2
if
this
they
year.
If they did, it would be stupid not to take it, would it?
Well, it makes it a harder
Number
choice
9?
than it is.
Number 15 and number 16.
Yeah.
Back to back. And then you have 41 and 42 in the second round. Back to back again.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
now with those picks, you can either get Thibodeau
mm-hmm.
and Penny, Cross and Jermaine Johnson, and a receiver I think is underrated in this draft, Chris Olave.
Oh, okay.
Out of Ohio State. Because if you go back and look at the Rams offense that Shane Waldron ran, the Rams have never had a receiver like DK Metcalf. The receivers the Rams have can get themselves open,
Mm-hmm.
scheme themselves open, or if they're covered, guess what? They know how to draw contact and get a penalty.
Mm-hmm.
DK can't seem to do that unless it's a jump ball. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, this is, again, it's not something, you're not alone in saying this, but to my eyes, I think where DK came into this league with his route running versus where he is now has been widely improved. And that there's times last year that Russell had him wide open when he would target him. And let's face it, there were moments that Russell just completely ignored him. And he would get open early and quick on the route, and he would gain separation quickly and early on the route. I think he's come along. I'll still give people that say that he's got a little bit of some issues with the hands that need to come further along. But to me, where it stands with route running and yak are 2 things that I think have jumped leaps forward since he entered into the league.
Hold on. Since we're talking DK's hands, I was at the Rams game last year that should have been canceled but got moved to Tuesday, but that's another story completely. And I saw Russell wasn't hit DK in the 3 times, and twice he dropped the damn ball twice.
Mm-hmm.
Twice. The 3rd time was on a 3rd and 3 inside the 20. And he finally caught the 3rd one. And at that point, you can see Russell's body language saying, oh, finally.
Mm-hmm.
I've been hitting you I hit you in the house twice this drive, and you didn't catch it.
Well, okay, let me counter this, Jose. That's 3. You're talking about 3 plays out of a game. If we look at the totality of last season, Russell was not targeting DK there would be 3/4 of the football
I
game.
agree.
And I know that there was at least I could go get the all 22 film of me watching it. There's at least 20 passes I could find to Russ where his accuracy is not there on DK. It's coming on the back. It's going way up over here. And I'm talking on the slant routes where the ball's got to be on the guy. I'm not putting it all on Russell on all Russell like he was miserable, but the finger was affecting him. He couldn't put the ball in the place where he needed to put on those short routes. It's part of why he didn't want to throw it. I can get that you see on a couple of plays with that, but this is where I was caution Jose on the sample size. If you look at the sample size or you look at a play, this is what they do with the Super Bowl in 2014. They go, should have thrown it. Well, wait, we can't look at the one play. We got to look at the totality of all of it.
Hold on.
Okay.
Because I'm not done.
Fire away.
Let's go back to the Pittsburgh game. Where
Okay.
he almost cost us the game by not running out of bounds in it.
Oh, yeah.
Instead fumbling it.
Yes.
Are we? People
But-
seem
Sorry.
to forget moments like that. Now, I'm happy we got rid of Will Smith Jr. I mean, Russell Wilson. Bad joke. Anyway,
There are no bad jokes, only good jokes.
yes, it was.
No, it's a good point. Again, Jose, it's a good point, and you're not alone on people being open to just moving them. I think people sometimes also, to your point, let me flip to the other side of that. I think people also forget the great plays he makes and how much of a game-changing talent he is. And that, for instance, Jose, if he's a guy that can't run routes, why is he getting double teamed so often? If he can't catch the ball, why is he getting double teamed? The coach would just say, he's not getting open anyway. And even if he does get open, he'll just drop the ball anyway. I don't need to double team that. But that's not what the NFL coaches are doing against him.
He's getting double because he's a physical freak that they think can catch 50-50 rods. And because they don't want to get burned over the top. But that's another story.
Okay.
This is how defenses defended Tyreek Hill last season. Not because he's a great route runner, but because he can catch a deep ball over the top. If you look at how they put bracket coverage on Tyreek, it's not very different than what they did with DK last season. But with that being said,
but DK was doubled more than Tyreek Hill.
Again, go back and look at the film. You'll see bracket coverage on Tyreek Hill.
No, I know. I'm referencing the advanced statistics.
Cornerback,
I'm advanced.
a linebacker, and a safety over the top.
I know, Jose. There's advanced statistics for this. I'm referencing the advanced statistics for this.
Okay,
Devontae Adams was the most double teamed and bracketed defender. They include brackets, not just double teamed.
Okay,
Brackets are included in the stats. Devontae Adams at 28.5% was the most double and bracketed wide receiver in the sport last year.
I never look at stats, but
it's okay. But this is why I'm pushing back on you with it, because I know this stuff in my head. So I'm pushing back to go. But so Devontae Adams at 28.5%. DK Metcalf at 27.5%. He's 1% off of how he's double and bracketed at Devontae Adams. And so my press on this is just, again, it's not to say what you're saying is wrong. And that, look, does DK need to grow up? Yeah. Could DK clean up some hands and a little bit of route running still? Sure. But is DK a game-changing talent that is very hard to go out there and find in other places? Yeah. Is he just coming into his own? Yeah. Does he still have untapped potential? Yeah. And is the NFL scared to death of him? You better believe it. I put all that into my bag and I'm like, I'll put, where's the check? Where's the check? But again, I get your standpoint on it saying you're not willing.
Do we also need more pieces than just DK?
Yes.
Do we not need an edge rush? Do we not need a corner? Do we not need another wide receiver?
Mm-hmm.
That's not Eskridge. Gotta give me strength with Eskridge.
Me too, man. I'm with you on that one.
But anyway, I didn't come up here just to burn DK. I also came up to burn Pete Carroll and John Schneider. Pete Carroll is sounding like Joe Biden more. Neither of them are making any sense whatsoever. They sound like senile old men, and I love Pete. You know this.
Mm-hmm.
You know how much I love Pete.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon, we talked about it.
You've been a backer for years of Pete.
I'm one of the first people you met before the day before you took the job. Go look up that story on my channel that I did with Brandon. Again,
Let's get you a plug quick, Jose. By the way, Seahawks Jose Rodriguez has a
Yeah.
YouTube channel out there. So please, if you guys
yeah,
get a chance,
with
go over there and
500
sub.
subs.
He's on his way up.
500 subs. I
500.
hit 500 over the weekend, but
Congrats.
I don't just only talk Seahawks. I talk everything. I talk other sports teams. I talk basketball, baseball, football, anything. I even talk a little YouTube drama, but that's a story for another video on my channel. So yeah, I touch on everything, not just the Seahawks. But thank you, Brandon, for the flag. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah. So would you have fired Carolyn Schneider this offseason?
I would have just completely cleaned house. I would have said goodbye, Pete. Hello, Eric the enemy. Goodbye, John. Hello. What's the name of the general manager of the Vikings that got fired?
Spielman.
Yes, I would have said hello, Spielman, and I would have said goodbye, Russ. Goodbye, Yoko. Hello. Hello. I don't know. Hello. Just for shits and giggles, I'll say Baker Mayfield.
Oh. So you want Baker in here now? Would you take Baker on?
He's better than Drew Lock. That's all I know.
Is he $18 million of reasons worth better than Drew Lock?
If the Browns eat half of that $18 million,
Okay.
yes.
What are we giving up?
The fifth we got from Denver. That's
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, there we go. You're not okay. You're being that nice. You're not giving him the bag, Jose. I'm good with that. You're not giving him the bag, so I'm all right.
Why would I give up the bag?
I'm just making sure some people like themselves some Baker, man. I push him back, but there's some Baker believers out there.
I think he gives us a better ability to actually make the playoffs. Not to say we would actually do anything in the playoffs, but if that's our goal, to win games and try to make the playoffs, I think Baker is a better answer than Drew Lock. But that's just my opinion.
I think you're right on that.
And I was saving this for a video, but you're getting it first. So again, go sub to my channel if you want to hear that video. It will be up tomorrow. Brandon, if there's anything else you want to ask, go ahead.
Well, just Jose, hit me up on Twitter. Let's get over on your channel, do another collab here soon. And but other than
also one more thing before,
yeah,
I truly hope Chris Carson retires, because I was there for Cam Chancellor's last game in Arizona. That was not a pretty sight. I don't want to see what happened to Cam happen to Chris. I don't want to see deja vu.
Neck injuries are not to be messed with, right? I mean,
Exactly.
those things can get real bad real quick. So I've got a mom dealing with issues with that, and it's like, just take retire. Chris got it's tough with Cam. At least he's kind of gotten paid a little bit. I think he's on his third contract by this point, where Chris just got paid. So it's like he's going, man, let me get that extra year. I can feel for him, but yeah, buddy, spinal fusion. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time. Well, thank you, Jose, for coming on in. Again, hit me up on Twitter for maybe a time we can do a collab on your end of it. And I appreciate you, man. Thanks for being a long-time mod as well.
I appreciate you. Thanks for having me. Go Hawks.
Go Hawks. All right, we're just going to kind of go in order here, folks. So we've got TJ, Brickmox, Randy. I got you up third on this. So we're just going to kind of go through. Thank you again to everyone for jumping on in here today. It's awesome to see you. And TJ, bear with me real quick here. So we'll check in with TJ. I got also a donation, so I don't want to ignore the donation here. Spectre7, thank you for the donation. Says, with a $5 donation, says, I can finally see you live. Sorry, it's been a minute. Unfortunately, I'm split on the DK situation. I wouldn't be broken if we get a free agent haul. This is why I was saying with Jose a second ago, I understand completely. No one can be mad at taking the point of saying DK needs to be moved for draft capital. You can disagree with it, but it certainly is a point that is rooted in reason and intellectually it makes a lot of sense. So it's not one that's outside the box, and to be split on it is completely understandable for those reasons. This isn't as straightforward for everybody as it is for me. I am just kind of in this camp. I've given it a lot of thought, but it's a lot of things to consider here. It's the money you're paying DK. It's the draft haul that you can get back. It's the way this draft factors out with the level of talent. DK was mentioning Jose was mentioning getting 2 first-round picks. What about getting one of those first-round picks and trading back, and then getting even more picks in this and more second-rounders? So it does have a lot of reason behind it. I just I can't quite pull the trigger on moving on from DK from my stance, but I completely know where people are coming from by thinking, man, you could have all these picks over the next couple of years. I mean, that's the way to rebuild a team right there. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. TJ, we got you on here. I got you muted right now on your end of it, it looks like. So you need to unmute yourself, buddy, if you're not on. So TJ, we'll come back to you. There we go. There we go. Got you, TJ. How you doing, man?
Pretty good, man. 2 years now.
2 years.
I know already.
Dang, time flies by fast, man. I'm getting old. Well, it's been a journey, hasn't it? What an off season. What an off season. The channel's been 3 years. We haven't had a lot of great things to talk about. We got a division title that was it was okay, but it's been a little bit of kind of rough road over, and this one's really a tough one. How's this off season been on you?
Honestly, it's really not as bad as I thought it would be. On a scale of like 1 to 10, I'm giving this off season about a 6.
Mm-hmm.
We did some, because in the beginning I loved Quandre Diggs. I kept saying let's extend him. We had a little arguments about that, but we did, and I was excited. But I mean, we moved on from Bobby, which it hurts, but it was the right thing to do. We moved on from Russell. That hurts, but I mean, it was the right thing to do. He wanted out, and it was time to move on.
Do we lose you? You still
Hello?
there, TJ?
Yeah.
You still. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is. I'm a little bit the same way. It's not been horrendous. It's just been there's so many just kind of things that you can't look and really put many silver linings beyond. Bobby's gone. What's the silver lining? Well, maybe Jordan Brooks. Russell's gone. What's the silver lining? Drew Lock. And it's good. They got to do this. It's the right choices. They're doing the right thing. The rebuild is the right way. But it certainly is tough going from being a team a year ago that was thinking maybe you could go and compete for Super Bowls to landing where you're landing here, which is in the rebuild phase of things. Where do you stand on this DK talk?
I mean, I'm half and half. I mean, if we trade him, then okay, we can get some picks. But I mean, if we keep him, I mean, in the beginning, I thought he would be like 20 mil, but look what Tyreek Hill got and Devontae Adams. Now I wouldn't be surprised if he's going for like 28, 30. And I mean, that's what Russell Wilson almost had on his contract extension, and people was mad because we couldn't do nothing because of that. But if DK Metcalf does the same thing, it's almost the same ballpark on the money. So like, then we're gonna have that conversation.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't make it straightforward, does it? I mean, it certainly is not one just, oh, this is a no-brainer. Just this is absolutely what you do here. Do you have a way you're looking in this draft you'd like to see them lean? Do you want to see them go defense? Do you have a first guy in that first pick you'd like to see picked? Is there anything with that you're looking at?
I want I know he probably won't be there at 9, but I want Walker out of I think he's out of Florida,
Georgia?
Georgia, sorry. But I think he goes in the top 5. But if he can fall to 9, I want him so bad. Him and Taylor together, that's gonna be scary.
Yeah, he's got some ability too to rush from the inside. Watching his tape the other night, he did a lot of his damage coming out of stunts, operating out of like the 3 tech, looping back up around to the edge. So he's got a little bit to that bag as well. Very elite athlete, something like there's been like he's up in the 99th percentile over the last 30 years of like they put all the metrics together, of their short shuttle and explosion scores and all that speed and put it all into a formula. And he spit out as one that they don't come down the line like that, built like that those kind of metrics. So easy. I think you're right though. There's even some talk he might go number 1 at this point, man. There's legit talk, TJ, that he might, and I think it's crazy talk, but it's out there. Can't deny it.
Yeah, I wouldn't even mind trading up to get him, to be honest.
Do you trading up? Hold on. Okay, so you're giving up a 2nd-round pick to move up into top 5?
I mean, if he's there, I mean, why not?
I mean, you could say that you could get Charles Cross, have your franchise left tackle, and get Boy Mafi in the 2nd round, and Boy Mafi maybe isn't all that far off of in production, or Angabari out of Penn State, or any number of pass rushers in a deep pass rusher draft that you could then get into that 2nd round point.
Yeah.
Here's a question I asked: do you think is he a Jamar Chase? Because that's the thing Cincinnati Bengals did last year, is they passed on the franchise left tackle and Penny Sewell to then wait into the 2nd round and get Jackson Carmon, who's a far, far fall from what they could have had at left tackle at the top 5, but they chose Jamar Chase instead. Now, Jamar Chase was great, but Burrow still got the all hell beat out of him this past year. And Jackson Carmon's not going to be anywhere near as a pro to what Penny Sewell is going to be. And so that's really the question, is if you know that you could get the tackle that's not going to be as good there in the 2nd round, whereas the pass rusher is, you can make maybe the argument of going for that tackle, but this is all in how you want to look at going, at the draft. I can't deny it. Walker's a special talent, man. And he has this many teams and this many draft scouts pressing for this at this point, at this late of an hour, saying that they're seeing something on the tape that's really standing out. Not that it's not saying I didn't like his tape, but I didn't, what am I missing with it on him that I'm not seeing on a top 5 talent with him? Because he just still looks a little rough to his game, as opposed to like Hutchinson, who's a technician with his hands.
Yeah, absolutely. But if we can get Walker and have the same success as the Bengals, I wouldn't mind going to the Super Bowl.
There you go. Hey, that's well put, man. That's well put. It did work out for them. That's why I mentioned, is if you do think you're getting the Jamar Chase equivalent there at a defensive end position, maybe the argument is it's made, because you're right. Burrow does get the help he had, but hey, they still got to the Super Bowl and no one saw that coming. And they're not getting there without Chase, right? There's no way they're not getting there without Chase. Well, where do you want to see us going forward here? What's the next move to be made?
Honestly, I think the next thing to do is just focus on the draft. I mean, we made a lot of good moves. We cut Dunlap, Hyder. Yes, that hurts our pass rush a little bit, but going forward, it's a good move. We hired the Bears defensive Desai. I honestly think he could be our next head coach. The way it's looking, I don't see Pete and them lasting like more than 3 more years. But I do believe that, honestly, I wouldn't mind trading down from 9 and getting more assets, because between the end of the 1st and the beginning of the 3rd, there's so many good plays you can take, and stacking up that 2nd round would not be a bad idea.
Not at all, man. That's where I think that's where the beef of this draft is at. So if you get more of those swings in that zone, it's just more chances to square that ball up and put up in the 2nd deck. Little baseball reference there for opening day, but I would have no issue with that as well, TJ. Some drafts I wouldn't want to do that. This just happens to be a draft. I think it's a smart one to do, especially considering the state of where we are. Well, like I was talking to Jose, we need people, right? We just need to add talent. We need to add bodies in here that can be better than average, even along with getting superstars. We need a bit of both, right?
Absolutely. And what do you think about this quarterback situation?
Well, I tend to be a guy, I'm not going to the full tank range. I know people get bristle at the tank talk, so let's not call it full tank talk, but I think going out there and trading for Baker Mayfield and then pushing for swallowing $9 million of his cap, which if you swallow $9 million of his cap, even then you're going to have to probably cut somebody or restructure somebody, and then you have no more cap space to do anything at that point. Which to me, I don't think Baker's going to do much behind this offensive line anyway. If you do that, you're set up to be like the 32nd best team in pass protection from a projected standpoint as it stands right now. I put all that together and I go, yeah. So I mean, like, don't you kind of take that in, TJ, and go, what difference does the quarterback make at that point? Slash, why even go get the quarterback right now? He's just going to get the hell beat out of him, you
Absolutely.
know. And so yeah, it's one of the places I'm becoming a fundamentalist in my football view on this. Get your offensive line right first. Get it handled. You can do this from a football standpoint, from a philosophy standpoint, from a front office standpoint, but it takes the will to do it. It takes them going, we need to recognize this. We need to have the control to do this and not bite on that first quarterback that we're falling in love with. And I think it's hard for front offices to do. It takes a measure of discipline. I don't know if ours has got it, TJ. They're going to have to earn some of my confidence back here. You likewise on that?
Absolutely. And honestly, I don't know how you feel, but I would rather just have Geno resign Geno because he was last year in this offense. He's gonna pick it up better than Baker. And I'm an Oklahoma fan. I love Baker Mayfield, but I don't want him in Seattle. Like, there's no way in hell I want him here.
You shouldn't. What's it be behind a line that's going to get him beat all to hell? He's not going to flourish behind that. So if you're a fan of Baker, you shouldn't want him here either. And that's not taking shine Baker. Like, go to a better position, a better spot. At least if he went to Carolina, would he have a dominating defense to play off the back of? That would at least be something in his back pocket to use there, but not behind this line. We don't have a left tackle. We don't have a right tackle. We got our right guard playing left guard. We have Austin Blythe, who didn't even play last year. It's going to get a little rugged for you. So I'm with you. Geno Smith sounds like a perfectly fine backup, and he's cheap as hell. I like that part of it too, TJ.
Well, I don't know about cheap anymore. I mean, when Colt McCoy, he's a backup, he got all that money. So I honestly think that Geno's gonna want some money, but he's still a better option than Drew Lock.
Colt just put out a sizzle reel of his two games against the Seahawks the last 2 years, and his agent was just putting it out. It had a lot of production value as far as what I hear, TJ, and it was just like, it was cinematic, I guess. It was epic. And so it's really us that got him paid. And the Geno Jag sizzle reel just ain't quite enough with the Saints and the Steelers game also on that same reel, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Maybe we should have went out and signed Colt. He beat us up so much. Maybe we should have brought him to us.
At the very least, you'd prevent him killing you here for a third straight season, right? Because he did come back. I think he did go back to the Cards, or didn't he go to the Cards? Didn't they re-sign him on a deal or something like that? I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, give me your last thoughts here, and then we will move this right in on the next one here. TJ, let me know where you sit at. Last thoughts.
Is it? So I just got a notification. Did Bruce Arians actually retire?
I don't know. Take a look. Probably shouldn't. Maybe, yep. Bruce Arians is retiring as Buccaneers head coach. Todd Bowles will take over as new head coach. Wow.
Tom Brady's
Tom Brady is the great no coach can stand up against the edifice that is Tom Brady. You will fall. No risk it, no biscuit. I guess just no biscuit, huh, TJ?
Yeah, well, if people want Tom Brady to actually retire, we should trade him to Seattle. He won't get through one game.
That would be the only thing. That's the only thing keeping Brady out. That'd be the only thing. What stopped Brady? Seattle and their inability to dress an offensive line. Really? That's what got him finally? It wasn't Bill Belichick, and they just felt, no. It wasn't Arians and his offense. No. It was Seattle. It was Seattle and Aaron Donald. After what he did to Russell the year before, yeah, they thought it was a fluke with the Donald Wilson thing the year before. They thought Brady could magically overcome. You know it's true if you were to come here, TJ. You know it's true, man. Oh man. Well, I appreciate you jumping on here, TJ. Again, one of my OGs on the channel. Thank you for riding with me for so long on this. I really appreciate you. You're always on the chat and keeping it lively in there. So thank you for that.
Welcome. Have a good night.
Hey, you have a good one, brother. Randall McDaniel, welcome on in the house. How goes it, Randall?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Face for radio. First time, long time.
I know, man.
Interesting, the BA retirement. You, unless it's a health issue or some sort of front office, beef with Brady or something, you would think that this was in the works before, right? Unless there's, some circumstance like he needs a liver replacement or something.
Oh, that nose is red. That nose is very red, Randall.
Yes.
As he's been very hands off there as far as like the play calling duties. A couple years ago, he relinquished, as I understand it, he's really done that figurehead type old role thing that we had hoped Carroll would slide into. He's slid in there and slid into that role in recent years for the Buccaneers. So the fact that he's retiring now to me is probably just more indicative of I just don't want to do this again. I'm liking the summer's coming up. I want to enjoy my summer. He's had a heart attack. I'm guessing that's what at least going to be the official word, whether that's the truth or not. We'll see.
Who was their OC that went to? Did he leave the Leftwich? He did, but he didn't.
I think he was due to maybe go to the Carolina or to the Jags, and then it got pulled back. I thought it got pulled back though. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah.
But I thought he ended up going back to them.
Kind of see how these things set up, but. I was thinking, it almost feels like the front office is gaslighting us. They say one thing and they do another, and then they wonder why do the fans not? Why don't they trust us? Or, why are they booing us? We're going for it, but you have. So they say they're going to build around Locke. Okay, I'm in for that. So how are you gonna help Locke running game? So they bank on and. I understand the draft hasn't happened, which probably is the direction that we're going to. But they're singing the praises of Chris Carson. We all love Penny, but 4 years, 4 injuries. Is he going to be there the whole season? And then they don't address the offensive line. Death, taxes, and questioning the Seahawks offseason are like the 3 absolutes in life, right?
That's it. Well, that is, and me hating the first pick. Those are
right. But it's just, I think the fan base, speaking for myself, other people, that I talk to, I'm excited to see what Locke can do. But what they're trying to sell us that my son's in the back playing. So if that's,
you're all good.
It's not the person I got tied up down here. They're
no worries. No worries.
But it's just a frustrating thing as you start to see the free agent pass by and they don't really address the offensive line. It's in flux. And they say, we want to run the game, we want to run the ball, Pete ball, but their actions don't represent what they want to do, right? And they're very strong at wide receiver, but we know Pete doesn't want to be a throwing team. And it's just their vision doesn't align with their action so far. And that's probably how we got to this juncture in, at this crossroads as an organization. But it's just going to be really interesting to see where they go. But, Pete was, slick Pete back at USC and he got out just in time. But you just hope he doesn't run this organization into the ground like the way he left USC.
Well, and I think, and this is my theory on it, of course, Randall, because we don't know. I think we have seen a little bit of back and forth from what they tell us versus what they're doing. Little verse, don't listen to my words, don't look at my actions kind of stuff. As well as I also agree with you, I'm still waiting for the plan to completely sort of appear. Not the plan of we're competing and going for it, but just what is the plan? What is the plan? What are you doing? You're telling us this, you're doing that, but then your roster building weird with 1 and 2 year contracts. You're not really bringing in any upper level talent when your team is desperately starved for upper level talent. You go through all that and you go, okay, I don't understand what's going on. My theory on this goes like this. I think it's the sale of the team that's the impending thing, but that isn't happening but for a couple of years. And I think that within that context of it is that they also are comfortable in their job, Randall. They're not going to get fired.
Right.
Jody's not going to move off from him. And I'm sure that they've almost gotten, if not those assurances, they at least have it inferred. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. You finish your point.
Oh, and so I think that within that they go, we'll do whatever we want, and we'll spit sunshine and roses and rainbows to the fan base, and then we'll do whatever we want in the background. And if they get cantankerous about it or upset about it, too bad. Well, who are they going to go cry to?
Right.
We know the boss. Who are they going to bitch and moan? Okay, so they boo. So what? We're going to do what we want to do. And then they probably have the ego to think that they're absolutely going to get this team back on top now that they've been able to unshoulder the burden of Russell Wilson's contract. And so that's the thing with they're blaming in their own minds, so that now that we're freed of that, our genius can flow free on the draft and in free agency. But indeed, who's looking at this free agent period, Randall, now with Russell gone, with over $50 million to spend, and going, that was genius level application right there.
Right.
That was some 4D chess stuff right there. 2 years for a Wuzu. Woo.
Right.
Ooh. I mean, 3 years, $24 million for Disley. Oh God, stand back and admire the grandeur of it, you know?
And you see, and I'm sure they look at Disley re-signing as basically a quasi move for the offensive line, right? You heard what Schneider said regarding, somebody we know very well, or somebody who knows him really well was really going after him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. You pay for Disley, but it's just so weird where, they pay Quandre, they pay Disley, but it doesn't really seem like they were, how in were they on Trent Brown? I don't know. I know he's not here, so it doesn't really matter. I still question, if all things are equal and we're not going to overpay vastly, what I call the TJ Hushmanzada move.
Mm-hmm.
If all things are equal, is a free agent going to want to come here right now? If the money's about equal and you don't see an answer at quarterback, if you're a guy going for his second contract, would you choose Seattle over Kansas City or, somewhere Buffalo or what have you, right? You're always going to have these in vogue destinations. And we were that organization for a while.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like, although we didn't really get the signings, but we were looked at as kind of that in vogue, cool team, young quarterback, right? And that's kind of where Buffalo is now. We saw it with Kansas City before. At any rate, I just...
Well, let me count one thing just to bring with you this, though, because I think that you're not making an excuse for the front office. I know you're not. But it's the place where I would say that this is where you've got to counter that by then spending a little more on a guy you targeted in free agency. And you go, that guy's our guy. If it was Trent Brown, it's Trent Brown. If it was last year, Trent Williams that was up. And you say, you know what? We're kicking Dwayne Brown to the curb. We're going to sign Trent Williams to a contract that beats $1.5 million, whatever the Niners are.
Armstead didn't make that much. His contract was
it was okay.
Right?
It was okay. Let's go back to 95. Randall, you're an old head like me. Let's go back to 95. What was that Seahawks team in great shape, not having seen the playoffs in 6 seasons?
No.
Was that team stacked with a bunch of talent?
Lions.
No, but yet you were able to somehow magnificently bring in probably the best defender on the free agent market in Chad Brown that year.
Yeah.
How did you get that done?
You paid a little bit more. We rolled out the red carpet.
You paid a little bit more. You took the private jet in. You flew him out. You did. You made him feel wanted. Chad will reference it. You brought out the private jet for him. You brought Brian Paulin's private jet, flew him back into Seattle, had this whole meeting with all the figureheads on the flight as they're talking about what they're going to do with him when he gets into it. Here's how we're going to use you. And you're going to be all over the place. And then he came in and had
into him.
You did. And he came in and had a great impact. It was you precisely locking on a guy, bringing him in here and letting him then flow. And that's where this team front office doesn't do that in free agency at all. I understand they have a philosophy not to do so, Randall, but at the same point in time, you've not added top end talent to this team this offseason. You've again taken the same approach they took 2 years ago when they had $50 million to spend. And so I agree with you. It's hard to do it, but at the same point in time, you got to at one point or another be willing to put down your pocketbook if you're really in on a free agent. And if you're offering 2 and 10 and every other team's offering 2 and 15, Were you really in on it at
Right.
that point?
Right. You're not a destination right now, and you're offering less money. You
Right.
know that they lowball. You know it.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
it's not
100%.
working.
No, it's not. And you had the money to spend, and you've done this now multiple times over. Again, learn your lessons is my theme this offseason for this very reason. So when stuff like this comes up and they do the same thing they've done in the past that's not worked, we can call them on it further. It's not a one-off now. It's not, well, they just made a mistake this offseason, but they'll get it back next offseason. Oh, no, they've been doing this now for multiple offseasons in a row.
I would. I mean, at this point, 16 million, whatever it is, we can get more. I mean, you could get 30 million if you needed 30 million, right? If you wanted to go do, you look, Clowney's still on the market.
Mm-hmm.
Even a guy like Melvin Ingram, right? Who would be a situational pass rusher. I don't know if there's other names. The Dolphins just released that tackle who started a bunch of games, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's as good, if not better, than Shell. There's still players out there. Melvin Gordon, who I'm a big fan of. I don't know. I'm just going off the top of my head. There's still some guys out there that we can plug in. I look to, they're going to see how they fill in around the draft, or this is what I hope. They're going to see how, hey, stop. They're going to see how the draft shakes out and then see who's still there. And I think that if they do address a Baker, which, I'm going to ask for Cleveland to pay $10 million of that 18, right? Because it's guaranteed. You unless, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no signing bonus left, so you can't, unless you extend him, you can't finagle that money unless you get help.
Unless you get Baker to agree to do the void year thing on it, so it's still guaranteed, but then you pass the amount to the bonus to the next year. You half it out.
Years effectively or whatever.
Yeah, I mean you could do a little bit of that, but boy, it's gonna. Huh? Why
would you do that?
Well, I don't even think it makes sense at this point, Randall, to do the Baker at the half the amount.
I would be more excited to see. So if we had built up in the free agency, right, and we had signed, whoever, say you had signed, even an Armstead, I think is a little bit too big of a name. But say we say, hey, we're a solid B right now. Now, okay, go get Baker and see what we can do. But why pay? Because you're paying what? How much for Russ? 26.
26.
Add in 18 is what? 44. Plus Law is 47. Plus you're paying $50 million. You're paying 25% of your salary of your money to the quarterback position, and you don't have an answer. So it wouldn't make any sense, unless they were to say the Brock Osweiler deal and they say you pay the money and we'll flip you a 3rd round pick. Okay.
Well, and that's where you get to where it's like why I'm out on Baker, number one. But then if I were to be on Baker, where the path they would have had to have taken for me to land there with him. Okay, you're bringing in Trent Brown and you're bringing in Teron Armstead and you're going to draft a center in the draft. And then and then you can get over to the defense and start doing some things over there if that's really what you want to do. But then you're also going to maximize the cap, right, Randall? Because if you're giving out 1 and 2 year deals, you're not maximizing the cap because you're not spreading any of the bonus money. So you're taking the full allotments of those hits full on that year. That's why guys like a Quentin Jefferson salary, though it's a small salary, you actually feel the pain of it quite substantially because it's only a 2-year deal. A
short-term
only
deal.
A 2-year deal.
Short-term deals, you can't spread them. You're not spreading the money over.
No. Yeah.
And like you said, you're going to feel it right now. So jumping back here, and the last thing I'll say just on the current roster, I feel pretty good about the defense. Like, I think our defensive line, Shelby, Q Jeff, we'll see who can slide over in that, 3-4, and who knows how much 3-4 we're really going to play. I think I get focused on that, and we don't really know what that's going to look like, right? But who's going to play nose tackle, who's going to play those ends. But we have some players, and you have Taylor, and you have the guy from the Chargers. Looks like Barton and Brooks are both going to play their natural position in that middle, so we can get them both on the field. Safety position, Ugo, Adams, okay. And then you have the corners. We signed Coleman. We have some younger guys, kind of some pass rush help. Shelby Harris. I think our defense and Pete's defense, I shouldn't say they're always good because we went through 2 years of this statistically is the worst defense ever. But they always kind of shape it up, right? I think the defense is going to be okay. But you look at that offense, and it's just like, what can Drew Lock do? And without an offensive line, he's not going to be able to do anything.
No, it's why, again, I said get the offensive line right, because then you could at least run the ball. Let's say you have the quarterback. Well, now you're at least a dominant running team that plays great special teams, that's built up a respectable defense, to your point. That's at least, again, this is where we talk about no plan, Randall. That would have been a plan. Whether we agree with it or want to go that direction versus rebuild, it's at least a plan.
Yes.
The fully rebuild is a plan. Okay, we're going to actually not spend a lot of money this year. We're looking to maybe roll cap money into next year.
And I wouldn't blame Pete. People say, well, he said it's not a rebuild. Like, you cannot come out and say it's a rebuild.
No.
Unless you're
honestly, I think he could. No way. I counter. He could have. I think that he could have. I think if it's the honesty thing. If you lead with honesty from the top, look, we did not intend to have Russell Wilson be traded this offseason. This is their going line. After all, Randall, this is where they've been standing, right? Which is Russell wanted this. We didn't want this. I mean, that opened the door to them at that point to say, hey, Russell forced our hand in the midst of being in a go for it now mode to having no pathway to our next quarterback. We tried for Deshaun. That door closed up. So guess what, folks? Now we're having to react to the situation. And not yet. Think it's on Russ. It's him. He's the reason that we're going to be bad now. They could have had their whole villain set up at that point, like they've already made him out to be a little bit, and just him being the one who pushed this trade, whether it's the truth or not. So that's where I go. You guys could have been honest with us. You could have just said and people would have been like, okay, and whatever. Even if people were upset about it, what was it going to cost? You have people booing from the first quarter to the fourth quarter. It didn't even get him close, I don't think, to getting fired this offseason.
Yeah, I just think that's a hard sell to those 53 men in that locker room, the veterans, to say we're rebuilding. Like, so is Adams playing for a rebuild? Is, whoever, DK, Tyler, these guys. I don't think in football that works to. He could. I'm just saying. I don't see him coming.
I think these players are pretty smart, though, too, right? Like, I think like DK is going to put Drew Lock love out there on Twitter, but at the end of the day, he knows he's going from Russell Wilson to Drew Lock, and that this likely is going to be a little bit of a rough road this next upcoming season for him, right?
Regarding DK, so the narrative on him being a diva, we have not heard, and even in that interview we did with Kevin Garnett. And they asked him, hey, what do you think about guys getting paid in college? And he's like, I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, I don't like it because you're not going to work as hard, right? And you lose that hunger. Nowhere in there was he like, oh, I'm going to get the bag. I'm going to get paid. You got to pay me. You haven't heard any of that from DK. And then it's almost like, and maybe I'm reading between the lines here a little bit, but it's all we can do. It's almost like he kind of shuns that, like, the money's not the motivator for him. And I don't know, him growing up with a professional athlete as a dad or what have you. It doesn't seem that's the motivator for DK, like it might be for other players. And when and I'm not saying he's going to take less money or anything like that. It's back to my point on him being a diva in this narrative of, diva wide receiver, T.O. He's not doing push-ups in his driveway. Right?
Nope.
He's not calling out Russ after a loss like T.O. did, right? Saying, well, I don't know. I played with a broken foot. And McNabb couldn't, stage was too big for him. That's not what DK's been. It's been frustration on the field from either him not getting the ball or them not winning, right? And I would argue that him not getting the ball is a leading indicator of losing, which should be the lagging indicator in this exercise, right? He wants to win. He sees the play didn't work or Russ didn't look his way all game. So he gets frustrated. It's about the field, what happens on the field, right?
Right.
It's not about this me. And I don't know if it's just Seahawks Twitter or some national narrative or whatever it is about him being a diva. Now I'll take 10 DKs on the field. Right.
it's why I've said that I want to ride with him moving forward, because I think he's a foundational building block piece. I also think this is a little of the viral age, Randall, where you have a moment in the field that happens, and then there's a couple of moments. Jose mentioned the fumble thing this last year in the Steelers, where it's like, get out of bounds. What are you doing? What a boneheaded, idiotic thing to do. It's just that's so stupid.
Correct.
And they're not wrong, looking, but it's the other stuff he brings. It's understanding his age. Context matters, I think, is what the word you were looking for there. It's the context matters, and that things don't just happen in a bubble of just this moment. It's what leads up to that moment that you do want to take some of that into account, especially when it's not an egregious thing. When he's just getting on the sidelines and he's huffing and puffing a little bit. First, he's out there throwing punches on his teammate like Jalen Ramsey did this past season. I mean, is he punching, to your point, is he doing push-ups? Is he punching people on the field? Is he? No, he's not. It's stuff that's like, okay, it's not maybe the greatest look at all times, but it's a young player playing with an edge and a chip on his shoulder. And Randall, I think it's hard to play with that edge and chip on your shoulder and always be just completely Boy Scouty on the field.
The Pittsburgh thing, if I recall, he didn't get out of bounds and then he fumbled, then he stared at the ball. Is that what he did?
I remember it, Jose. He should have gotten out of bounds. He didn't, and it did come to a fumble. It did cause a fumble after he didn't. So it was something to do with that. I forget the exact things with it, but Jose's right. It was a stupid play on his part. It was one of those ones like, come on.
Remember his rookie year, he fumbled the ball a lot. Do you remember that? Like,
I did. That was a little bit of the end. It was the effort, but again, it's the effort. It's the context, right? It was effort. It was effort stuff. It was even clean. Remember there was, for instance, the San Francisco one in 2019. He catches the ball. He's breaking every tackle in the book. He's throwing guys out of bounds. He's almost to the 1 yard line. The guy rips the ball out of his hand, and you go, I hate that play, but oh God, I love that effort.
Yeah.
And that's with him. That sums him up, doesn't it?
Yeah. I remember there was a New Orleans one where they punched it out. That was the one that, but I would say, the knock on him coming out was he couldn't run routes.
Mm.
Well, they don't ask you to run routes at Ole Miss, and he didn't have a quarterback that could throw to him, right?
Right.
But you're trying to project like, well, he was open on this slant, he was open on this go route, but the quarterback didn't look his way, or he threw it to one of the other 3 first-round picks that they had at wide receiver on that team, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was four kids in that wide receiver room that got drafted. 3 of them went in the second round, or whatever the guy from the Jets went to last year.
Second round.
Yeah. So and him and AJ, and there was another one the year they got drafted too. So, but anyway, if I'm gonna, these things don't happen in a vacuum, right? Like it sounds great. Trade DK, get draft capital. And I was on that train, and then you kind of look at it and assess it. If I'm trading DK, if Randy McDaniel is the GM of the Seahawks, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the Jets offered me the top 10 pick and a high second round pick, I might do it. Or if Kansas City or one of these teams offers me a first and a first next year, I might do it. Okay. But right now, as we're seeing this market, right, you had these guys move, supply and demand. The supply is starting to dry up on who's going to get traded, unless we really think Debo is going to get traded, which I don't.
No.
And I don't necessarily think the Titans are going to trade Brown either.
Titans got to figure out something though, because they've got a couple of guys that are log jamming up that they've got to figure out. Somebody's gonna. It's like it's a game of chairs and musical chairs.
The OBJ route of a first, a third, and Jabril Peppers, or that's. I would. He's not off limits, but it has to be a deal.
I mean, it's you got to blow us away, I guess. I do still come to the point of saying though, where I look at the way the team spent the money. I look at how they've drafted recently in the 20s, Randall, because let's say you get 2 first-round picks from Kansas City this year or from Green Bay this year. Yeah. Do I trust this front office with number 23 and number 28? Do I think they're going to do anything with those picks of substantial versus what DK Metcalf brings to the field versus with the known quantity I have right now?
We already have.
And I already have them. And I wish I had more confidence in my front office's ability to draft. There was this whole stat that was released about Schneider accumulating the most draft capital in that total volume formula thing that they spit out with all of his trade backs in recent years and all of his maneuvering. But it's like, what does that equate out to? You know,
Right.
we have Chris Carson's the last guy off of that 2017 draft that you had 13 players you drafted that still remains on the roster. You know, you don't do anything with those picks. It's one thing to accumulate picks. What do you do with those picks?
It's
I
kind of
got
like
quite.
a great band that has all these hits and then keeps releasing these studio albums. Like, well, they put out a bunch of albums. It's like, well, they didn't have any hits.
Right. It's a lot of movement. It's a lot of
Yeah.
spinning, but it's a lot of names. But if you're not bringing in special talent, we're at the crutch tier for me, Randall, of the DK situation. You have a big problem right now with finding elite talent.
Yep.
You can find talent. You can find guys that you can trot out onto a football field and they won't be
Yep.
completely embarrassing. You can't seem to find that elite talent. And
Sure.
you got one right now, and you
Right.
don't have a lot on your team. So get rid of that and hope your eye's going to go find that other guy. I just can't have that confidence they do. I say just add what you can and keep
Do you
stacking it.
think that part of this is like Schneider kicks himself for not trading Sherman when
Yeah, because that was a debate. That was the debate
Right.
right after the Super Bowl. They talked very, very, very
Probably-
seriously about it. Yeah.
So is some of him, answering for his previous sins, perhaps? Saying, well, I'm not going down that road. I'd rather trade him a year early than a year late.
No, I think he's now been put in more power now with what I think is the vice presidency / Carroll not having as much personnel control. And then with every man that suddenly now has gotten the opening up on the power structure of things, they're going to use it, and if he can do it, he can do it. And we know he loves draft picks as much as anything in the world. So it just makes sense.
Just right quick, speaking of the draft, I just jotted down and I know you want to, especially with that first pick, even I would say the first 3 picks, you need to go, and by default, the strength of this draft, to me, looking at it, is tackle, pass rush. You have a bevy of talent at those positions,
Mm-hmm.
which just happen to be our need, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say O-line's number 1. And to me, if Cross is available, I draft him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you could go back at 40 and 41, and you could go pass rush, back to back.
Mm-hmm.
And I would
Sure.
be happy with it. And who's the kid out of USC, Jackson? They kind of call him the freak.
Drake.
Yes. But I feel like we've been burned by US, and I know one year to the next, but who was Lawrence Jackson? Remember we drafted him in the home grid era?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
No.
I do. Yeah,
No.
no, I remember. Nothing.
Rasheem Green, nothing.
Rasheem Green, nothing.
But,
Yeah.
how many Wisconsin quarterbacks got drafted and didn't do anything, and then Russell came out,
But then you also go, there's been kind of a history of USC defensive ends that have come out and not necessarily done a whole lot. To me,
Right.
they've got the 5-star pedigree thing. And once
Yep.
they get out of the realm of, I can just rely on my natural talent and just kind of like slide by on what I naturally do. And actually now I have to get to be a technician and be refined in my craft. That's where they fall off. I think there's a lesson there, Randall, where
Yep.
sorry, Drake's got some rough edges to his game. He's not Rasheem Green rough. He's not to that point where Rasheem was, where it's like, you really need another year, but he ain't going to come out the box giving you a whole lot either.
Yeah.
You
What do you think? A guy like, would you go Cameron Thomas in the second round, or you think that's too high?
He's tweenery for me. He's real tweenery
But
for
we
me.
got that in position now.
Yeah, but I don't like him in a 3-4 end. And like, I don't know if he's going to be able to stand up. That's the thing.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not sure at the next level where he stands. Look, he's very great with his hands, as good a technician coming off the edges there is in this draft with his hands. And he's got some good athletic quickness to him where he can bounce around a tackle, with the first couple steps off of contact. But I haven't been able to quite get there with him on his tape.
Yeah. So I read that our boy Linderbaum has very short arms, and there's been like 3 or 4 centers drafted in the last 10 years with arms his length, and none of them panned out. So, But is that a deal where you're like, hey, look at the tape? He can play.
Yeah, I mean the arms thing, it's a worry, especially when you bring up the stat of how many centers that have been there, have done it, that haven't had that arm length. The thing that he can help to overcome that, you look at the thing that he brings, is he brings quickness and speed off the snap. So with the arm length situation, I have the defensive end right across from me, and we're both on equal footing. Snap comes. Now
You're
we
quick.
both our arms get up and then they both arrive at the same time. And the guy with the longer arms essentially wins because he hits me first. But if I counter that by getting into that contact quicker than his arms come up, which is if you watch Linderbaum, there's a little bit of that. He just kind of sloppers his body into guys a bit in the way he does it. It's his own little technique with how he rolls with it, and it works. He makes it go. So it wouldn't hold me back from drafting him. I wouldn't take him 9. But if you want to trade back in the first round and then jump at like 2021, I'd be all over it.
Wanted to trade up.
That's the one that stands out to me is come up, get Malik Willis. You drop down to 20, you get their second round pick.
Plus,
that's clean. Yeah, that's clean at that point to me. So I think that's the deal to be done.
Looked at the kid out of Utah or the kid out of Arizona at center, Nick Ford. He was the #1 blocker in the Pac-12 last year.
I think I have looked at both those guys. So let me take a quick little peek here, and bear with us, guys. We got a couple people on backing up here in the chat too. So in the room here, Randall. 1 second here. I did look at Ford. All right, Nick Ford. So Ford, he was a versatile lineman. They used him all over the Utes line. He moves a little better than average, but he's lacking the strength and power. But the move. Yeah, I didn't have my stats in there on his size, but he's a zone guy, great at double teaming.
I'm this guy. I buy this magazine.
I know you got the old school going there. My bottom line was athletically, he has some things you can't teach, but he needs to develop way more strength and play with more of a chip on his shoulder. I had him as getting a little bit too laissez-faire in his assignment and in his approach. I think are you speaking to, is it Donovan West is the one you're talking about? Yeah. So he's very quick off the snap. I liked him a lot better because of his ability to little bowling ball quickness. And he always lays the first punch, which I really liked about him. I think he might be a little more better suited to a man-on-man blocking style as opposed to doing he did a lot of taking on the 0 tech and 1 tech all on his own, one-on-one in their system. So I didn't see as much of the zone concepts applied with him. And he does struggle a little bit with moving in space, which has me worried with him if you're going to put him into a zone system and have him trying to get into the second level.
How about Lindstrom from BC?
Lindstrom, you said?
Yeah.
He's got that traditional trash can body you'd look for kind of at the center, just wide and big. He lays a real heavy hands. He's got real heavy hands, even more so than a guy like Linderbaum to that degree. Doesn't move as well as Linderbaum does. But he's very similar to Linderbaum, and they both kind of slab up on guys. It's like they're both just trying to sort of throw their body into a guy to kind of it's not even a shield technique like Creed Humphrey last year. It's like literally like I'm throwing the mass of my body into you, and there's not a lot you're going to do about it because I'm so wide, I can't get around it. And it works for them. They make it's unusual, but they both make it work kind of in that respect.
As Lindstrom's dad and his brother both played in the league, and then his other brother.
Mm-hmm. That is good. Yeah. His kid Falcons, I think his brother plays for. He's a good player. We
got to draft a center, and we have to.
We do, especially because there's the talent in this draft of it. You can go into the 4th, 5th round and find guys that are functionally good. The ASU kid, I mean, I'm not liking him in his own system, but he should be a functional center in this league, at least as a rotational backup guy. But there's guys. There's at least 5, 6, 7 guys you can look at center and say they should be starting.
And after pass rush, I put running back as our third need. And Hall, I like Walker out of Michigan State. I mean, I watched the tape. I watched him play. I mean, he ran a 4.39 at the combine, right?
He's not that fast on the field, though. It's one of those. It's like he ain't a 4.4 guy in the field.
Look, I mean, he had what, a 96-yard run. He busted the one versus was it the Michigan game? He had a long run down the sideline. So he doesn't look that fast, but he's not always getting caught from behind either.
He's not slow. I'll say that. It's more to me. He's more 4.5 than 4.4 because there is that. Rashad Penny to me is he ran a 4.45, but it's like the difference of he also ran a 4.45 at his pro day. Did Rashad, but he's a 4.4 guy on the field, and this guy to me is a 4.5 guy in the field.
Running but it's -10 in East Lansing too. Instead of he's not running on the beaches of San Diego State. But
That's true.
I don't know. I like Hall or I like Walker. I mean, if we took either of those guys with our second pick, with our second round pick, one of them, I wouldn't be mad about it.
And with Walker, so I don't hate him. It's just I have these guys, Randall, in the draft. There's always about a collection of 4 or 5 guys that I end up just walking away going, I can't, I don't get it. Like remember last year with Wilson coming out of BYU, and I kept telling you guys in the chat, I'm not getting it. It's not clicking in for me. I'm watching tape and it's not sinking in like it is for other people. Now I just missed the boat on some guys.
Yeah,
there's just guys that I don't. Sorry, go ahead.
Didn't Walker lead the country in rushing, or he was right up there for a lot of the season? And he's playing. He's not playing in the Big Sky.
No, he put up good. He put up great production, and look, he does everything good. There's nothing about his game I can pick apart. I will say it's funny with him if you watch his highlight reel. All of his runs, he starts to the right and then always peels back to the left side on his runs. He just wants to cut everything back to the left on like every single run. But he does everything really good. He reminds me of the kid out of Ohio State went to the Rams a couple of years ago, who just tore his ACL this last year, which is why your guy ended up getting a lot of run with them. I forget his name, but he's a running back they were really high on this year to be good. I'm blanking on his name. Remember they drafted him, I think, in the second round.
Huh.
I can't remember what his name is.
I think Zamir White. I don't think he's got a lot of tread on the tires, or he has a lot of tread on the tires. He didn't get a bunch at Georgia, right?
Right. He's a hammer.
He's probably a 5-star coming out. You know what I mean? Like he's probably the top 3 recruit in the country when he came out.
J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins was the guy I was looking for.
I like Dobbins.
I think Kenneth Walker looks like Dobbins to me. And it's again, it's not that I don't like him. It's just that if I'm drafting a running back in the second round, Breece Hall is a difference maker to draft in the second round. I don't see the Kenneth Walker difference maker on the tape.
I think rounds 3 or 4, a Zamir White, a Haskins from Michigan, or even a Robinson from Alabama.
See, that's the thing about you, Randall. You mentioned the alternatives. I can get these guys here in the 4th, or I take Kenneth Walker in the 2nd.
Right.
Versus I get the pass rusher in the 2nd round versus the pass rusher I could get in the 4th.
Yeah.
And it's like, what's going to be the more valuable of a pick to push there? You know what I'm saying?
I read a thing on last thing. I'll let the other guys jump on, or the other people. Dameon Pierce from Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see much about him? Not very many carries. He's a hammer. Breaks a ton of tackles.
I know I think he's Rob Stanton's guy. Stanton loves that guy. Yes, his running style is very unique, Randall. He's got this, you get the split-legged runners, right? The Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah.
Imagine going the opposite way. It's kind of like the knobby knees runners. Like when he's running, you almost expect his knees to be running and like kind of touching as they're going like this. Really, really hard runner. But the question's on the speed, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. He'll pull tacklers. Carroll's going to love him. He's a little shorter than Carroll will sometimes gravitate towards, but he's got a little bit of the Thomas Rawls element to him, just not quite that first 3-step quickness that Thomas had, which is where, to me, I drop him down a little bit because I don't think he's got a lot of speed, and I don't know that he's got a lot of burst. He runs hard. He's hard to bring down.
I think you could plug a lot of people in. Chris Carson ran hard, yada, yada. We liked him for a year or two. But how talented is really a Chris Carson? Like, he doesn't have that. You saw Penny. He's got that burst, right? I want somebody with some juice.
Well, I think that's
take it to the house.
It's so important because if you have blockers that have a hard time getting their blocks laid or can't hold on and lay that block for very long, having a guy that can arrive in the hole at 0.4 seconds faster than a guy than the alternative means maybe the difference between the play going nowhere like it was with Carson in the early part of the year versus Penny at the end of the year, who is getting through those holes and then getting to the second level and breaking him off for 50 yards.
Who's the kid from South Dakota? People are real high on. Is it North Dakota?
Watson?
North Dakota?
The receiver?
No, there's a running back, I thought. No?
There may be. Let me take a look.
And there's a bunch of receivers too. A bunch of receivers, which they're always every year. There's more receivers. Every year, it's like it doubles.
I don't know if I've looked at the guy you're mentioning, Devontae Price. That's not it.
Yeah, I think that's the name.
Is Devontae Price? I like Price. I got him in the 3rd round. So
where did he go to school?
I got it here. I think Florida International, so that's
Maybe-
not it.
Yeah, maybe that's him.
Because I don't have a Dakota running back on my
Well,
list.
We're 4 weeks from the draft.
Yeah, but I like him. I liked him a lot. He's that explosion you want. 4.38, 9.11 broad jump. I've got Antonio Gibson as my player comp for Devontae Price. Upright runner with breakaway speed, great vision. You can cut back, knack for finding the hole, hard to bring down, tough, very good hands.
Uh-huh.
And I had him if he runs before I saw what his 40 ended up. I said if he's anywhere near 4.4 in his pro day, go jump in on this guy. So if you get him up in the early third round, you're picking him. That guy's going to fit very well to what we're talking about. We want out of a running back.
What do you think we're going to trade DK?
I do, because I think, like I said, I think there's a little drunk on power thing going on with John right now. I do. I not to get personal with him. Like it's understandable why he is.
Oh,
like
he's
if
drunk.
well, you know, I mean, it's like Carroll's been overriding him, I think, on a lot of stuff over the years, and now he's like, now finally I have the power. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, and what are you going to do with it? I'm going to use it. So I don't. I get it. I get it if he's going to take that route. And like I said, there's so many people that have made so many good points on why it's smart to move on from DK that I have to give some ground here, that even though it's not what I want, but to acknowledge that it might be the right decision. So that's not going to leave my butt as burned as some of the other things that this organization does, like blowing $50 million on nothing.
Yeah.
On zero, you know? Well, Randall, thank you for coming on in, brother. We're going to try to do this again more, and I'm going to be up on the Mariner channel there on the other side. So we got that thing rolling. We'll be doing
tomorrow.
I think I got to get to 100 subs before I can live stream over there. So we got to get up to 100 subs on it. But if we can do that, then we're
everybody waiting for.
I know. Get over on that Mariner channel, folks. Crow's Nest, so we can get.
Guys.
Thank you, Randall.
Later.
And BK voiceover, you're going to be the next on in here. Let me just get a quick donation here. Catch up on my donations. Charles Riley with the $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, "Hey, gang, sorry I'm late. I certainly wasn't watching West Side Story on Disney." No, not you, Charles. If that's why you were thinking I'm late, by the way. Well, I was going to say something, but you said it already. So now it's definitely in everybody's mind. Here's to Jose Rodriguez, by the way, looking for our Carson. Yeah, man. Here's Jose. Jose's killing on his channel too. So glad to hear he's up to nearly 500, man. He's been grinding hard, and it's good to see he's getting the return on that. But thank you, Charles. I do appreciate the donation on that, man. Very kind. It's good to see you're on in here. Paul Third with a $2 donation says Bruce Arians retired. Boyle is new Bucs head coach. Yeah, Bruce retires, and they're going with a defensive-minded head coach. Boy, Brady finally gets out from under a defensive-minded coach after 20 years, and he's right back with another defensive-minded coach. Or is a Tom Brady trade imminent? Is Tom Brady going to the 49ers? Is Tampa Tom going to the San Fran 49ers? Should we read into this ball? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, man. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not saying I know for certain here. And bear with me here, BK. I'll be right with you in just 2 seconds here. Just want to catch up on my chats just real quick. Charles with another $5 donation says, Randy, they always have to shape it up. Seahawks D, Randy. That's ridiculous with all the resources they spend on the D while Russ asked for a line. Yes, Charles, it's been ridiculous how much they've spent on the defense, considering how much they have desperately needed. Even this offseason, look at all the money they put, and you've not even touched your offensive line. You supposedly made a run at Trent Brown, but did you make a real serious run at Trent Brown, or did you just kind of make a footsie run at Trent Brown? Did you say, we'll fly you out, we'll get you a steak dinner, we'll let you drive your price up with New England, we'll fly you back and make an extra $5 million, we won't have to sign you. We can keep going with the also rans at our offensive line positions. Bada bing, bada boom. I don't know. I'm just saying, maybe something like that. Randall says, Brando, would you trade DK for the 22 second round pick? No, Charles. No. I'm going to need way more than that. That's like the garnish you're throwing on top of that trade entree. That's the mere garnish. That ain't the full, that ain't the steak. That ain't the steak, Randall. I need way more than that. Randall coming hot with the donos today here. By the way, I'm still never going to get over Brando being related to Dr. Johnny Fever from WKRP. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Charles. That's right. I'm related to Dr. Johnny Fever. I'm Brandon Fever. So that's my kin from up out of Missouri. What came up in there. But yeah, it runs in the blood, man. My father was a DJ, Dr. Johnny Fever. You could say it's maybe in the DNA. It's maybe in the DNA. Megan Gockroger with the $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, now BA is out of Tampa Bay. Will Tom Brady retire? I don't know if he'll retire. First question I'm going to be asking you, BK, in a second here is if you think, let's bring in BK here. Let's see what he has to say on this here. BK, is Tom going to San Fran? Is he retiring? What's going on with this?
Oh man, I just heard about the Bruce Arians news like a little bit ago, but man. Tom to 49ers would probably be my biggest nightmare, like going into this year. So praying that doesn't come true.
Wouldn't it be just the chef's kiss on an off season for this particular off season? If the end of it is that we get to learn at the end is that Tom's going to San Francisco now, just a nice finishing touch to the off season at that point.
Yeah, man. That would be just the real turn the punch bowl to end an already underwhelming off season. So
yeah. Well, either way, it's probably related, isn't it? Wouldn't you say that whatever Arians is doing, there's probably something related to what's going on with Tom in the background for this retirement to come out. I'm not sure in what way, but you would think somehow.
Yeah. At first going in, I thought the whole like retirement shtick was just like a PR stunt. And now with the whole Bruce Arians stepping down as head coach, I wonder if there's a little more juicy tidbits that are going on in the background that we might not be privy to. So
someday the book's going to be amazing.
Oh, 100%.
Well, what's on your mind today, BK? And thanks for jumping on in on here on the stream and waiting on there. I appreciate you hold there for a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the show. Love to hear all the discourse going on among Seahawks fans. So I guess one of the big things I keep hearing coming around is the idea of a DK trade. And I've heard both sides of that. I understand he's going to be expensive. Understand that you could get a pretty decent haul, probably in draft capital and maybe at a couple of players. But the other side of this that I think isn't being discussed enough, I don't think, is the impact it might have on a locker room like this, especially after losing your franchise QB and Bobby, who is the heart and soul of this defense for so many years. I mean, I don't know if you saw that one like Diggs tweet on the other day where I think Matt Judon was trying to recruit him over.
Yeah.
And he comes back as like, yeah, if DK is gone, I might be gone too. And I think that might be more than just Diggs wanting out if DK bounces. So that's just my initial thoughts on that.
It's well said. To your point, again, it's the part of this that does not get discussed. Everything else gets turned over from what is he worth draft capital to what should he cost to is he worth signing, but nobody ever turns over of, hey, he's the quotient is known in that locker room as to what DK is, and he's a monster and he's on the rise, and you lose him from your locker room, your team is in worse shape the day after you lose him, and significantly so. And it's part of why to be honest with you, it hasn't factored as much into my reasoning on it, just because I say, hey, the cap's going to go through the roof in the next couple of years. He's a young kid. He's still going to probably make another contract beyond this. You're going to get the prime of his career. It's just all the stuff I've said that I'm in on it for that. You just make another point that only just seals that further. Like I've already closed it. Now we're just taking when they do that in the movies and they close the overhead latch on it and then they start sealing it with the big, like they do on the submarines. That's basically what you do at that point for me. But it's well said, because there's no way you're making this trade and it's just the locker room's like, oh, okay, no DK, we're good. No, we're fine. No, we're good. Second toughest division football, we're fine.
100%. I think on that podcast as well, I don't think when he like went in and like, hey, when he was talking with Pete during like the contract negotiations, apparently he's like, hey, are we rebuilding? And Pete says no. I don't know how you can, on top of trading your franchise QB, releasing Bobby, and trading DK, stare at somebody like dead in the eyes and be like, oh yeah, we're totally fine. We're not rebuilding.
Well, you touch on something. Let me ask you that about this, because this is where I'm wondering in my own mind where I sit. I don't have a firm answer on. This is how I feel. Are we certain at this point that we can be let's take Carroll. Just on this, that he's being overtly truthful, that he's being really or that there is a little bit of, maybe as he's growing older, a little bit more of that all's fair in love and war in football kind of way to things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't really know how to respond to that, but like, I think you made a point earlier, and I also watched Brendan's channel, and he also kind of hashes this point out as well. Is they might be Jody might have sat them down at that end of the season meeting that they had and just straight up, I'm like, yo, I'm going to be selling the team in a couple of years. I just want this to be in a state that it's acceptable for
The sale to go
bring in
through.
for the sale of the team. Exactly. So
Yeah.
she might have been like, hey, I'm giving you guys full reins. Do what you can in the next couple of years. If you win a championship, great. But I think they're just like giving them free rein to do what they see as best.
Right.
So.
And if that's the case, then, I mean, and I'm not saying this for sure, but it certainly is at least, let's say it's at least a possibility, right? You have Quandre in, if you let Quandre walk, already knowing you're cutting Bobby, already knowing you're trading Russell, that you're going to very well put your locker room in peril. You've got to bring back Quandre regardless of what he brings onto the field just for that aspect of it. And so you're going in that moment of, I got this is my last job. I'm Carroll. I don't have to worry about some long range reputation. He told me that they were going to compete and then they didn't compete. He goes, I don't care. And then Quandre can come in and say, I want to trade, but it's not like he can force his way out of town anymore. You just got paid. We can't afford to move your bonus money. You're stuck here, buddy. Sorry. Too bad. So sad, at least for the next 2 years.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
like you. I'm not sure. I wonder, BK. I'm not positive. It's just something that I sort of turn over and wonder, man, is he just at a stage of like, I'm going to say whatever I want to say and I don't have to care. And it's like, Clint Eastwood, Gran Turismo style,
Yeah, that could very well be the case. I don't know. Just like in the decade that we've like had with Pete, I don't think he has that in him. I just don't think he's that kind of guy. But
I wouldn't either. But then he did tell us he wasn't trading Russell Wilson 3 days before he traded Russell Wilson,
Yeah, I mean, who knows what to believe as far as what went down in those rooms. Like one group says like, oh, well, I didn't demand the trade. You got in Russ's camp, you got others being like, oh, yeah, well, Russ didn't want to be here, so we were trying to move him. So who knows what the real story is at this point.
Where are you at right now as far as what you'd like to see the team take as far as steps forward go? What are you in fully in the team rebuild? Or are you in, let's try to turn this around a little faster than that if we can and just use the 2012 blueprint?
So I'm going to cheat a little bit.
Okay.
And I'm going to say it's both. I could see Pete absolutely going for something more of like that Patriots style rebuild where they let Brady go. They were mediocre to bad for a season. I think they went like 7-9 that one season. They used that draft pick to go and get Mac Jones and rebuild and really be big spenders in free agency. And then a season later, they're back in the playoffs. I don't think that they were Super Bowl favorites in any way, but I think that they were in a much better position than they were. So I do like the approach of like getting rid of some of the old hands, getting younger. I really like the Nwosu signing to be opposite of Darrell Taylor, even if I think the contract was a little rich. But yeah, I like the direction they're going as long as they commit to it and don't fall into the bad habits that we've seen them get into in the past. And
so the only thing you worry about with that I'd wonder, are you okay then at the point where, because you might be good enough, like for instance, this year, just good enough to not be, kind of my worry right now is a lot of the people in the chat are looking at that 2023 draft and they're going, oh, let's get Young or let's Stroud or we'll get Leva. And you go, oh, we're at like you mentioned the Patriots, you were at 15 and they did land Mac Jones and Mac Jones was awesome for them last year. But Mac Jones also a high floor guy, maybe not as much a ceiling ahead of him. He's probably maybe reached at what he's going to be. And he was the 5th quarterback in that draft that you're taking at that point. You weren't getting the prime cut, beef at that point, so to speak.
Exactly. Honestly, I saw like Justin Fields fall in there for a little bit and I was like terrified that they'd get Fields at that point. But
I couldn't believe it.
So
yeah, I couldn't believe that he dropped as much as he did. It was like, okay. But Mac went to the perfect place. I wasn't surprised to see him take off. I do think though that he's not a guy when it's all said and done, you're going to walk away from this last draft last year and go, that was the best quarterback of that draft. I think you'll end up seeing those other guys develop and get to that realm. So you've been okay then relatively with this off season and the direction they've taken and said, okay, this is, where were you when the Russ thing kind of went down?
I think I was more shocked than anything, mainly because like I was at work when it went down. So I'd been like away from my phone for a few hours and then I pull it out and out of the blue, I see like, oh yeah, like Drew Lock is part of this trade to Seattle. And I had no idea what the context was. So I'm like, what sort of idiot would trade for Drew Lock? On top of that, and then saw the Schefter tweet and my heart dropped a little bit. But yeah, after I sat down and really thought about it, the compensation I think ended up being fair. And I mean, if Russ wanted out, I think you had to get him out at the door this season. If you waited till next season, he would decrease his value even more. So you made the most of a bad situation. And then kind of jumping off that, the Bobby cut cut me to the core.
Oh,
I did see that. I did see it coming. Deep inside, from like a cap savings move, I kind of understand it, but like losing like a first ballot Hall of Famer and one of the greatest Seahawks players to ever wear the uniform is definitely hurt. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. It's one of the reasons I didn't like the Jordan Brooks pick a couple years ago was not just because you're moving Jordan out of his natural position for 2 years, but it was going to usher, because you're going to have that ticking clock in the background of, we got to get Jordan to the middle. We got to get Jordan to the middle. We got to get Jordan to the middle. And I knew that was going to maybe prematurely push them with Bobby out the door even a year or two earlier than they necessarily had to, just because of that decision.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So did they get enough for Russ? You think? Did they do as good as they could with that?
At first, I thought they got a little less than what I was expecting, but I think that was probably the best that they were going to get, or something really close. They might have been able to get a first-round pick somewhere else, but again, Russ has that no-trade clause, so he can nix any trade or any place he doesn't want to go to. So I think they got the best offer they were going to get. I mean, if that Bears trade ended up being real, where they would get 3 first-rounders, a later round pick, and a couple other players, maybe that would have been better. But
would you have taken that last year?
God, no.
In retrospect, now, if you're Michael J. Fox and you go in your time, you could go in your time machine back to last year, knowing the trade capital this year, and maybe even, how about this, knowing the year that you just had to undertake.
That is, yes, it would have been even worse because we already have to take on a monster dead cap hit because of trading Russ. Yeah. And if we traded him a year earlier, it would have been
fully cleared.
Well worse. Yeah. I think we would have owed him I think it would have been like a
38.
39, 38. Okay. Yeah. $38 million dead cap hit. So
ridiculous. But I mean, hey, it's also, you're out, then you're free and clear after last year. You could have gone in this off season with just a ton of cap space. Now the Bobby situation isn't pushing you as hard to have to make that decision, because you can afford, if you got to ride with him for a 20 mil, fine, ride with him a 20 mil in the last year of his deal. Like you could. I don't have an answer for you on that, by the way. I don't know which way I would go with that, because I do like the haul better from Denver. I think the 3 first-round picks from Chicago, in retrospect, won't be looked at quite as good as I think we will be looking at the totality of this package when all of the blasts have occurred and all of everything's settled down. There's no smoke anymore. I think I'm not buying in yet on Denver being this runaway team in the AFC next year. Are you?
I have the Chargers running away with the division at this point.
I love they've had the best offseason, I think, of any NFL team, just not in the totality, making an assemblage of moves, but in every move has been surgical, and that you could go, oh, that's good. Oh, that makes a lot of sense with that. Oh, I can see where that goes into that. And that all comes with putting the team together, not just putting in a variety of players that are good together, but a team that can operate. So I'm with you. I'm riding with the Chargers number 1. And I don't think that they overtake the Chiefs. And Oakland's kind of a wild card. Who knows what to expect with them, but they got a lot of talent too. So
reunited Derek Carr with his favorite wide receiver in college. So.
I know, man. Those guys have a love affair for the ages, don't they? Mm-hmm. He wanted out of it. Green Bay's like, no, we will pay you exactly what they're paying them. It's like, no, I go to Las Vegas.
I mean, Green Bay is not a super far drive from where I'm at, and I can tell you nobody wants to play in Green Bay.
I can't blame them. God love the people in Titletown. That weather does not look fun to play. Like you watch it through the TV. There's those stadiums you watch the TV. You're like, ooh, I don't like. You kind of shiver a little. Like I wouldn't want to be on that field. There's no way I'd want to be on that field. Like ooh, that's one of those fields, and it's like it just looks always cold. Mm-hmm. The guy that said frozen tundra 30 years ago, whatever that guy's name, he was absolutely on point with that comment.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
But the frozen tundra. I love those old NFL films, man. When those guys they got those smoky voices. They've been doing 2 packs a day for 20 years. Laying the narration down like nobody else. Well, any other thoughts or any other place you want to go on the discussion here today?
No, yeah, I think that wraps up kind of what I wanted to talk about. Again, thanks for throwing this. It was a ton of fun. And yeah.
Well, I'd love to keep doing more of these too. So I've been late in getting this up, but I'd love to have more kind of interaction, just see where people said. Let me ask you one other question. I've been meaning to ask a lot of people on the coming through on this, but there's this one other one that's just pressing because I get people in the chat talking about it. But do you feel like Carroll and Schneider did enough for Russell Wilson during his last 5 years here to get the most out of his time?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. You thought is that I agree with this. You know where I stand on this, obviously, but
Yeah. Does he make his offensive lines look a lot worse than they actually are? 100%. I think that's fact at this point. But like, the question still comes up is like, what would Russell Wilson have done if we gave him like a top 10 offensive line? And like, while we can assume like, yeah, he would probably make it look a little worse, we're never going to know because we've never given him that. We never gave him that opportunity. So
no, we don't. And you look at him at the skills challenge where he's got nothing but clear free air to throw to, and he's pinpoint, and you start to go, what if he just had that time to sit back there and look around like that and just take his time to really, think about where he wants to go and how he wants to attack with it and do it and go after it. It's going to hurt, BK. It's going to hurt big time if Denver builds a great pass blocking offensive line completely built around his skill set and he's able to just go and really fly to heights that we've never seen for a full season. That one's going to be a bitter pill to have to swallow.
Yeah, that's for sure. Just one quick second.
Oh, yeah. And Ethan Tech World, you'll be up here next in just a sec. And then Max S, you will be behind Ethan Tech World. So, all right, we got the Seahawks gear. There we go.
Yeah, is this a little better for the people calling me a secret Niners fan in the chat?
Oh, Jesus. No. Don't look at the chat, man. Don't look at the chat.
I know. That's the first mistake. All right.
That's awesome. Oh, hell yeah.
All right.
Well, BK, thank you so much, man. And I appreciate you jumping in. And when I do this again, hop back in, man.
Yeah,
we'll be doing this. We'll pop in this again. Thank you, BK. Appreciate you. Yeah. And Ethan, I'll be right back over with you. I'm going to get a little more coffee, and I'll be right back. So 2 seconds. All right. Now I've been behind on this chat, so sorry about that, Tom. 1 sec here, Ethan. Tom Cox asks 2 1s for DK, my opinion. My opinion kind of varies on that, Tom. Jose kind of knocked my block off with the perspective offer of saying, what about 2 first rounds in the teens? That the Eagles would be all willing to offer that. 2 first round picks in the teens in this draft is going to be hard for me to turn down. That'd be an about appropriate offer for DK. And if they offered that, that's them taking a big swing. That's them coming correct in trying to blow the Seattle Seahawks off in that trade. I still want to hold on to DK, but that would give me pause. The Kansas City potential offers, 2 first round picks in this draft in the 20s, or Green Bay's similar 2 first round picks in the 20s. I don't know if that does quite enough for me because my organization recently hasn't shown enough of an ability to knock the ball out of the park when picking in the 20s of the draft. So you're moving on from a talent in DK, and you very well could replace him with 2 LJ Colliers. I can't sign off on that. I can't. Now, the teens is a little bit of a different spot, especially in this particular draft. And you're talking about a Jordan Davis versus, whatever in the 20s. It's a different area. But I don't want to do the Tom 1 first round this year and 1 first round next year either. Not really. I wouldn't want to do that. But if it was a top 10 first round pick this year and another first round pick next year, that would probably be enough for me to pull the trigger at that point. I definitely probably would at that point. You'd have me all in. But it's Tom, it has to be completely on what exactly is the exact offer, I think, on this one. Because it does matter. Because I'm so torn on not wanting to do this type of trade. I want to just hold on to him. That's where my predilection is here. But I got to admit, there's always going to be an offer, right, Tom, that can break the bank and turn something over and make it happen. All right, let's get Ethan on in here. Ethan Tech World, welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. How you doing, my guy?
Good. I'll show my face. Why not?
Show your face, man. Hey, what's up?
Hello.
How you doing, Ethan?
Good. How's it going?
I'm doing awesome, man. How about yourself?
Good. Getting through this whole college application process.
Oh, it's a tough
done.
one. Where are you trying to head to?
I think I'm staying local. I think I'm going to UW.
There you go. Hey, nothing wrong with that, man. You're in the city, and there's always a lot going on down there in downtown. So it's not a bad way to go at all, especially for a college student. You don't need a car. Just walk around down there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just walk around. So what's on your mind today, man? What's on your mind as far as our Seahawks go?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about it overall. I haven't explored too much of the I shouldn't be looking at the chat right now. I haven't explored too much of the later mid to late second round and further back because we haven't had a late or a high first round pick in so long. So I've just been, it's like, ooh, finally.
Yeah,
right.
You have been able to enjoy yourself in a draft for years. Might as well
Exactly.
make up for lost time.
Right. So one thing before I forget for the draft for the number 9 pick is we have a few options that we could potentially see. Right. One is a left tackle of the future. Another is another big pass rusher, and then another is a big cornerback. And I think that Sauce, Ahmad Gardner, he just looks so fun, right? But I think that's the trap. I think that's the trap.
You got to explain, elaborate. What's the trap?
Because that's how we're stuck in this box.
Okay.
And we're always saying, let's improve the offensive line. The way to make your defense actually much better is through the pass rush, and the rest takes care of itself to an extent. And I think that doing one of those two over the corner will be better in the long run. But
I'll say this, for a guy going to college, that's a very grown up decision, right? Because you got the choice of having the Porsche, you got the fast Porsche in there looking at you, and you're like, ooh, that thing's gonna corner, it's gonna look nice, and it's gonna be all right. Or you can just, you could take the boring, SUV. It's gonna get you there. It's gonna handle. You need to go off road a little bit. It'll let you go off road. Porsche ain't going off road, but Porsche's nice. It's good to look at. Here's my question to you. Let's say Coach Carroll looks at Ahmad Gardner and he says, "That's Richard Sherman reborn with 4.4 speed."
Yeah.
Do you think you know where I'm going with this, right? You know where I'm going, Ethan. Does Coach Carroll have it in him at this point in his career to see the reborn Richard Sherman with 4.4 speed to go for the SUV left tackle?
I mean, you said it yourself a stream or two ago. He's molded out of clay.
It is, right?
To be the perfect corner.
It's his type. It's Carroll's type. It's the buddy we all have that has the girl that he loves short blondes that are really thin. And he's like, here's a short, thin blonde. And you can see Carroll's star eyes without even seeing two of them together in the same room. I could just see him in my mind looking at his film, just, like a cartoon where the cartoons have the hearts come out of their eyes and they're like, doo-doosh, doo-doosh. You remember that in Looney Tunes, they do that? That's what I picture Carroll when he's looking at Gardner's tape.
Yeah. I mean, you know what it's like? I have the perfect comparison. So I really wanted to go to a school on the East Coast, really, really badly. But, in the long run, at least how things are going right now, blah, 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 long story, staying local is the choice that I'm going to have to lean towards. And it's like picking the out of state is like picking the so fancy cornerback.
It's true. And I'm with you for the record. I'm with you. But I think we got to look, when we look at this, I always say, you got to look at it through what you think's the smart thing to do versus what you think probably the team gravitates towards doing. Because very often it can tend to be those are two different roads that branch off in different directions. To me, Cross is a pretty safe guy. Some people have questions about size with him. I think he's going to be. I like to say meat and potatoes when it's all boring, right? When it's not a pick that's going to get a lot of people excited or jumping out of their chair and fist pumping. It's just like, okay, it's left tackle, all right. But hey, it's a left tackle that's a guy that now you start to build that line right, and you're starting to put good parts and pieces there, and it's something to build off of. You got the left tackle taken care of. That's the most important spot on that offensive line by far still, I think. By far still.
Yeah, I mean, unless Gardner is like the transcendent guy that like
okay,
Sherman,
if he's Sherman, if you know you're getting Richard Sherman versus knowing you're gonna. Here's the question. We got to get down to this, Ethan. This is the nitty gritty, man. We get nitty gritty here. You got the next Richard Sherman, or you have you'll be drafting a 10-year above average but not star, above average, so not average but above average left tackle next 10 years, or you're getting a Sherman for 6.
Are we ready? Are we going to be ready to?
You don't know that.
To go
you don't
for
know
that
that. This is
Ethan,
this is early team building. This ain't late team building.
Yeah.
We're in the early stages here, man. So you don't get to make that call right now. We don't get to make that prediction. Everything's the unknown at this point. Everything's a question mark into the future. So you got to make that call right now to think, do I trust this team in 2 years to put him, to your question, to put him in that position to take advantage of him riding high like he would be in that shorter period of time? I don't know. You don't either, but you got to make that call when you make this pick.
I mean, to be clear, I'm not going to be mad if they take him at 9.
I know you wouldn't.
Like,
but you didn't answer the question. You didn't answer the question. I know it's a hard one.
No,
you got,
okay. So, I mean, it'll. What was the question again?
This is why general managing yard. You got an option. You got 10 years of Charles Cross, above average left tackle play for you, or you get 6 years of Richard Sherman.
Yeah.
Do you trust this front office? Yeah, see, you don't trust that front office. See, that's it. That's why that answer tells you a lot, Ethan. Because if you trust this front office, you go for the star power. But you don't trust this front office, and you need a little bit more of. I need to make sure I'm hitting the center of the fairway here versus risking hitting going off into the rough. Which is it's not. You're not wrong. It's completely smart. I'm in the same place with this front office where I'm like, I don't know that I trust them either to do this as a turn or a quick turnaround. I was the previous BK I was talking about. We're saying we'll kind of take a middle approach where it's not the full rebuild. It's maybe a year rebuild. But I don't know if they can turn this around that fast because they've not shown an ability or a penchant yet to be able to add that upper level talent that you need to add to then elevate the team up to being a team that can be elite and truly compete. Right.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't feel the rush. Well, we'll get into the quarterback thing eventually, but I don't feel the rush to get out to go and get somebody better than Drew Lock yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what if you go get Baker Mayfield? What do you get? Maybe 3 more wins, if that.
Mm-hmm.
And what is that getting you? A few more hours of a happy Sunday, and then 3 more happy Sundays, and then we have a worse draft pick next.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which is a bigger deal than just the worst draft pick, right? Because you have the other teams will be up ahead of you wanting a quarterback, and now you're not in a position to go get your quarterback of the future at that point. And Baker's a free agent.
Right. So, plus we traded. Part of the trade was Drew Lock. You might as well see what you got. You don't have to pay more for him right now.
Mm-hmm. And if he goes out there and balls out and you still aren't sold on him, you could franchise him and flip him for a pick and then go get your quarterback in the draft if you want.
I mean, weren't we going to – we were talking a lot about doing a potential trade with the Eagles at one point, right? Give us those 3 first-round – or no, the 2 first-round picks this year and then like Jalen Hurts or something. Weren't we going to do something like, but what if Jalen Hurts is – good, then we can trade him again and get even more picks for him. So why not the same with Drew Lock?
it's gone out of football, right? It used to be in the 90s and early 2000s a lot more of teams would try to get those quarterbacks in that they had even drafted high while they've got their number one guy. And then they're sort of doing it with an eye towards a year or two down the line, being able to use it like a commodity that you then move out on the open market and get the much bigger return back for what you invested in. And it's a smart process. The problem is that it takes a general manager who knows he's not going to get fired, number one. Number two, knows that there's going to be a team that will then want to give you the value for that player at the time. Look at the 49ers right now, right? They can't, do they want Garoppolo or do they not want Garoppolo? Right. Are they trying to trade him or are they not trying to trade him? Right. They're giving you some mixed signals. And that's part of that. That's where you can get stuck in it is like, oh, now we've got our Trey Lance, but he's not quite ready, but he is kind of ready. But we have one guy that's a little more ready, but then we don't really like him. And then it's kind of a bad spot to be in, especially if you're a team that considers yourself a Super Bowl contender, I guess. We can call it that.
I mean, it's kind of funny. I have a friend who's a 49ers fan, and I also have a friend who's a Broncos fan.
Did he call you right after the trade, the Broncos fan?
Oh, I found out in biology class.
Oh,
and they're like, "Oh, did you see Russell Wilson?" The whole thing. And then I was having a bad day. That
they got to break the news to you. They broke the news.
No, they're just talking about it. And then I checked on my phone.
But they were the initial ones that told you? Like you're in the room and you were hearing them talk about it? Oh, dude. People revel in that type of stuff, They revel.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to take this down soon. That's a Russell Wilson poster.
Oh, geez. Yep.
I'm gonna have to take that down soon enough.
I got to retire my Let Russ Cook shirt, man. I mean, that one's going to the back of the closet now,
Yeah. But it's like I was saying, like my friend is so excited. We got Russell Wilson, the Broncos fan. And I'm like, there's always he could be a brand new Russell Wilson, right? He definitely could.
Yeah.
But don't act like it's set in stone and he's just gonna take him to be the next big team, because you have a division that it's the new West, but in the AFC, and it just keeps getting better, and I keep getting so much more excited when the rest of the AFC West adds more talent, because I don't care. I don't care. I want the Broncos to do horrible.
That's
next year.
That's right.
Every Russell Wilson to throw. I don't care if he's on my wall right now. I want him to do so bad next year.
The very next year after that, I wish him the best. Go win stacks of MVPs after this next year, but this next year, fall on your face. I'm completely crap the bed. That's what you need to do, Russ. Sorry, but that's what needs to happen. And you're right. Look, the thing about the new Russ, maybe, but here's the other thing that they're not considering too, is there's a lot of things this team has done over the years to mold this towards Russell Wilson. And it took a lot of learning Russell Wilson and learning the type of player he is and his limitations and what gets the most out of his game. Broncos have to take that counter and take it kind of down to zero, unless they're just letting him tell them everything that he wants them to do, which I doubt that they are to that degree exactly. So it may be a good fit for them, but it's not this like runaway. Oh, it'll absolutely be him taking off to the next level. And then to your point, that's the toughest division in football now. We are no longer the toughest division in NFC West. His arrival there and all they've done this offseason in totality on top of that has made it the toughest division in football. And as we've learned in this division, you get all of those guys beating on each other. It's hard for one to really separate themselves from the rest. Everybody kind of gets into the same slog.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know, did the Broncos upgrade that O-line in free agency?
They're down to Brandon Shell, man. They're trying the Seahawk way of it, man. They're trying to get him in.
I mean,
he's got to be just sitting there going because they signed DJ Jones, right? They signed the 49er defensive tackle, and then they signed Randy Gregory from the Cowboys. And he's got to be just sitting over there going, damn, man, same old stuff. You guys you're like always back to the defense, huh, coach? Always back to the plane
back to Seattle.
yeah, exactly. But look, they were 28th in pass protection last year, Ethan, with this offensive line. And a guy that holds on to the ball as long as Russell does with the 28th in pass protection, you go, okay, I'm not a numbers guy really, but that doesn't seem like that adds up to a really beneficial to your offensive type of approach.
Yeah, and I don't only blame Russ. I don't only blame the front office. Like, it's a collective thing. But of course, we're never going to be able to see Russell Wilson behind a elite offensive line here. And that's unfortunate. But at the same time, he's for the last year and a half, he played quite poor, to be honest. And just because he didn't have an elite offensive line, there's so many moments where he has 5 to 7 seconds, maybe even more, behind an O-line, and you see what he does when he has that time. He chucks it deep even though he has into double coverage, even though he has a wide open guy 5 to 10 yards down the field. So if he wants to continue playing like that, have fun in Denver. I don't want to pay you $50 million.
Yeah. And that was part of what drove this choice, right? Is it was that $50 million decision next year that was going to push whether you did this or not. It wasn't just about whether he wanted out or wanted to stay. It was about, well, next year we've got this ticking time bomb of a situation we've got to deal with, and the cost is only going up. And he's not playing good enough to do $50 million, Ethan. I need my quarterback to elevate the talent around him, not expect the talent to elevate him. And that seems to be a little bit of the tacit expectation, not only from a guy like Russ, but a guy like Aaron Rodgers, who talks out of one mouth about needing to be paid the highest guy, and then about other side about, I need more of a team around me. I want my team. Like, well, you got to choose a lane here, buddy. You can't have it both ways. It's a cake and eat it too situation. Are you 50-50 when you look at this split between Russell Wilson and the front office as far as blame goes? Would you say each of you got an equal share of this, or do you put more one to the other?
Ooh, this goes. I wrote this down so I wouldn't forget.
Okay.
I think I'll lean towards Russ in this part, but both of these, after watching these guys for the last 10 years, and especially when the team has been not so good, these guys are so good at manipulation, especially Russell Wilson. Like, I commend him for it. Like, he's really good at it. Because you can believe like, oh man, this is going to be good this next week. That I like what they're saying, or this free agency, I like what they're saying. But like, all these times, Russell Wilson has said, "I'm going to stay here. I love Seattle." Sure, he might love Seattle, but then he had to waive his no trade clause, right? So there's something where he didn't want to stay here.
That's 100% right. This is why I was on this a year ago with him laying what I called laying the groundwork. That's why I said last offseason, this is groundwork he's laying. It's to set the stage for next offseason. And I landed on this early with Russell Wilson because of the fact you could see he was so hyper vigilant about paying attention to his public persona. I mean, it is in every word he says. You can see him like processing. I think it's why they think he's a robot. It's like he's processing every sentence he's about to say. It's almost like just to make sure it's exactly on point, on message, saying exactly the right wording and intonation, not inferring something he doesn't want to infer. And so he's a guy that careful with stuff. You've got to follow things a little bit more now, not what's coming out of his mouth, but what's happening in the background action-wise and what you're hearing and stuff that's getting leaked out. It's him having his agent leak to Colin Cowherd. And then start paying more attention to that stuff because he might as well be saying nothing. His mouth's moving, his lips are moving, words are coming out, but nothing is actually being said with anything tangible. And I'm not trying to knock Russ. That's the path he's taken as far as where he wants to go, and that's gotten him great success. So who am I to knock it? But it also doesn't help you get a keen understanding of what's going on inside his mind. I don't think any of us really know who Russell Wilson is. Guys played her 10 years. I don't know who the guy is at all. I don't know what he is personality-wise. I truly don't. He's like an amoeba that just like can change to anything in any moment almost a little bit.
Yeah. But to answer your question, I think that it's both where, one thing comes out both of these guys' mouth, but something else happens. Like, I've said a lot of stuff about Russ, but then Carroll is over here talking about like second chances and all this weird stuff. I mean, Did Daryl Taylor get a second chance, or did he actually get a first chance?
That was one of the dumbest statements by Carroll this offseason. The second chance stuff that he went through, which was then, and he was talking about free agents, but then he said second chances. Then he mentioned 3 straight guys that were brought up by trade. That was one of those like, oh, Coach Carroll. Oh my God.
Seems like he wakes up and then he's writing. What could sound convincing?
Oh, I do. I think he does. I think he sits there and he loads something up. Like, remember the one thing where he last year he was having a press conference, like they were really cooking out there. Oh gosh darn, I said it. And you're like, oh yeah, you meant to say that. Like, come on. Yeah. Like, your eyes roll and you go, okay, Pete. Okay. I think the one thing we can agree on, even if it is 50-50 is a split, I'd be probably tend to lean towards agreeing with you on that. I think we both can agree pride and ego from both stances, from both parties in this element of thing factored into this as well. And that nobody came into that sort of with that, let's just bring my hat in hand. Let me come at this to find the compromise of this situation. They can talk about that, we're communicating, we're talking, we're always You guys may be talking a lot, but are you having productive talks? Because there seems to still be this rift that was there, which didn't seem to come out of just 2 people sitting down on the table across from each other and hammering out a commonality of an approach, of a philosophy, rather than it being a butting head situation, which is entirely what it seemed like that to you. It seemed like that to me the last couple of years with them.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. Well, let me ask you. We got a super chat here, and I missed Charles on this super chat. So let's see what you think on this. And Charles, I'm sorry I misunderstood your question. He says, Brando, you misunderstood my super chat. Well, thank you for the donation to clear the way on your other donation. He says, would you trade DK for the number 2 pick in this draft? Please understand what I'm asking. DK Metcalf for the number 2 pick in this draft. Well, let me take some time to think about it. And so I'm going to ask Ethan that question so that he can give me an answer and then I can think about it. Do you straight up number 2 pick, Ethan? You get nothing else in return, but you get the number 2 pick in this draft. Understanding, by the way, that number 2 pick could be you then able to trade back 10 spots for a team that wants Malik Willis. If there's a team that's fallen in love with Malik Willis, because we know the Jags aren't taking Malik number 1. So number 2 could be the open door pathway to Malik Willis if you then have it. So you could be talking about the number 2. You could be talking to the number 10 pick and a high second round pick. So high first, high second for DK if you want to trade back at that point. Do you do it?
Number 2, and that's it.
Number 2, and that's it. That's all you get.
Oh. I mean, it'd be a really exciting draft.
Day 1 would be a hell of a day here. I'll tell you that. My stream would love it. I'll tell you that the stream traffic would be off the hook. Off the hook. DK for the number 2. It's a tough one, man. That's the number 2 player in this whole draft you could have for DK Metcalf. The number 2 player. Anybody. You got the best left tackle in this draft. You got the best corner in this draft. You could have the best obviously wide receivers a little early there.
Part of me is saying, well, if I go with
it's a good question, Charles.
My idea that I'm not really rushing to rebuild in the sense of I don't feel the need to rush out and get a new quarterback yet, then why not go even younger? And by the time, well, a number 2 pick in the draft will probably be good day 1.
Hard to miss on those.
But on the other hand, DK is just too good and too young.
Other thing to factor in with this, I'm just thinking about number 2 pick is a little expensive still, right? Part of our reasoning is we don't want to trade DK, is we don't want to pay for DK, but the number 2 pick in the draft is going to make $11 million a year right out the chute, which isn't the 25 that DK is going to cost, but now we do have to factor that in a little bit here. I mean, I think I'm a no with that as I consider the cost, right?
I mean, why not keep at least since the cap is going to go up, why not keep one position that you can have above average confidence in at least?
Agreed. Well, like I've said, we're so bereft of having top line talent. With that top line talent that we do have, and if it's not heading to your 30 years of age / leaving its prime, but it's entering its prime, we should be holding on to that with both arms, locking it up, right? Putting it in a safe, not trying to put it out in the front store display for all the looky-loos to come by and window shop on it. So I'm going to go no, Charles. I'm a firm no on that. If the price was down on the number 2 pick, something like a couple million a year, and then I could really be getting the full totality of the $25 million savings on the backside, maybe I'd be a yes at that point. But I got to say no with the costs. And were you a no or yes? I got a little bit of you sitting on the fence on that one, Ethan.
I say no.
Okay. Sense a little bit. Ethan Hoodie Jube comes in the chat with a $5 donation, and he's got a message. He's got a message for you, Ethan. Thank you, Hoodie, for the $5 donation. By the way, Hoodie, I don't know. Can I not donate onto your channel? I've gone onto your stream a couple times, Hoodie, and tried to do a donation onto your stream, and it doesn't let me. Your donate button's like not on. So I don't know. Do you need to turn your button on or something on your channel with it? Or I need to look deeper. I don't know why it's not showing up. He says, tell Ethan he can replace Wilson poster with a Hoodie Jew poster. You want a Hoodie Jew poster, Ethan? Rock some Saints action on the.
I don't mind the Saints,
but not in the room.
This is a Seattle only room.
This is the hallowed grounds of Seahawks fandom, and you will not put a
and
Saints
Batman
fan.
poster.
There we go. Batman and Seahawks, no Saints. Okay, no Saints, no Saints, Hoodie. But thank you, Hoodie, for the donation. You're awesome, brother. I do appreciate you, and let me know on that. I haven't reached 1,000 subs yet, so Hoodie. All right. Well, once you get to that 1,000 sub mark, man, I got you a nice fatty dono coming your way once you get there. So I was trying to figure it out. I was like, what's going on here? But you're doing good, Hoodie. It's good to see. Well, Ethan, any other stuff? Anything else kind of percolating on your brain on this team right now? You want to discuss?
I don't know about anything else from the team, but I am so excited for the Mariners. So excited for the Mariners. Subscribe to the Crow's Nest so we can get those live streams.
That's it, folks. If you're a baseball fan, I do have a new YouTube channel up called The Crow's Nest. If you can go over there on YouTube, go up and subscribe up. We're going to be trying to do some live streams. If we can get to the 7 days here, I'm almost about 40 subs. So if we can get to the 100 before opening day, I will go live on opening day. So if we can get up to that mark, I will absolutely go live, and we'll hook it up there, Ethan, on that side of it. So I'm with you, man. The Mariners have done this right. It's again, You look at the baseline for what you want to see the Seahawks organization do. I reference it often because we got to see the Mariners doing let's take the quick approach. Let me sidestep this. Let me try to skip to the head of the line rather than just building this quick, slowly and appropriately and getting the farm system going and clearing off bad money off of the books. They've gotten to that point now. And I know that they're still in that patient approach, which is now starting to drive people crazy because they're like, they should have spent more money. More money. No, they should be patient. They should be stay in that pocket, let it come along. And if they let it do that, then when it blossoms fully, it'll be amazing. It really will be, I think, Ethan. So me too, man.
They haven't been to the playoffs in my lifetime.
I know. And it's been bad baseball. It's not even been just missing the playoffs. It's been bad baseball you've been having to watch for a lot of that period of time. And that's the other thing with that is it's like now we finally get to see good baseball, which there's nothing like it, especially a young team coming up. I mean, in the 90s, getting to watch Griffey and A-Rod and Randy Johnson, and they were all coming up they were a little bit ahead of Alex. Alex came a couple of years after them, but it was all kind of feeling organically like it was coming from within. Jay Buhner in there, Edgar, it was amazing. So if we could get that again, man, there's no ride like it. It's a different feeling from football, but it's amazing nonetheless. And I'll tell you, that stadium is an awesome place to be in the summertime when baseball's going.
I'll be around, so that'll be a benefit.
Well, hell yeah, Ethan. Well, I appreciate you, brother, as always. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be doing this again. So pop back in here again at some point on this once we do another call-in show on that.
All right, take it easy.
You too, man. Have a good one. My man, Max S., thank you for being so patient on your side of it. I do appreciate it. But welcome on into the chat. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well, Brandon. How are you?
I'm doing amazing, man. Having a good time here talking with you guys on some football chat here on a Wednesday and kind of breaking down this team a bit. It's interesting to see kind of different people's perspective on things. Yeah. I know I get in the chat a lot, but it's different when you get it via actually hearing from people's, straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've heard a lot of the other people talk about it. I mean, they have a lot of good points and they contrast a lot. So, yeah.
So the thing I always say about my chat, man, and it's not empty lip service, that I feel like my chat's as intelligent as you'll find on the internet because there is such a wide variance of thought and people are usually thinking pretty deeply about what whatever lane they're thinking about, their perspective on the team or where they want to see things go. It's usually operated not from just I emotionally wanted this to be that way, so it's that way. It's usually, no, we should do it this way because of this and that and that and that. And they sort of build their points all together, which I really appreciate.
Yeah.
Where's your head at right now with this football team? How's this off season struck you? How's it? How have you getting through it?
Well, I don't like saying this as a football fan, but I want to tank. I really like CJ Stroud and Bryce Young.
That was going to be my next.
Really do.
That was going to be my next question. Is it suck for Stroud? Is it pay the price for Bryce, or is it lose for Levis?
Yeah. I don't really like Levis.
Okay.
I'm a big Young and Bryce Young or Young and CJ Stroud guy.
Okay.
So.
And what's Stroud even over Young? What is it with him that gets you even maybe a little more excited than Young?
Well, I feel like Bryce Young. I mean, I know that Ohio State quarterbacks don't have the greatest rep. I mean, I remember Dwayne Haskins. That was one of the worst picks in a while.
Yeah, well, remember they won the one national title. They had 3 guys that all played, and then none of them did basically anything. Yeah.
But I feel like Young, I think he was a sophomore this year, and he just played out of his mind. He was a Heisman finalist. He has a great arm. Like, he just has time to develop. I mean, he still has a year of eligibility in college, obviously. So I feel like if we can get him for 5 years, and hopefully Pete and John will both be gone. That's my hope. So if we get a new head coach, build around them this year in this year's draft, hopefully we can kind of do something similar like we did to Russell Wilson back in 2012 and 2013.
How would you approach this draft if it was a tank situation? Like let's just look at the first 3 picks we got, right? 3 picks in the first 2 rounds. If you were to and you don't have to lock in exactly the players you'd take, but just in a general direction, then sort of with what you're sort of putting in place before Stroud were to arrive, if that was the guy to target, what would you be looking to do?
Best player available, probably.
Ooh, I love it. I like best player available.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really like Thibodeau, Kayvon Thibodeau, that pass rusher out of Oregon. I mean, I don't know if he falls, but I've heard a lot of rumors recently that his draft stock has been going down a bit. I have him still as my edge 2 behind Aiden Hutchinson. Like him better than Trayvon Walker and Jermaine Johnson. So I feel like he would fit perfectly in the 3-4 hybrid scheme that we're running. Not exactly sure, but I think that would be great.
I as well have it on my number 2 on my board. Can you tell me what I'm missing on Trayvon Walker? Why am I hearing this guy being talked about in the top 5?
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I don't even know if he's my 3rd guy. I really like Jermaine Johnson.
I do too. I just don't. It's not that I'm not hating on Walker. Certainly, he's a first round guy, but we're talking creme de la creme here. We're talking top 10 here. I mean, we're talking the best of the best. And if I got the best of the best, and there's some guys here that I think just have some legitimately. I mean, Thibodeau's twitchiness and his bend are just phenomenal. And I don't quite understand why he's rising this fast, so high up the boards.
Yeah.
And it feels a little bit like that situation that occurs, where it's like the post-draft process, or the post-season process happens, and guys start rising up the boards, and it's less to do with what you're seeing on the tape and more of the physical measurables and the athleticism he's bringing to the stage. So if you're sitting there then at 9, and Seattle's done what they've done so far this offseason as it concerns their left tackle position, and you don't have, you have Stone Forsythe as your slotted starter, let's say, and you're at 9 and Thibodeau does fall. And I do think you're right. I think he falls because of the Walker situation, right? The team that would have maybe taken Thibodeau before now falls in love with Walker, pushing then him down one extra spot past any other teams that are looking for edge rusher maybe at that point. So you've got Cross and you got Thibodeau and you got no left tackle at number 9.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Interestingly enough, those are my 2 dream picks for the Seahawks. So,
so I gave you a little Sophie's choice here. Okay, so what are you doing? You're draft room, man. You're general manager right now. We got to make a call, GM Max. We got to do something here, man. We got 36 seconds. What's your call?
Probably go with Thibodeau. I
Hold,
can't
hold on,
pass up on him.
wait. The Steelers are calling. They're offering us a first and a second to trade up. Are we going
Ooh,
Thibodeau, or are you trading to 20?
if we trade down to 20, I feel like this draft class is
20
very deep.
seconds. 20 seconds.
I'd still probably go with Thibodeau. I really am a big fan of him.
Final answer, Max. My general manager. I've got to run this card in.
Yep.
I'm not a fast guy. I've got a limpy situation here. I got to
Yep,
dodge a knee.
it's Thibodeau.
Okay. I'm going. I'm giving Roger the card. I'm giving the card. Final answer.
Yep, Thibodeau.
All right. Look, if we hit Thibodeau on draft day, nothing but excitement there, right, Max?
Yeah.
There's certainly every guy's going to have a potential of bust. Nobody's
Mhm.
going to be absolutely 100%. They're just going to be star. There's no doubt
Yeah.
about it. There's going to be questions with everybody. The thing that you don't want to have questions with, if you're going to be picking top 10 to me, Max, is the upside. You mentioned best player available.
Mhm.
Upside is what you're getting with Thibodeau. The potential for an explosion, the potential for a Von Miller type kind of cat, if you can get him with his head on straight, playing hard, and tapping into all that physical potential he has. So I'm with you on that. I probably would ride it. Man, it'd be a tough call for me, Max. I don't know if I could pass on Cross if I got no left tackle, especially understanding how much we've been missing on tackles. But Thibodeau and Taylor. Taylor, right? I mean, that's not bad. That could do some damage on the edges, couldn't it? I mean, that's a lot of quickness and speed. That's a lot of quarterbacks being forced up into the front of the pocket at that point with those two guys screaming off the edge.
Yeah.
Where do you go back 2 picks? Where you targeting on the second rounders?
Ooh, okay. So if we don't get Thibodeau, I really like Arnold Ebiketie.
Ooh, I call him the cross face master, Max. You know why?
Why?
Because he can at will cross the face of a tackle. Most of those guys, when they want to get across the face of the tackle to the inside lane, inside gap there, they've got to set the guys up wide, right? So they've got to keep pressing the edge of the arc, and they usually got to take 3 or 4 snaps in a row in pass protection of keep forcing those tackles to get wider and wider and wider, and then they can then they pick that one given snap, and then they go across their face because they get them oversetting, right, by about a half yard. He doesn't need you to be overset. He can go to that crossface move at will, where he can just come ripping right back inside. And if he's got an inch on you inside, as far as the leverage game goes, he can get his body skinny to then get in between him and the tackle and get the straight beeline then to the quarterback or even the running back. He does it in the running game too. He's got both of an ability to do it. And he still has some bend and stuff, some bend, some power, but that crossface is just, it's wild to watch because you'll watch him do it on back-to-back moves, which is unheard of, right? Because it's a setup move. So it's like a pitcher throwing 2 straight change-ups where it's like, you just showed him what it was. He's going to hit this thing into the next deck. He's now kind of sitting on it a little bit, but it doesn't seem to matter with him. So I like him. I like it. It's a good pick. Who else?
Let's say our first pick is Ebiketie. I mean, we have back-to-back. So, I mean, I don't really know. I feel like we could trade back into like late second, maybe pick up a third or a fourth. There's not really anybody else who I feel like, wow, I really love this guy. Like, I would for sure love if he fell to 41.
If you get Thibodeau at 9, do you have a general, if you were to get Thibodeau, what you'd like to see them go then with those 2 second round picks, like for instance, going offensive line, then second round, because obviously you get Thibodeau, you're not going Ebiketie in the second round, I'm guessing, unless maybe you're doing that.
Not if we get Thibodeau, but if we trade back late first, if not mid first, and we get Jermaine Johnson or Trayvon Walker, then I might double dip to edge rusher. But I feel like Thibodeau, by year 3, I think, because he's young, he's 21. I feel like by year 3, hopefully if we can develop him, he could be a Pro Bowl or an All-Pro type player. And I think Darryl Taylor, I don't know if he'll ever get there, but I think he could be a double-digit sack guy. So I think if we spend some money in free agency like we did, we got Nwosu, I feel like that's good enough. I would go with offensive tackle, or I would go with DB, specifically corner.
It's smart of you to consider the age part. It's the part I think people, when they're really looking at prospects, even if we're just doing it the casual eye, will be one of the first things that they forget through the process. And it's become something. It's really more come to the forefront for me in recent years, looking closer at these drafts and making these assessments of guys. You look at a Jamar Chase at 19 years old, dominating the SEC, right? Just I
Yeah.
mean, dominating at that age, and you go, okay. That's probably going to translate to the NFL level. And it's where the debate was very interesting last year between Rashawn Slater and Penny Sewell, the two top left tackles in last year's draft.
Yeah.
But then you look to your age point, Sewell's 20 years old, Rashawn Slater's 23. 3 years is a big difference from 20 to 23. It's not a big difference from 27 to 30 or from 30 to 33, but it is when you're in that younger age when we're trying to talk about projecting and development and what a guy still has to in as far as time to grow in his body and to get his skills more refined.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of why I didn't like the Eskridge pick last year.
Yeah, same. I hated that pick.
It's just, and then you look at his tape, there's rough edges to his game. That's the thing. If you
Yeah.
make that pick, if I get the 24-year-old prospect, he needs to be like armor and hammer clean. You know what I mean? I need
Yeah.
to see baking soda out on that football field. He cannot have like, well, he's got dropsies and he's got a little bit of an injury situation going on. And oh yeah, he's a little undersized too. Probably only going to be a slot guy at the next level. No,
Yeah.
no. But
I remember screaming at my TV, Creed Humphreys on the board. Let's get him. He could be our center.
You know me here. I thought if I kept saying just Creed Humphrey and I didn't actually respond to my chat and just kept repeating Creed Humphrey, I could talk it into being because I wanted it so badly during the live stream, the chat. And I was just, I couldn't believe it because I've had horrible draft reactions for 2 years in a row prior to last year's draft. So it's like just the sheer odds of this, they're going to pick somebody I like here one of these years. So I don't have to look like a total asshead once the pick comes in and I start losing my stuff, but it failed me. It's part of the reason why I'm going to have the Jack Daniels up on the table this year for the first pick.
Yeah.
Because, it's going to be like, and the Seahawks with the number 9 pick take Travis Jones.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean,
Uh-huh.
Max, I like, not that Travis is bad. He's fine. But like number 9, like that's.
That could be your
something
second
like
round
that.
pick.
Yeah, exactly. That could have been, you could have get him in the second round. What are you guys doing? But that's, they play that game. They'll play that
Yeah.
game on draft day where it's like, we draft from where we want to draft and we don't look at your guys' boards. Well, you guys are stupid.
Well, last year, I really liked the Trey Brown pick.
I did too. Yeah, no, that was a
Yeah.
great pick. I think they took advantage. It's part of what they should take advantage in this draft is that a lot of the drafts with cornerbacks in recent years are more man-based stuff,
Mhm.
right? You get the top 10 prospects at the cornerback position, 7 of them are in man-based schemes.
Yeah.
And the last 2 years, this year included, you look at the top 15 guys, 13 of that 15 are probably zone-based corners. So you that's what you did with Trey last year is deep class. You got in the 4th round, though you're in the 4th round. It's such a deep class for those zone-based corners. And half the league ain't even looking at zone-based corners because they're
Mhm.
running man principles. And most of the time, zone corners aren't going to run a lot of man, even though Trey can do that. But Trey, I'm very high on Trey, man. I'm very hopeful for him. I thought he was very impressive. He's got some great technique things that he does that are going to help him out. That's just a natural part of his game. Just he's got it in his game, doesn't have to learn it. And that's, his ability to stack receivers. Nobody's going to get on top of him because he can just always seemingly get his body out in front and position himself for the receiver. Never give him that clear route on the 9 routes.
Mhm.
That's hard to do. He makes it look easy, but it's really hard to do. And he has that. It's in his game. He's real feisty. He's just looks like a Seahawks corner, doesn't he? Like the old school
Yeah.
Seahawks. He's not the size guy, but
Yeah,
just
he's undersized, but
the way he
does-
carries himself, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I like Sauce Gardner as well in this year's draft.
I like Sauce a lot too, man. I was posing that question to Ethan a second ago. What do you think? If Carroll looks at him and sees, if you have to make that call, let's say Thibodeau's off the board, and you've got to make the call of going number 9 and saying, okay, Thibodeau's gone, Walker's gone, I got Charles Cross and I got Gardner. Let me ask you from 2 questions. First off, what do you do and what do you think Carroll does?
I think Charles Cross is the pick, like for me personally,
Okay.
just because I feel like a premier left tackle, if he's good for 10 years, it was the same point that you talked about with Ethan. If you could have Charles Cross for 10 years, plays top 10 left tackle, but you get Sauce Gardner for 6 great years, and he plays like prime Richard Sherman or close to it at least.
Right.
I feel like Charles Cross is probably just the better value pick, but I'm thinking of Pete's perspective, he is like, I mean, you said it, or he was like the clay, like he was molded like clay. Like he truly is exactly what Pete is looking for.
Isn't he? Isn't it weird to watch the tape on him? You're like, I see just the way he moves even has got certain Sherman it just moves like he's Sherman even, you know? It's
Yeah.
wild. It's just so weird.
So I think he goes with Sauce Gardner there, which
Yeah.
isn't a bad pick. Like I won't be mad.
I won't be either. You can't be mad at Carroll for that, right?
Yeah.
It'd be like McVay being up in the top 10 and Aaron Donald retires and there's this 3-tech monster coming out and he jumps on it and it's like, yeah, you can't be mad at that, right? It's like
Yeah.
like I get it, coach. I get it. Like I probably if I was in your situation, I'd probably be driven in the same way of like, oh, Sherman 2.0. And he's 4.4. He's actually faster than Sherman, so he could even like kind of talk himself into and he might even be better because he's going to be even faster.
Yeah.
I don't even know what he could be. I don't even know what the top end is.
Yeah, I could see him thinking we have Jamal Adams and we have Quandre Diggs, Trey Brown, Sidney Jones, and then Sauce Gardner. That's like he's gonna be thinking of it the Legion of Boom 2.0. Like
I
they're
could see it,
back.
especially with the safeties he's got back there. You're like this really brings the room together. You know, he's got the little less. Then there's a little bit less pressure on Trey Brown coming off the ligament surgery. He can come back at his own pace now. I could see how it breaks this way, you know, and look, the thing we both would be happy about it because we're both BPA guys, right? Best player available
Yeah.
is that is a best player on the board type pick. Can't argue with, you might not like the pick, but you can't argue with it that it's a position that's of high importance in the league. It ain't safety. It ain't middle linebacker. It's a position that's looked at with a high amount of importance, and it's a position that you need, and it's a position that fits the team, and it's a guy with a lot of top end. That is a pick that you absolutely can clap for and go, okay, I can see it. That makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense.
I feel like that defense can be like so great for 4 or 5 years but if Pete can't build the offense, I don't see what's the point. Like what the point is in building such a great defense, because I feel like now like it's more important to have a great offense than it is to have a great defense. So.
I agree with you, man. It remains the question in play that I scratch my head up with this team when it looks the way it looks at offensive lines. And here's the thing: I can understand if you wanted to bring in a game manager and you don't want to throw the ball at a bare minimum, and you're going to take that route. Fine, I get it. Again, as I say, I'm waiting for the plan to emerge, and this is part of what I mean by that. Then you would build a run blocking first offensive line that could dominate in the run blocking element of things, like the Niners do. Right? You do like what the Niners do in investing into that run blocking offensive line. The team doesn't do that though. They put this lackluster offensive line across the board and they're like, and we're going to run on everybody and we're going to blow everybody back. With what? With 6th rounder Stone Forsythe and undrafted Jake Curhan and your right guard playing left guard and Austin Blythe, who, you know, couldn't beat out a rookie last year. Like, how, you know, that's the part of where I don't see the plan there and I don't see how you accomplish that. Cause to your point, Max, the greatest defense can be out there, right? But then they're just going to bend, but don't break. Cause that's the style of defense you play. And then they're going to eventually be wore out by the third quarter, no matter how brilliant they are, no matter how good they're playing.
Cause I feel like late last year, our defense would give up drives that are like 8 minutes long, and then they'd only get 3 points. So it's not like a big deal, but then the offense would go 3 and out, or they'd get 1 first down, and then they're on the field again, and then they're just gassed. Like, you can have a great defense, but you can't win football games like that.
Right. And this is why I think you see the majority of the teams going to the offensive side of the ball, Max. This is why I think that they're going. As I was saying, there's that stat that I looked up there to do a little bit of the numbers because I was like, okay, maybe we're zigging where everyone's zagging, and it's that we're taking this alternative approach, and it's a more of a path of least resistance approach to getting to being a winning football club. But then the data doesn't match that because only 30% of the NFL teams are defensive centric, run by defensive minded coaches, and that's the way they lean towards as far as an organization. But then only 15% of that 30% actually then got in the playoffs last year. So the data doesn't really back up that it is that path of least resistance point. It's just more of it's a harder path too still, even if there's less people taking it. And it doesn't inspire a ton of confidence taking it. You want to build a super defense, you've got to marry it to the running game. And the only way you're going to marry it to the running game then is if you have a running game that can run on anybody. You can't run against these teams. Well, if they've got a good defensive front, we're done. If their front seven can go, we're out. We're just that whole day is going to just be us punting and trying not to turn the ball over. You're not going to win football games that way.
Yeah. Well, we have talent on offense. That's why I want to get the CJ Stroud or Bryce Young, because we have talent. We have tremendous talent. We have DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and Noah Fant, who I really like. And we spent a second on D. Eskridge. So I feel like a run game would be good if we built around like Rashad Penny and or I don't know if I should say Chris Carson, but if we got an offensive line around them that would fit the scheme. But I feel like then we're wasting DK. Let's say DK gets 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns. I feel like if in a pass first offense, he could get 1,500 yards and 15 touchdowns instead of like 1,000. So I would prefer to go in like top 10 defense instead of top 3. And even 4 years from now, we could have a top 5 offense or I think Pete, hopefully he gets fired soon. I don't think Jody Allen wants to, but that's my hope, that Jody Allen comes to the realization that fans don't like Pete Carroll. I mean, he's a good guy. Nothing against him personally, just football wise.
Yeah, just we're talking about football. It has nothing to do with him as a person. He seems like a fine person. It's just specifically him as a head coach and what he's got left in the tank as far as being that coach. And you mentioned the running game, like Carson or not. That's everything about a nice offensive line. Almost doesn't matter as much about the running back position and stacking a super talented bunch if you have a line creating holes for anybody. I mean, and say nothing for then protecting for Stroud. All the more reason to build towards it and make it a strength of the team on that side of it. I do get the argument a little bit of the wasted stuff with DK. I do counter a little bit of it though too, in that you're not going to waste him if you're able to bring a safety up into the box in the running game. And you're able to bring a safety up in the box in the running game if you punish front sevens for only having 7 men up in the box. And the way you accomplish that is by having a great offensive line. I mean, I know I keep coming back to that point, but this is where it logically goes from one to the next to the other. And so once you get that safety coming into the box, now you have DK with one-on-one coverage, because the single high safety can only cover so much on the back end as a center fielder unless his name's Earl Thomas. Yeah. And there's only a few of those kind of guys that have that kind of range. So that could open the door to that, even if you don't have a passing attack that's necessarily, highly proficient and giving him a huge amount of targets. He could be a guy that averages 23, 24 yards a catch, breaks up 1,400 yards, just because every time you do go to throw, he's wide open. And what we do know about him is if you do put him in one-on-one situations where he doesn't have the double coverage, which if you're bringing the safety in the box, it's a lot harder than double DK over the top. He's probably going to be able to flourish at that point.
Well, that's why I feel like if we get a Charles Cross guy, our run game would get better. He's not he's not an elite run blocker, but he's still very good. But he's an elite pass protector. So I feel like you could benefit both sides. So you can get Penny a lot of carries and he'll do well behind him. But for future years, let's say we get a Stroud, I feel like he could thrive with a good offensive line. So
that's the baseline we're seeing with these young quarterbacks. You give them an offensive line, and even when they're young, even when they're rookies, a Dak Prescott or a Carson Wentz, or you give them that upper level offensive line, they can come out and ball out right from the jump. But you've got to understand, you got to build it before they get there, and that's the hardest part of the approach it seems to achieve. Every team seems to get really trigger happy with getting that quarterback with the first and foremost way they're going to do it.
Yeah. Well, we're kind of in the situation. I feel like we're too good to get a top 3 pick. So I don't want to go 7 and 10. That's I love DK. He's probably my favorite player on the Seahawks right now. Yeah. But the reason I would be fine with trading him is just because he's so good that I feel like he gives us an extra win a season, or extra 2 wins a season. So if we, instead of going 7 and 10 and getting the 10th overall pick, we go 5 and 12, we get the 5th overall pick. And then it just takes 1 first-round pick instead of 2 first-round picks to move into the top 3 to get your quarterback.
Like I've said on this, Max, I disagree with the standpoint of trading DK, but I completely acknowledge and understand that there's an intelligent process behind why it's the proper move to make. And you succinctly just put right there why that is. Because you're right. I don't like getting, me, I don't want to get caught in betwixt or in between. I don't want to be the 7 and 9, 7 and 10 team. I don't want to be the 6 and 11 squad. You either suck or you're pushing to try to be one of the top end teams. You don't have the in-between ground because that's where you end up in the whirlpool of the river and you don't actually get down the river. You're just stuck in this one spot of the river. So that would get you a little bit closer to there. And you're right. Right now, we're not due to be one of those teams. And this is important, Max, because the Detroit Lions are probably going to be worse than us next year. The Houston Texans are probably going to be worse than us next year. The New Orleans Saints have a very good chance of being worse than us next year. Guess what? All three of those teams are needing a quarterback after this season, right?
Yeah.
You know, all of those top three quarterbacks could be off the board by the time you get to number 4 pick. So you got to be inside the top 4 pick if you want one of those quarterbacks, or hope that there's 5 or 6 guys in this next upcoming draft, which isn't likely to happen based on the historical norms.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's hard to say, but like, I would not mind if we go 4-12 or 4-13. Like, I would consider that a successful season, like in a way that it helps our future.
I'm with it. I'm okay with it. Like if they made the trade, like I said, I'm not on board with making the DK trade, but I certainly am not going to sit here and rail with it and consider it like doomsday scenario if it comes down the track, because it is understandable where this team is at. And I do want to rebuild more than I want to be trying to be in a reload phase of things. So that would be something that I can get behind, even if I don't agree with it. You know what I mean? I can get behind even if I don't agree with it, if that makes sense. Well, Max, any other kind of final thoughts here on the stream?
Nothing that I can think of. It was great to be on the show.
Well, thanks for jumping on. I'm sorry we haven't done a lot of these, but we will be doing more of them going in the future here, hopefully. So do pop back in when we do some more.
Yeah.
Any other last move you'd like to see made before the year? I guess the trade into the DK you mentioned, but is there any other kind of move you're looking out there that interests you to be made here?
If we could get a second round pick for Baker, not give, but get, I would do
it for the full meal deal of his salary at that point. Then,
yeah.
Okay, I like it. Full 18 million, man. That'd be a hell of a return, wouldn't it, for being able to bring him in and then get a second round pick back in return? That's definitely worth it at that point. I like it, Max. It's outside the box because everyone's talking about them having to take a portion of the salary, but the Browns are on win it now mode, right? And if you're in the win it now mode, then you want every dollar of that 18 million if you can bring it back. And
yeah, for sure.
Got to pay the piper. Now, this is what the Brock Osweiler dealer was a couple years ago with the Broncos to the Texans. I think they had to give up more draft capital back to get the Texans.
Yeah, I think it was a third round pick.
Which was way higher than he was worth at that point by a huge margin. So yeah, I love it, dude. Love it. That's outside the box, but that'd be very interesting as far as that'd actually get me excited. That'd be more that's more 4D chess like, and not like the checkers that we've been seeing somewhat here recently.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Max. I do appreciate you jumping on, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
You have yourself a great night. And Matt, the Jets fan, I will be on with you here in just a sec. Let me just get my super chats caught up here really quick. Devin Martzall, one of my patrons of my long time, as Devin Mart points out, my first patron. Devin says, "Hey, Brandon, digging this show. It's nice to put the names with faces after watching for so long. I'm your first patron." I do remember, Devin, way back when. You were the first person to join it up, and I appreciate you for that. Laughing out loud. Keep DK and build. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Devin, and thank you for being my first patron. Now going years as a patron on my channel here, and I do appreciate you doing so. And I'm glad you're riding with me on DK, man. We're riding with DK together. There's a good amount of the fan base right now that's definitely in possible favor of moving on, and they've got certainly logical and reasonable conclusions they're drawing as to why they want to do that. I just like the guy. I want him here as a foundational piece. It's so much fun watching him play football and going out there and bullying guys and doing what he does. So I hope he does remain, Devin. I really do. But I think it could literally go either way at this point. I think it's probably you listen to the way Coach Carroll talks and the way John Schneider talks, which neither of them are being very certain in what they're saying about DK. He absolutely will be. He's a foundational piece. He's got to remain. Instead, we're hearing it'd be nice. Hopefully, we can. If it's I'm always waiting for them to go, well, if it's in the cards and the stars align right and the moon falls at a harvest sign off of a blood red, I'm half expecting them to say that at this point, just as much as they're hedging on talking about the potential of signing DK. But thank you, Devin, for the $5 donation. And thank you especially for being a longtime patron of the channel. I appreciate it. All right, let's get a Jets fan on in here. My man, Matt. Matt, how you doing, brother?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's a little funky on the mic. Give me a mic check 1.
Yeah, mic check.
Okay, I can kind of make out. It's a little of the Roboto, Mr. Roboto sound, but
I have my AirPods and I'll just take them off. It's fine.
can you hear me okay? Give me that. We'll get Matt in here. There we go.
Hello.
There you go. That's better, Matt. Thanks,
It's
man.
good. All right, cool.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you got it.
You saw the same comment I did. Jeff, that's funny. So how's your night going, man?
I'm doing great. It was a good night. Not bad.
Has your Jets been making some good moves this offseason? You happy with what they're doing?
Yeah, I'm happy. I thought I wish we got a better safety, but it is what it is.
You think they should have paid May?
No. He has legal issues. He has a DUI. So,
geez. And he's coming off the injury. You got both of those. That's kind of 1-2 death now.
Yeah, his agent cost him like at least $5 million because he hid the DUI from the league. So, yeah, he could have got a better contract, but it is what it is.
And I don't, with these guys in the DUIs, I just don't. Like teams literally have chauffeurs they provide them. It's like
I don't understand it either. I mean, I'd be driving, but I wouldn't be like drunk and shit.
No, it's like it's what's the Uber cost? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So what's on your mind tonight, Matt?
I don't know. I was just wondering, like, if we can get DK. I'm kidding.
I knew you were going there. I knew it. I know. Matt. You know how many Jets fans I've had in here in the last couple of weeks. Buzzards. You guys are circling the carcass, but we're not all the way dead. Okay.
Yeah.
We're not all the way dead. Okay. Yeah. We haven't had water in a couple of days. Okay. It's been weeks since any food. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You seeing bugs starting to eat at us. Okay. I get it. Yeah. There's open flesh. Yeah. No. You can't have him. And if you're going to have him, you can't do it. I'm getting Jets fans coming here going, all right, we'll give you a second round pick this year.
Yeah, I know.
We'll give you a second round pick next year. No. You got to offer the goods. Offer the goods. I know the name Stephen Hill. Okay. I know the long and miserable history. I know the Santonio Holmes signing.
Oh God.
Okay. I know what you guys have been through. You've been walking through Mordor trying to find receivers over there. We were once there ourselves, okay? Before we had a nice little run of receivers here, we were ourselves once there in the 2010s. So I get it. I get the pain.
I mean, it's hard to develop receivers when you don't have a quarterback either. So, and when you have Russell Wilson, it's easy to develop a guy like DK Metcalf who's 6'4", runs a 4.3. So
I mean, it's true. It was a good fit of skills there, but it's also does show a little bit. I mean, maybe it's different front offices have come through. Sometimes certain organizations are snake bit its positions. We have our positions, we get snake bit. We don't draft offensive linemen usually particularly well. It's kind of our thing here. You guys just don't do very well with receivers one way or another. It's just been kind of the history of it for you guys.
We don't do anything well.
How's Mims going to be, by the way? Is Mims gonna turn into something?
We had hope. I think most Jets fans are off that train now. I think the stress from a new coaching staff, a new quarterback, new system, and also another second round receiver from Elijah Moore coming in put a lot of stress on him. I think he still has a skill set. I mean, he really does.
Can't teach him to run that fast. Can't teach him to jump that high.
Yeah. But I don't know. He just has a job issue.
Yeah.
But he's still like 23, so it's not bad.
I still liked him coming out too. I still would say, I think all your points still stand on it. That offense with a rookie quarterback, you can't ever I think you got to give everybody a little bit of a chance to breathe on that, especially when you throw the rookie out there in the first year, and especially when not everything's in place for him to really go out there and flourish with it. So, look, you guys have a very interesting pick to offer. You can give us back our 10th pick. There's something that's a little tough with that, Matt, in doing that, even if it was the appropriate value for DK, right? Even if it was like, okay, a first and a second rounder, and it was like, there'd still be something. It's a little bit like the bully stealing your money and then paying you for the comic book the next day, right? Like it feels a little bit like that when you take that pick. It's right. It's still money. It's yes. Okay. But you stole it off my wallet last week. So, I mean, that's still kind of like, it's like, a bitter pill.
Yeah. It's like stealing someone else's lunch money or someone else's money and just paying it back. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, come on. Like, it is money. It's still green and I'm going to be able to buy stuff with this, but it doesn't, we all know where this began, but, it's going to take, look, I know that I get a lot of pushback on this, and maybe rightfully so. And part of me saying this is the projection of what I see the market going at the wide receiver position. So I think the receiver position for a guy like DK it's going higher. It's going higher as far as cost to pay him, and it's going higher as far as the assets to get them. Now, if you're a guy going into being 30 years of age or 31 years of age, I think that depresses slightly, which is why Tyreek doesn't go for exactly the 2 first rounders, or Devontae Adams doesn't go for exactly the 2 first rounders. But I think when you're a 24-year-old guy just coming into your own on it, just starting to scratch into that potential, I think that it does increase the cost a little bit, as well as, Matt, I don't think you're paying DK what Tyreek got or what Devontae Adams got. So you don't have to come and pay the piper at the same rate as those other teams did to make those trades.
Yeah.
I think he's 25 because you have the leverage on trading for him. You have the 3 years of $50 million leverage to hold over his head in trading for him if he's not going to sign a contract that's realistic. And $30 million a year isn't realistic at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think $30 million is you have to be Devontae Adams and Tyreek. Like it's, and not many people are that. So
no,
really.
Agreed. It's like that thing where you get into that. It's like where DeAndre Hopkins was with his last contract, where you're past your rookie deal. You've maybe even signed one contract. You're on to your last final contract of your career. Still a few prime years left ahead of you. That's the going rate at that point. But when you're the guy coming off the rookie contract, I think it downwards adjusts when I look at recent contracts for those rookies and they're signing that first big deal. They don't tend to get to set the market unless they're quarterbacks, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you? Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah. So Devontae Adams is 27 or like 28.
I think he's 28.
Yeah. I think he still has 5 years left of like maybe 3 years of like number 1 wide receiver, like top 3, and then maybe like goes down to top 10. But he's still going to be a top 10 wide receiver no matter what for the next 5 years. I think Raiders got an insane deal with that. So
I agree. I think
Jefferson. Like
he probably prolonged his career too, didn't he? Because if he stays with the Packers, he's worked at 150 targets a year. He go into the Raiders, he's going to have more of the Josh McDaniels offense now, right? Which is just the spread stuff and pepper the ball all over the football field, which will be less reliant on him eating up that level of targets, which has got to wear down the body, especially in Green Bay.
Yeah, definitely. And like if you need him to go deep, he will. I mean, really, it's a good system he's in because it doesn't put as much stress on him, and also it will win games without a doubt.
Oh yeah,
I still think they're going to be second in the division though. So
yeah, well, he's maybe the best route runner in the league, going to an offense that's heavily reliant on guys running precise routes.
Yeah, I'm at like Renfro and Adams is scary.
Oh, it is. So. And especially if they add on top. And what if they add another couple guys in there? Because they're going to run on 3-4 wide receiver sets. That's going to be devastating.
I don't know who's their wide receiver 3 now. They lost Zay Jones.
Yeah, Zay Jones is out. I don't know who they're sitting at right now. No, it's Brian Edwards.
Oh yeah.
I liked him coming out.
He was a first round pick like 2 years ago, so he has a talent.
Second round.
So second. All right.
But he's good. South Carolina kid. I liked him. He's one of my diamonds in the rough coming out of that draft when he did. I liked him.
I mean, imagine if they had Ruggs still. That'd be deadly.
Oh, it would be. Why do they make the Adams trade if they have Ruggs, you think?
Yes. No matter what. I mean, Derek Carr, you went to college with him, so I think they do that. Maybe they throw in Ruggs in the trade. I don't know.
I could see him doing. I mean, Ruggs
I
does
don't-
different stuff from what Adams does too. So
I think Packers would like Ruggs back.
yeah, I bet they
I mean,
would. Yeah,
really.
they'd ask
Yeah,
for it,
definitely.
But those two guys do different things in the offense too. So it's
Yeah.
Ruggs is your more gadgety fly sweep, bubble screen, and then Adams is your more get up the field, run your post routes and seams and stuff. So
Yeah, I mean that's what we thought about like Jameson Williams. We only thought Jameson Williams was a vertical threat and a deep threat. And he came out of the championship game and just completely destroyed everyone in like possession catches.
Yeah,
Like
it's true.
He did amazing.
Oh yeah, he was looking good, man.
He was wide receiver 1 before that injury.
Yeah,
So
it's why
I would still want to trade up into 20 for him as a Jet.
Oh, I'd still say he should be a first round pick, and that's saying something, right?
Oh,
With the
he
torn
definitely is.
ACL.
It's close to the Chiefs. He's definitely getting picked. Probably getting picked by the Packers, though, if I'm being real.
Packers may, but then Packers are in a really weird situation because they've lowered their receiver core so low. They can't afford to be like, okay, you're getting over that ACL it's going to take you 2 months into the season while we're paying Rodgers $50 million. But you're right with the Jets, who are more of a patient place of going there with it. And to me, again, it's normally a guy tears his ACL. I'm not going to let him be in a first round as far as I'm picking a torn ACL guy. That's second round. So it speaks to his talent that you still are and willing to.
Yeah. And like a lot of Jets fans are saying, we need someone who can contribute right away. I think we need someone who can contribute right away.
Mm-hmm.
But I also want Jameson Williams because I think he's going to be the best out of the draft class. Okay. I'd rather wait 4 weeks or 8 weeks even though it's a lot to wait, I'd rather wait and him turn into a stud than draft like Drake London and him not be a stud, which I like him. He's probably I don't think he's my top 3 wide receiver in the draft. But
he's a guy with it's like a little bit of a high floor, low ceiling kind of receiver.
Definitely
with Drake. And I think you're talking with Jameson. There's a high floor and a high ceiling there. As long as his injury can be clean and it's not something which there's no reason to believe it will be. Yeah. So it makes a lot of sense to me. It does. You can easily make the argument that Williams is the number 1 receiver in this draft. It's not as much of a draft that has the clear and runaway crew of guys that you go, yeah. I mean, even Wilson, you got questions on the speed, and Olave's he's fine.
I think Wilson has a separation though, which makes him really stand out.
And he's got the acrobatics. He doesn't need the separation, even when he can jump freaking 10 feet in the air and just pluck a ball up out of here. So it's like he's got that, and it's like it's less a need with him. He's just a different type of receiver than some of the traditional. Like Jameson wins kind of traditionally a little bit, whereas Wilson will win, with route running and body control and hands out away from the body, which are all skills. Yeah, exactly. But again, do you want a possession guy as your top 12 pick? It's like, I mean, I feel like I can get that later. You know what I mean? Like, it's good. But, are you?
We have possession guys though. Like we have Barrios, we have Corey Davis. Those are really good possession guys. We have Elijah Moore who can turn into anything really.
Yeah, Moore can do kind of all. Yeah, I think he'll eventually settle into a guy. He'll be like a Lockett guy to me, where it's like he'll do a lot of his damage inside, but you can put him to the outside from time to time too, and he can kind of operate from both standpoints as opposed to being pigeonholed as just a slot guy necessarily. Yeah. Are you sold on Wilson?
I can't say that yet. I mean, I'm not gonna say like, oh, he's the future. Oh my gosh, because like people were saying that about Darnold. I mean, the last 5 weeks, Darnold didn't throw an interception either.
Mm-hmm.
I think Wilson is gonna be our quarterback. Like we're gonna sign a 2nd-year deal.
Can I ask you what's if there's one position on the Jets, and I'm not looking to knock the Jets by the way here, so don't take that. But if there's one position historically that I can't understand with them, there's maybe only one other franchise in the NFL that, when it comes to the quarterback position, are so freaking weird. And well, I was that or the Bears. I was going to say because the Bears are another one like that.
The Bears had Jay Cutler, but he was great, but he didn't have the work ethic really. So.
And I mean, Matt, you got to understand, this goes back to like Elway to Marino documentary, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, this goes back for me being a guy that's a little bit of an old head and watching this for years, from Ken O'Brien's to Neil O'Donnell's for a time. Who was that? Like, who was that one guy right at the same time?
I don't
Neil
even
O'Donnell.
know some of the names you're saying.
It's been a long and not a storied list of guys. And I just, every time they'll come up they'll pick a guy like even Darnold the year they picked him. And you go, guys, no. And like last year with Wilson, God bless Wilson, man. I couldn't figure it out. I have these guys every year, Matt, in the draft that I just can't figure out. People will go, he's amazing. This guy's going to be awesome. Matt Corral is that guy for me this year.
I think Wilson has the arm strength.
Yes.
And he has easily the most arm strength out of the draft from any quarterback. Like, people are saying, oh, that throw from the pro day is so overhyped, but he didn't follow through on his legs. Every other quarterback who did what he tried to do, what Wilson did like they followed through on their legs. Wilson didn't like pull his leg all the way across his body.
Yeah.
It was just off his back foot. It was actually much more impressive than some people think.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
We saw that in the game too against the Titans.
Mm-hmm. So, he made some wild throws last year. He did. It just comes down to them.
He made the best throws out of all the rookies. Obviously, he wasn't the best. Like, I think Mac Jones was the best, but he wasn't like as good. So
and he came to the best scenario. Mac came to the best offensive line, and he came to the coaches that were going to put him in a position. He came to the perfect offense for his skill set, right? Mac can't go to if Mac had gone to something that was asking him to push the ball up the field 45, 50 yards, that wasn't going to work.
Yeah, if he went to like the Jags, I mean, he'd be the worst quarterback out of the draft. I mean,
right.
Davis Mills was better. So
yeah. 100%. And it factors in. So with Wilson, let me say this too, Matt. There's these guys that I have in the draft every year I miss out on. It's not that I think they're going to end up bad. I just can't wrap my head around them. You know what I mean? Like there's guys you're just going to miss on that you're going to watch the tape on. You're going to go, I don't understand. I don't see it.
Yeah. Like Trayvon Walker. I heard you were talking about him before.
Right. Exactly.
And I commented in the stream, like, he has insane athletic ability.
It does.
And he's being shadowed by Jordan Davis, the monster, and Devontae Wyatt. And all the linebackers and two that were there.
Walker. Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. I mean, and
he's worth a second overall pick.
You think he is?
I would love that because I don't want the Jets to take him. But but I think he fits Detroit's scenario too.
He could. I mean, he could. And it's again, that's why I like to just try to acknowledge, like, it's something where I could be just easily missing something. I can't lie about it either. I can't fade the funk if I don't see it, you know, and I'm like
his character too. Kemba wants people to be like fired up and be a leader. And he probably doesn't see that in Thibodeau, which a lot of people don't. But Thibodeau is really smart. Just by the way he talks, you can tell he's one of the smarter people in the draft. It's like, besides what he said about like Alabama, it's like Alabama doesn't. I don't know if they have great education because they have so much money, you know. But does education really matter that much? Like, it doesn't define you on how smart you are.
No.
You know? I go to a community college and I know I'm smarter than a lot of people that go to like Ivy Leagues. Well, all right.
No, it's
in certain subjects, obviously. Like, yeah, I think I'm in a pretty good situation in my life. So,
yeah. No, I agree with you on that, man. Just because you're going to a different university doesn't put you at a smarter realm. And Thibodeau's,
I'm getting it for free, so I don't really care.
Well, diploma's a diploma, you know. At the end of the day,
exactly. No one's gonna be like, "Oh, you went here, we're not gonna hire you." I mean, maybe they could, but.
You never know. Yeah, I don't think people make that judgment anymore. They just want to see the check box.
Going into like an office either, so I don't really care.
Yeah, I think they're just looking for the diploma. It's a check mark. They see the diploma and go, okay, you got it. That's what we're looking for. Now on to the next thing. On to the interview.
And I don't really think like where you go to school for like players. I don't really think it matters all that much. Like competition, maybe certain positions it does, but like. Maybe cornerbacks, it matters because you got to face elite talent and wide receivers too, maybe. But like, there are quarterbacks that come from like lower end schools. Like Carson Wentz came from North Dakota State. There's not much competition there, and he was a MVP candidate in 2017, right?
True.
So.
No, I think it's there. You can get them anywhere. I think this is what it makes it harder. I think sometimes it makes it easier. I think for people to do the evals for like SEC stuff, right? I have Alabama playing Georgia I mean, I've rewatched that Alabama Georgia game. I don't know how many times, but watching it with the individual players you're talking about, like, oh, let me watch it with Quay Walker. Let me watch it with Channing Tindall. Let me watch it with Nakobe Dean.
Yeah, you focus on certain players. Yeah.
Right. And it's because you want to see the best up against the best. You want to see them stacked up. If I have a right tackle, like, watching Daniel Fa'alele, well, I'm going to put on the tape with him up across a good talent across from, like a Tyreek Smith from Ohio State.
Like how people watch Rashawn Slater against Chase Young.
Bingo.
And saw what Chase Young can do in the league, and they're like, "Oh, Rashawn Slater's insane.
Yeah,
he's going to be good," and he was.
Yeah, I think it can inform you a bit on it, but it also shouldn't be the only thing you take. To your point on this, if you have other schools out there, I mean, Jesus, Dakota, North and South Dakota are just churning prospects out now all of a sudden, and it's amazing to watch. But it should be indicative of the fact that you can get them anywhere. But it's why you got to me also, Matt. It's why you got to take the game tape. It's why the pro day numbers matter. It's why the more data and information you have matters when making your determination on these guys, as opposed to just having it as one thing you lean to and ignore the rest, so to speak.
Yeah. And I think Zach Wilson going to BYU with not as much competition
this factors into you're touching on part of my evaluation with him, right? He's got guys that are, 25, 26 that have been Mormon missions on his offensive line. He's being kept clean on basically every single play of snap of his college career, just about. That's going to impact the evaluation because you're not going to be clean on every snap in the NFL. You're not going to be able to sit back there behind the box. Right.
Single-handedly.
And I think that's the thing he had a little bit in his back pocket with BYU was it was a great offensive line. You guys like Brady Christensen get drafted, and those were guys that were older. And if I'm a 25-year-old guy going against a 21-year-old kid, and I've had 4 more years in a weight room to develop my body, guess what? I'm going to put him in the dirt. There's not a whole lot he can do about it unless he's just so freakishly talented at that age that he can overcome that.
Yeah, definitely. I think Zach Wilson, he had his first and second season. He had a little turnover problem, but he fixed it. He had 33 touchdowns and 3 interceptions in his senior year.
He's a gunslinger. You're going to get that with gunslingers a little bit.
Yeah,
it's the price of admission, right? It's the price of doing business.
Arnold. So he had a insane turnover problem coming out of college, and we were hoping it went away, which coaching didn't help and the weapons didn't help.
Let me give you some optimism on this one, though. Wilson was way more of a gunslinger than Donald was in college. And putting tight throws and tight windows and
Donald was a pocket passer. He's not. Yeah. He's athletic, but he's not Wilson athletic, where you can run out of the pocket and still on the run just sling it across. Yeah.
And you can see with Darnold too, the delivery was wonky. With Wilson, he's got that Aaron Rodgers. It's that spin kind of thing they do, right? Tony Romo did this too, where you can just see them sort of torquing their body and their throw when it comes off. It's their own little styling, but it allows for them to get a nice tight spiral off with velocity, and also gives them a little bit more arm strength when they're able to do that.
He has insane throw power.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
He throws really fast. In the beginning of the year, he was throwing like really fast where the wide receivers couldn't really catch it. That was the drop issues. Mm-hmm. That's what came out, at least. That was the media saying it, not the wide receivers saying it.
But, no, it's go if you get a chance, go watch the there's a quarterback school breakdown Gruden did with Favre after Favre was retired, and he brought him back and showed him, and he brought up some practice film of Favre initially getting out there practicing with the Packers. And he's like, look at what you're doing. And Favre is ripping 100-mile-an-hour fastballs on 10-yard seam routes. And it's just, and you almost can feel the receiver's fingers breaking on the throws with every throw. And they're not catching it, by the way, Matt. I mean, it's going.
Yeah. Yeah. So I feel like Zach Wilson probably had to get into a rhythm and had to develop a touch with it.
Mm.
He can't just be throwing it 100 miles per hour in just five yards down the field.
Yeah. Well, we expect these guys to come out the gate and be amazing now. And it's give them some time to develop.
They're not going to be Justin Herbert.
No. No. It's everybody's going to be different on a different plane of what it's going to take them to do. And it doesn't.
Or they're not going to be Russell Wilson, who wins his Super Bowl in his second year.
That's right. It doesn't mean that there isn't a point of them being great down the road or just taking a little bit of time to finally get to where they're going to get. And I agree with you, man. Look, he's got talent. There's no doubt about it with him. My questions with him are size and build. Can he hold up? Processing on the football field, can he get through the reads in the way he needs to do, and then in the way he deals with pressure and how that impacts his throwing, and if he can lower down the interceptions, turnover worthy plays. And if he can do that, he can make the tight window stuff.
Yeah.
He can hit
I
the
mean,
deep
you
shutdown.
saw what he can do in BYU with a good offensive line, a great offensive line. But sure, he's gonna. Our offensive line is above average, I'd say.
Just got to keep investing in it, man. That's what I
Yeah.
tell. It's like I've been harping on my team. They've been doing it. Your team's at least been doing it. You didn't have Becton last year. You'll get him back.
Yeah.
Fant goes back to the right side. Vera Tucker, I think you drafted last year, was a great player coming out of USC.
Yeah.
He'll round out fine. Go into this draft. Go get Tyler Linderbaum. Go for the first 2 rounds. Go back to offensive line. Build an offensive line like what he had in BYU. And
I
you're
don't
absolutely
want
right.
Linderbaum at 10. That's the thing, because we do have McGovern, but if we get Linderbaum in like maybe 25, if we trade up, or if he even falls, which I think can happen now that the Dolphins don't have their first overall or first round, he can probably fall because he's a center-only prospect. So he can't play guard. And like the Cowboys, I feel like they could draft him, but their center can only play center as well. So what are you going to do? You're going to cut him and only save $1 million, but and I say only.
No,
but,
hey,
like,
it's got to be worthwhile to move on.
Doesn't really make sense for them. I think they would rather go like Kenyon Green if he falls, but I don't know.
I trade if I was the Jets, I'd trade back from 10 to 20 with the Steelers. Let the Steelers go get Malik Willis. You pick up an extra 2nd round pick to do so. You then take a 20 Linderbaum, and now you have 2 second round picks then into that next round, to then take whatever you want at that point with an offensive line that's now turning into a monster.
Yeah. I think we're gonna do George Fant at left tackle. We're gonna keep him there, and then Laken Tomlinson's gonna move to left guard.
What happens to Becton?
He's gonna move to right tackle.
Really?
Yeah, he played right tackle in college, so I don't know. I'm not worried.
It's all good. It's ubiquitous now. Left
we only
tackle,
put
right
him at
tackle.
left tackle because we didn't have anyone. So
yeah,
really,
no,
that was the only reason.
And Fant balled out for you last year, so I mean he's doing really well over there. So it makes sense.
I have no complaints about him. So
tough thing is, it just like with us, you guys are in a pretty tough division. That's going to be another tough uphill part of it.
Yeah,
the division's not getting any easier.
Yeah, I can't wait till Von Miller retires.
We're saying the same thing about Aaron Donald.
Yeah, I wanted Von Miller to go to like the Broncos, and then Bobby Wagner goes to the Broncos, and then like Russell Wilson wins another ring. Maybe like it'd be pretty cool, you know.
Yeah, you never
like that maybe, but I just think it'd be cool that Bobby Wagner goes to the Broncos with Wilson, and then Von Miller goes back and wins another ring after they traded him to the Ravens.
That'd be insane.
Or not the Ravens, the Rams.
Yeah. That would be insane if Von pulls that off. That'd be one hell of a coup if he does it.
But I mean, 6 years, $120 million. Who can pass that up, right?
No. And I'm glad it was a smart move by the Bills. Like, good from them. You're in a go for it mode. Like, you need to pass for that game against the Kansas City Chiefs last year at the end of the year. You had no pass rushers getting any heat on Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
You desperately
I mean, the Chiefs have a revamped O-line now, or they had one last year, and the Bills just didn't have enough. They had a rookie edge in Greg Rousseau, so that didn't help.
Yeah, and Epineza didn't develop for him either.
Who's their D tackles? I think it's
Ed Oliver.
It's Tim Settle and Ed Oliver. Yeah, so those are the two. And then on the edge, there's Von Miller and Greg Rousseau, who can develop to be. He's an athletic monster. I know that, but the only reason he fell is because he was really raw.
Yeah, very raw. But he's got it. He's got the physical ability that's
and he had
out
a
of
decent year. Sad to say that he had a decent year.
He played well. He surprised me. I thought he was going to take a couple of years and be one of those slow burn pass rushers. Year 3, he really starts to take off. But no, he came right out the box. Really good for them, you know. So
unfortunately,
he's good. Well, let me part ways here with you, Matt. We got Duncan here waiting on in the channel. But thanks for jumping on, man. Like I always say with that, I love talking with other fans coming in the chat and having discussions. It rounds out our perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I did the same thing with Dolphins fans yesterday. So I don't know. I like talking with other fans instead of just talking about the Jets. You know,
I do too, man. It's fun. It's interesting. It's, again, the perspective it gives you, because you get so caught in your own kind of tunnel vision on your team that you sometimes get lost in that. And it's like there's a whole open world out here, and it just rounds your kind of football knowledge out and understanding what's going on out there. So I wish you guys the best of luck this year. I think you're on the right track, and just keep building that offensive line for me. Okay, Matt, you do that. You're going to come back in a year from now and you're going to be like, you were so right. We are awesome. Like, you know, I swear you will be. These NFL teams, though, it's the hard lesson they're having to learn on this one. They're all learning it kind of slowly still. It's all skill position, defense. Get that line, man.
It all starts in the trenches. So
it all starts in the trenches. I'm telling you, especially you got Salah there. He wanted to run that wide 9. It's both sides. Get your trenches right. The rest of the team will come with it. They will come with it. I swear they will.
I want to draft another tackle so we can maybe move Fant to the 6th tackle, and we can run just a straight power run with our 2 tight ends too. That'd be insane.
That's what we did with Fant when he was here through the last couple of years. Is he would be the tight end coming off in those 2 tight end sets, and it's devastating, man. I love it. I love it, Matt. That would be awesome. It'd be awesome to see you guys come up that way, because it's just I feel like this is, for whatever reason, it's one of those issues in the NFL that some teams just have a complete blind spot towards, and it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, you have a good one, and hopefully see you back in the chat here soon, and come back along when I will be doing this again, hopefully somewhat on a regular basis. So jump on in, man.
All right.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
You too.
We got a quick donation here. Charles Riley with the $5 donation says Vinny Testaverde did play in the best Monday Night Football game ever, though. That's true. I vaguely remember that one, Charles. It's been a while, but I vaguely remember that. I hope you guys like the kitty tower I got going in the chat here now. We got the kitty tower in the background, so got to do that. Let's get Duncan on in here the stream. Duncan, you've been very patient in here, and I appreciate that. And Randall, thank you for all the donations on the chat tonight, man. I appreciate you. Charles also with the $5 donation says, Brando, it's good of you to let Jets fans in here who have fleeced us to speak freely while we're suffering Jamal Adams. No hate, by the way. Pete got. Charles, sometimes you just get got, man. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just your number in these type of trades. And especially when Pete's begging for the safety and telling John to do it by all means necessary, and saying things like making them an offer they can't refuse. You just sort of end out at a stage where the trade's going to happen one way or another. So, hey, good for them, man. They got us on that one. As you said, we got on that one. And when you got, you just got to sort of nod, just like Chris Rock, nod, take your slap, and keep it moving. Keep it moving. But Charles, thank you for all the donations, brother. I really appreciate it. Duncan, let's get you in here. Duncan, my man, how you doing? Thank you for being so patient on waiting on hold over there. How's the night going?
Thanks for getting to me. Can you hear me all right, man?
Oh yeah, for sure, man.
Cool. Yeah, appreciate you having me on, man. I've been a long time listener to your show, so I just love the insight you have on the Seahawks.
Thank you. I appreciate you tuning on in and doing it. I love doing this, but it doesn't do it if I don't have people listening in. So thank you for listening, and long time at that.
Yeah, I'm a lifelong Seahawks fan. My family's from Seattle originally, but grew up there. But I live in LA now, so I'm in enemy territory.
I know how that goes. I've been there myself. I had to do about a year run in San Jose, and it wasn't pretty, man. Anytime I went out with my Seahawk gear, it was head on a swivel, head on a swivel.
It's terrible because the Rams just came back, so then you got all these bandwagon fans, and they already won a Super Bowl, and
Oh, I know, and they are. I'm not a guy, with me. I don't like to throw around bandwagon, but that's got bandwagon. That whole city's got bandwagon tendencies to it. I'm sorry, it just does.
Oh yeah, it's a joke, man. Nobody goes to the Lakers when they're bad, and it's just it's tough being a sports fan here.
Yeah, I bet. You're sandwiched between two edges there. You got the Rams on one side and 49ers on the other side to the north.
Yeah, definitely. So, but I just wanted to play a little bit of devil's advocate, man, because I know talk to a lot of Seahawks fans, talk to a lot of people still back in Seattle, and what I'm getting from most people is they just want to tank, they want to call it in, and I'm just of the idea that he's been really clear he wants to compete, and I'm just kind of different on the idea of, I say, why not go for a Mayfield? If you can, maybe they throw a pick in there with him. But if you're gonna try to win, they showed promise at the end of last year. They showed they can run the ball. They have Penny. He's trying to load up. I just, it's the NFL. Anything can happen. So I say, why not go for a Mayfield? I like Malik Willis. I know you're not too high on him, but I like Willis, and I just think, why not try to tool up here and try to win games?
Mm-hmm. I understand completely the standpoint on it to a degree. Let me ask a couple questions with you on this to kind of prod a little bit, or not prod, but to dive in a little bit with this. Okay, so I guess the thing that probably comes into my mind with this that's just the worrisome is that, do you think there's a threat in kind of going for it like that, in that territory of it all, putting necessarily nothing in peril, but then not giving yourself as an easy a track to then rebuild the team if you go this alternative route.
Yeah, and that's the argument I keep hearing. Like we get Mayfield and we go 7-9, and then we drop down in the draft where it's like you might as well just tank. And I get that argument. I just think, as a fan, I want to see us win. I'm impatient. We've been very spoiled, but I was a fan when we were terrible for years. So, I just think, man, I just think Pete's going to try to win. So why take a half measure here? And he's not going to try to rebuild. I mean, he's old. So I mean, I just don't know, man. Obviously, they're not upfront about anything they say, at this point. So you can't really know. But I just can't imagine Pete wanting to be around for a rebuild. And I think that's probably just the reality. I think that this team could be have a chance to be competitive if you bring in a Mayfield or maybe I like Willis. Give him a couple years. I mean, like what was said earlier, Wilson won the Super Bowl in his second year. I don't know if I think that kid has a lot of upside. I'll say that. I think.
And I like Willis. It's just, sorry to interrupt you. I like Willis. It's just that I don't like him at 9. I like Willis if I'm taking him in the back of the first round, or you mentioned Russell Wilson that was taken in the 3rd round. I'm way more on board with Willis at that point. It's just if we're talking in the top 9 with some of the rough edges to his game that, makes me worried in that respect at that pick, that I don't have those same worries. If I'm trading back, I'm picking up extra picks and he's now at the back of the 20s and I'm not spending 10 million a year on him now. I'm spending only a couple million a year on him now. There's just a couple things that fit a little, better with that, but I do like him. He's got talent. You know what I mean? I'm not like Coral with him, with Coral, I'm completely out, but with Willis, I can be talked into Willis.
Yeah, I know. I've seen you say some of that stuff about Coral. And I don't think they should necessarily waste a pick on him, but I don't think I'm as low on him as you are. I mean, he's athletic, right? He can really throw the ball. So, but that's the other thing with Willis, man. He's got a hell of an arm. So
he does. Do you feel like with Baker coming in here, he would be able to make this team competitive, considering where the offensive line is at right now?
Well, maybe I'm ignorant, man, but I just feel like it just shocks me with the market for quarterbacks in the NFL right now. How that Baker's not getting more interest, because I mean this is a guy a couple years ago who took the Browns to the playoffs, won a playoff game. I just cut him a little bit of slack, man, and I will say I haven't seen enough of him, but he was playing injured last year. Kind of some dysfunction going on in that franchise. But
I'm kind of agreeing with you.
surprised.
So I'm more asking. It's a different track. I'm kind of asking this for you. I'm not. Let's say Baker's good. Let's acknowledge. Let's say he comes in and he's actually okay. He's ready to ride and be back into that state of you talked about from what he was a couple of years ago. Well, a couple of years ago, he had one of the best offensive lines in the entire NFL. He was playing behind to get to that season. He's got an offensive line that is in shambles compared to where that offensive line was at, comparatively speaking. Not just Baker, but any guy you bring behind this offensive line in its current state, is anybody going to be able to really, truly push a competitive team where it's at?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough, man. I mean, I don't know, I'd like to think that we could. At the end of last year, we were starting to run in the ball real well. If we can start building around, what Pete wants to do here. But that's certainly fair enough argument. I just think he's going to try to win. You might as well try.
And that's where I only ask that way because that's just to give you the perspective. That's where more I come at it from the Baker standpoint. Not that Baker couldn't maybe make you a little bit better than versus where you are with Drew Lock, even maybe a couple games better. But then what are we talking on that point? Is he really going to push you to the playoffs with an offensive line that's projected to be the 32nd best in the entire NFL right now? Because that's where it's set to be as far as, and those are vague numbers. Those aren't based on a precise science by any stretch. But at the same point in time, that's what draws me to the point of not necessarily, I'm more like with you. I'd rather be competitive, but I also don't want to make decisions that drive towards being competitive if the returns aren't really there for doing that move. And the returns of that's what I look at with Baker. And it's not about his talent. I'm really with you on this, where I think he's got some talent and he could be good, but he's got to have things set up right for him, I think, as well. And you don't have things necessarily set up right for him, especially that offensive line, which I think is just going to get the hell beat out of whoever plays. And because they haven't put the assets into it this offseason, Duncan, as far as signing a left tackle and getting another right tackle, paying the piper on Trent Brown, going over what the Patriots were willing to offer, because you didn't take that stance on it, you've kind of made this bet a little bit if you're the front office, I feel like. That's just, I mean, just in general. And I get where you're coming from, though, completely on looking at him. And he is an upgrade over Locke completely, for sure.
Yeah, and I will say, I'm not as I haven't missed a Seahawks game in years, but I'm definitely not as your knowledge and some people's knowledge. It really impresses me, man, because I'm not as X's and O's as you guys. I can't say, have a great knowledge of the line, or even hearing you guys talk about some of the later rounds. I really only know top first rounders. So I can't say I'm coming at it from the same amount of knowledge you have, or looking at like PFF of the line and stuff like that. But I don't know. I just think they're going to try to win, and to me, it's it's way harder in the NFC, obviously, this year, but it's like if you can get into a wild card, anything can happen. Just look at Cincy, what they just did. And I just think, and maybe I have, the rose tinted glasses because I'm still a little bit higher on Pete than a lot of people are. I really appreciate what he's done for the city. And the team, but I just, I want to believe that there's a reality where he can still play that smash mouth football and even at his age, even when people are feeling like the league's passed him by, recapture that magic and go on some kind of a run.
Well, again, Duncan, we're really more probably aligned than it might seem on this, because I think he could get to that point still. But I do think that that's reliant on him building that offensive line and marrying it to his defense, and not even building the offensive line for pass protection based. He can still take his approach to the offensive line he always has the past 10 years, which is I'm going to build a first and foremost run-based blocking line. And if I can get around to pass blocking, so be it. But then that line needs to run block against anybody. There can't be weeks you run up against the Rams twice a year where you're just going to do nothing in the run game. That doesn't work, because then now you have no passing game to fall back on. You have no Russell Magic to fall back on, and the defense is going to get worn down with its bend but don't break structure. And that's the part that's frustrated me here, is he's not marrying the two aspects. I mean, Duncan, and it's getting even to the deepness of it. If I tell you I'm going to be rocking next year with an undrafted, starting right tackle and a 6th round left tackle, and I just gave you that information alone, where would you lean towards thinking that offensive line is going to be in general, especially on the edges?
Yeah, that's fair. And I'm definitely, like I said, I'm not educated enough on online or getting in to that kind of depth. I didn't realize they're really looking at being ranked like dead last in terms of line this year.
That's, at least from a pass blocking standpoint, that's the current projection. They may be a little bit better right now as a run blocking unit, but that's where they're sitting pass protection wise from the advanced projections I've seen.
Right.
And that's not an exact science, Duck. And we got to give it a little bit of a grain of salt, of course, with that type of statistic, because that's not based on actual numbers. That's based on, well, we're going to take from prior year to the next year. And football is a year-to-year sport that gets harder to take those projection points out there as much. It's not as, it's a little more of the gray area of things with it. So it's not as much, and it's not as much to try to show you, well, I know this, Duncan. It's as much as I'm of alignment with you. I want to see the track you want to take. I want to see them be competitive. I have faith in Carroll still to a degree, if he could but he's got to own what he wants to do here. Own what you want to do, man. If you want to be the defensive centric team that wants to run the ball and play great special teams and have a game manager quarterback, fine. Then show me that's the track you're taking. But the track he's taking this offseason is shorter term deals. We're not getting top end talent. We're taking $50 million in bargain basement shopping. The majority of it's going to the defense. Nothing's going to really the offensive side of the ball. Don't tell me Austin Blythe's going to be an upgrade, because he's just not. He's just not. And that's where I go, well, you're not being consistent in your approach here. You're half measuring your approach, like that Breaking Bad show where he's like talking about half measures to full measures. It's like you're half measuring your philosophy and where you're trying to drive towards. And that's the part that I don't understand. That's the part that leaves me kind of just scratching my head a bit with it.
Yeah, and I appreciate your insight, man, and your perspective. It's and the other thing actually I wanted to ask you about, it's like, what do you think about that Disley contract? Because I just think, for me, he's overpaid, and but I just wanted to know your opinion on it.
When you're the first thing I don't like about this is general the contracts they've given out this year, and they did this 2 years ago when they had $50 million of cap space, is they hand out a lot of 1, 2, and 3 year deals. And so what that means is that you have bonus money that can only be stretched at the very most over 3 years. And even at 3 years, it's not the full 4 years where you'd split it into 4s. So that means you're really feeling the full pain of the cost of these guys on the front end, be it Quandre Diggs or Disley or Quentin Jefferson or Owusu, all of them. You're feeling that pain. You're getting less guys inside the cap. And again, to your point on wanting to compete, if you want to compete, you got to squeeze more guys under the cap. not have the cap space get eaten up year to year on these 1 and 2 year deals. I didn't mind necessarily in the face of it paying Disley in the respect of this. You ran 2 tight end sets at like the 10th most amount in anybody in the entire NFL while you ran the least amount of plays. So you really lean on your tight ends as much as anybody in the NFL is what that data tells me. And so you needed to have a guy who could come in and do the things he does, specifically both being able to be a pass catcher and a run/pass blocker. You need him to fit both of those alignments because with Fant, he's a move tight end, right? He's a Gerald Everett type. He's not a blocker type. So you had a need on the team for it. Would I have rather seen a 4-year deal to spread that money out a little bit more? Yeah. Or see more of the 4-year type deals built into these contracts a little bit so that we can ease a little bit of the early burden of the cap space. Because now you're really feeling it a little bit here. Because you've set the deal with him where it's a 3-year deal that you can easily get out of in 2 years. But the fallout from that or the downside of that is then you're paying him all the money up front. Then it's a little more front loaded of a contract. So I didn't hate the Disley deal. It wasn't something that's going to make me blow my top off. But when it's taken in the totality of all the contracts given over this offseason and understanding, Duncan, that you took this approach 2 years ago and it didn't work. I showed that stat a couple of weeks ago on the channel showing how they spent that $50 million back then, from Greg Olson's to Benson Mayoa's to Bruce Irvin's to BJ Finney. And it didn't work. And they seemed to have taken a look at that approach and said, hey, let's do that again. Let's take that approach to free agency again. That worked out amazingly. I that's the part I don't get, Duncan, with it. That's the one thing that it does drive me crazy, and I can't really hide my dismay for it because I don't understand. Even if I don't agree with something, it's like the trading of the DK, right? I said, I don't want to trade DK, but I can understand it. I don't understand their approach right now, Duncan, because they're not being cogent in their process. That's a little bit of let's do all this, but then let's do some of that. But let's go all this, let's rebuild, but then let's try to go for it. It's that thing I also say about the middle fork, and you're taking the middle road that doesn't exist. Pick one road or the other. Either go for it or rebuild. Don't do the in-between mode.
Well, and that's where I really agree with you on the Disley thing, because if you look at it, it's not a horrible contract if in comparison to other tight ends what they're getting paid. But it's just the in general, it's just the idea of it. Getting multiple contracts like that. So, and that's one I think people in Seattle have probably been overreacting a little bit about, because I know a lot of people that are really upset about that contract specifically.
Yeah.
But like you said, it just goes to the totality of the situation, and that's where stuff like that is just like my biggest gripe with Pete and John. I just don't understand that thinking of paying a guy like that. And I like Will.
If you came out of this offseason with Teron Armstead and I'm trying to think of another name here. So like a Teron Armstead and let's say Ryan Jensen, and then Will Disley's contract was there. Is anybody in the fan base saying anything about that Disley contract at that point?
Yeah.
No. Everybody's going to be celebrating this offseason. Not only that, a lot of the people probably poo-pooing with Disley's contract right now would be lauding it.
Yep.
And this is what we're talking about. It's not that it's a bad in itself. It's that it's bad within the conjunction of other moves that have occurred around it. And that's where the issue is. And it's the fact that it confuses us, Duncan. Even if we don't agree with an approach, we just want to understand there's an approach at play.
I agree with that.
I'm not trying to oversell it. I can't tell you what their approach is right now. They're telling us one thing, they're doing something else with their moves. They seem to be rebuilding, but then kind of being competitive at the same time. They don't seem to understand any value of the tackle position, because right now we don't have a left or right tackle. You've moved your right guard to left guard to detrimental results, but you're still not going back and fixing that. You just made a signing of a center who didn't even play last year and couldn't beat out a rookie. It doesn't always make sense to me, and that's the frustrating part. I hope maybe they surprise us on this, Duncan, and we see it kind of form as the offseason goes along and the plan starts to, like a picture that you can't see at first that starts to slowly come into focus. Maybe it'll turn out to be that. I'm hopeful of it, and I'm not trying to bury Carroll in a grave, but he's also got to earn a little bit more goodwill back at this point. The days of in John and Pete I trust kind of mode that we were in 2013, 14, 15, those days have kind of long come past. Now you need to start to earn some of that back by making moves now, by drafting things that are smart and pay off a little bit, rather than just, it'll pay off because it's Pete and John.
Yeah. And once again, I completely agree with that, because it's just these guys. I'm trying to think. what I'm trying to say here is, a lot of people I talk to are it's just, is Pete really just going at this? I mean, does he have some kind of a plan? And I think there's different perspectives on that, where some people really do think maybe he's got some kind of plan. That was something else I was going to ask you. I mean, do you think that there's a method to this? Because the way it looks right now isn't good for him, right? It doesn't look like he's doing this in any kind of, jointed manner. Or do you think they really are looking at, Mayfield, or are they going to draft a quarterback and that's been the plan all along? Or is he being honest about Locke? I mean, I don't know where he's really at, or what he's thinking, or maybe if he's just, and this is the real disaster, if he's really just doing things, just haphazardly without a plan. And then you start to wonder, I mean, is he just getting old,
Right. And he could still, to your point on that, if that's the case, he could be doing that where he's just getting old, but still have a lot to his game that he offers as a coach. So it's not as clear that, oh, he just needs to be gone. There's other things he's still motivating. He's still like, last year, or even when we were a bad year, he had all the players still playing hard, right? Where some coaches would have guys checked out at that point.
But giving up manager, those kind of duties, like just let John have more control.
I hope it has an effect here. My answer to you on your question, though, is this, and it's not an answer that I can say certainly. This is my guess to the situation, and this is like me taking the temperature based on how I see it. And that is that this front office and this coaching staff is very reactive right now.
Mm-hmm.
Very reactive, reacting to the situation last year with Russell, and then we're on the horn with Chicago. But no, we're going to wait. But we're going to go for it. We're going to try it with Russell one more time, and it's going to be his last ride, last dance. If this year doesn't happen, it's not going to happen, and we're going to have to trade him. So let's sit on $11 million in cap space, the first year in 20 years where the cap is reduced.
Yeah.
Huh? What? So again, if it's not them being reactive, if it's exactly the plan, well, if it's a plan, why are so many things all over the place? And there's not a thread here that just makes sense as far as what you're trying to do from A to Z, as far as your approach goes. Even right now, okay, Duncan, if they were trying to go back to the 2012 blueprint, right? Well, by the time you got to the 2012 season, let's say that we're in 2011 right now, and 2012 will be next year when they go for the quarterback. Well, by 2011, you're looking for the Robert Gallery. You're looking to then draft the Okung. You've got Max Unger here. You have the offensive line that could run block like you were wanting them to run block. I'm not even talking about the pass protection right now. I'm just talking about Carroll's fondness for wanting to run the football. And you don't accomplish that with a lesser offensive line. You just don't. We've seen enough of that in the last 5 years in the running game getting put ground to a halt at times for that very reason. And so they're not doing the same stuff that they did back in 2011 if we're talking about them fitting to the blueprint. So it's like, what is the blueprint? You have a defense right now that you put most of the majority of the free agent spending's been to the defensive side of the ball this offseason. You're paying two safeties top of the market money when no NFL team out there is paying their safeties, both of their safeties top of the market money. In fact, and just about every NFL team's running from even paying their safeties any money. You're going the opposite way on a defense that's not been dominant, having two safeties that are paid at the marks they've been paid at, because it hasn't been like they've been cheap right up to this point. I wish I could be more optimistic in this standpoint, Duncan, but it's really I'm in a prove it to me mode at this point. And I'm not just going to take for granted that, they certainly do have a plan. Show me what's the plan. And I'm open to having it described to me. It could be that I'm just too dumb to see it, Duncan. It could be that maybe I'm have too much confirmation bias in the way I look at the situation, and I'm just not seeing what is really a really smart plan. If you can just look through the leaves and pull apart the brush, that it's there. Maybe that I'm open to that being the case. I'm always open to being wrong here on this channel, 100%. I don't know everything, but my general feeling on it is that's not the way it feels right now when I look at it. And it seems to be that the from you to a lot of people I hear on feedback, even folks like you that are a backer of Carroll, there still is this general feeling of it doesn't feel like there's a real good plan in place. It's that old throw it up against the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah.
And do you think, Duncan, if they're doing that, do you think there's any chance we can be successful if they're doing that?
No, I mean, it's just, I just want them to be so badly. I love Pete, and I'm just so grateful to him. And so, I'm extremely biased, and I would just love to see him be able to win again before he goes out, and I wanted that for Russ too, but, and I hate to say it, I think at the end of the day, maybe Russ was really just about Russ, but like you said, we haven't given him a line, and, he's been sacked so many times over the last few years that it's understandable he wanted to get out of here. So, I just want to see Pete win again. And so, it's disappointing if we have to move on from him. And to that point, I also, it's something that's discussed a lot about. And I don't think it would ever happen because I think he's very controlling. But if possible, I would like to see. He's such a great man guy. He stays around and gives up control of the front office. I've heard people say that would be an optimal situation, but I don't think it's going to happen. So
it could, Duncan, though, because again, one of the people he most reveres in his coaching career has been Bill Walsh. And that was what Bill Walsh did. When Bill Walsh retired after they won the Super Bowl title, and he said, "Okay, that's it. I'm going out on a high note. I'm gonna give it over to George Seifert." He was then a consultant for that 49er team, and he served. It wasn't just a figurehead capacity. They came to him, asked him about quarterbacks especially, and had him look at different prospects and stuff. So he was a part of it at that point, and I would like to see that as well. I think that'd be a good way for him to transition, and it makes sense. By the way, you want to see the Russ and the Carroll situation end out on a high note because of the fact that, let's face it, we've had such a painful end to this great 10-year run of football. I mean, as great and as beautiful as it began, and as optimistic and we might be a dynasty, is as hard and car crash like as it's been coming to the end. From the early retirements to the disconnects in the locker room, the cliques that formed, to we were just hoping maybe we could salvage this back somehow. Maybe we could just turn this story back around at the end, so it doesn't have to finish out on this dour note, historically speaking, where we look back at that Seattle team like, yeah, it started out bad, but whoo, did it tailspin out quick,
So let me put this to you then, Brandon, because I know, and you have been, pretty critical of Pete. If let's say Jody Allen gave you full control of this team right now, or let's say at the very end of the season, going into the off season, you have full control of this team, everything, it's up to you. Would you just get rid of Pete?
What happens this season? Give me just a broad stroke. What occurred this year?
Well, I mean, just coming in at the end of this season, after we beat the Cardinals, the season's over.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So you have full control.
If I have full control, what I would have done is as follows. I would have moved on from Coach Carroll at that time. I think I probably would have moved on from Schneider, but I hate to make this call, Duncan, because of the fact that I'm not educated to understand what the dynamic was between Carroll and Schneider. Who made the Adams trade? Who pushed for that? Who's been the one bargain basement shopping in free agency? Who's been driving the dumb picks like Malik McDowell and LJ Collier? Who is it both of them split across the board? Is it one to the other? I would need to know a little bit more information, but if we're just talking about a coach, I would have brought in an offensive minded coach. 22 of the 31 teams in this league are offensive minded. It's an easier pathway to go out there and win. I'd bring in an offensive minded coach to get the most out of Russell Wilson. And then I would build an offensive line first and foremost in front of him. So that would be that's the first stroke out the gate that I would go out and change. I'd go to the 3-4 scheme they're going to, but it would be stopping the 3. I wouldn't do the 3-4 under. It'd be a 3-4 attacking style scheme coming downhill at you. And I would have do my price. I'd have my price for doing business in the defensive side of the ball, where I'm going to give up my share of points, but I'm going to score a whole hell of a lot of points on the other side of it too. Good luck outscoring me. Good luck. And I would have gone that route with it.
Yeah, I like that. And I guess Pete's he's built up too much goodwill here, and he has so much control, especially with Jody in ownership now. So I guess we're stuck with what we have. And realistically, just looking at the way the league's evolved, I do think I agree with you. That would be, maybe even a couple of years ago, we would have been the best put if we just moved on. But I said, I'm biased to Carroll. I really want to see him succeed.
And I ain't hating that. I mean, I ain't hating Carroll. Still want to see Carroll go. And I'm not completely I hate Carroll. Get him out. Again, nothing will make me happier than Carroll making me look like a fool in this situation. Nothing would make me happier than looking like I've been an idiot for throwing the shade out of my M. It's all been Russell Wilson this whole time. Them paying Russell Wilson, it put him under this bop. The whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole rap. So I would love for that to be the case and me to be the idiot, because then we're back to the height of heights, and we've got a team that's back to being an elite team, and they know the pathway to take going forward. They know the blueprint to stick to. But it's unfortunate, I think, in a holding pattern. I think, Duncan, it's as much in a holding pattern for a couple of things. I don't think Jody wants to cut a $40 million check to $50 million, $60 million check to let both Carroll and Schneider go, which he may very well have to do to move on from one. You got to move on from both. And then the other thing is, I think the sale of the team is coming up in 2025. And from her standpoint, does she want to go out there and make another new hire at the general manager and head coaching job, or just let it be what it is until she can offload it? And my feeling on this situation is she's in the offload it mode, which means it's hands off, which means it's Carroll has ultimate power, Duncan. And you know what they say about ultimate power.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know if you follow basketball at all, but if you just look at what they've been doing with the Blazers, I mean, they've been tearing that to the ground. So
yeah, I mean, is it any wonder that the second Allen passes, both the Blazers and the Seahawks kind of go into the tank as far as franchises? I don't think it's a coincidence. Ownership matters. You need strong ownership. The stories we've heard about Paul Allen, and I mean, like having Schneider, for instance, after every game on a Sunday, writing him a report based on the game. Having his general manager after every game, every Sunday, writing a report of that game back to him. That is an invested owner. That's an owner who wants to win. And you have to have it in this sport if you want to do it, because the damn sport is so hard. It's so competitive. There's so many people trying to do everything they can to win. You can't have one part of the puzzle completely missing as it is right now and hope to operate. Another reason why, Duncan, I'm a little in that hesitant. I'd love to, on the face of it, say, let's go for it, be competitive now, let's drive, let's go. But it's hard for me because this is a factor that's involved and it's not going anywhere for at least the next couple of years.
Right. And interestingly enough, on that same point, they completely blew up Portland, right? New GM. Well, he got involved in a bunch of controversy, new coach. They just blew the team up this year. I mean, just went through a bunch of trades. She wanted to stay under the luxury tax, which I think was a big motive for her. But it's interesting that they were willing to go, that route with the Blazers, and that's not what's going to go on here.
Well, what's the biggest contract that we've signed in the last 3 years since she's taken over the team?
Is it the Pete extension then?
That's it, basically it. Yeah. What you've signed? You signed Tyler. You signed Quandre, and who? I mean, DK still ain't on another deal. They're scoffing at paying Russell the $50 the next year. So, you Duncan, to your point, I think I don't know if you're trying to make this point a little bit to your point on this, but for a lady that's worth supposedly multiple billions of dollars, why are you worried about salary in the business in both the basketball and football world that are tremendously profitable? I mean, it just speaks to me, Duncan. It speaks to me of doesn't really give a crap. That at the end of the day,
that's where I'm at. Exactly.
Yeah. Just I've got other fish to fry. I got other things I find important. This stuff is kind of silly and stupid and whatever. And this is what rots out of that when that is the attitude. And it sucks because, at the end of the day, what she's supposed to be doing here, Duncan, as inheriting all this money, inheriting her brother's legacy, is you're supposed to be continuing that legacy on. You're a caretaker. Mm-hmm. You're a person that inherited this. You didn't make this money. It was given to you. And one of the things that was most important to this guy who gave you this money, you're now kind of crapping on.
Well, am I correct? That's why she can't even sell the team till 25, right? He wanted her to keep it.
No. Here's the deal on that, Duncan. When they signed the stadium agreement in 2000, the city forced them because you were drawing public bonds and it was going to take 30 years to pay off. And you had the threat of Ken Behring moving the team at that time to LA. So at that point in time, it was signed within the contract that he could not sell the team until 2025, or anybody who inherited the team from him could not sell the team until 2025. So yeah, it's in the contract. She can't do it right now, even if she wanted to.
Yeah, so that's why it just seems like, and it's just scary, man, especially seeing with the Sonics. It's just a crapshoot because we don't know who's going to come in here and who's going to have the money to buy,
I think it's going to be somebody that's going to be a local person that comes in that's going to be a big swinger. And I think it's going to be I don't have any worry about the team being moved or not being a competitive team by who buys them at that point. It's a possibility, but I'm going to be I'll be way more optimistic by whoever buys that they're going to be more in the let's get this now. Let's go. Be it a Bezos, Ballmer, or what. There's a myriad of local guys that have made a lot of money in the Pacific Northwest who could jump into the fray on this. And I think there'll be some really good owners out there prospectively when it comes down the track. But we're going to have to unfortunately wait. And while we're waiting, she's not going to be all that interested in spending money. This may be also why, Duncan, we're only seeing the 2 and 3 year deals, right?
Yeah.
She doesn't want anything out for 2025 with a lot of money out on that hook.
And to your point, people are still going to go to games, and Pete's the status quo, and she saves that money. So it's just, it's from a business perspective. I'm sure it's best for her. Just keep him in here.
Football's revenue sharing. Yeah, you get your gate tickets and you make a lot of money from that, but it's the revenue sharing aspect. It's the TV money. It's all that other stuff. If we're talking about yearly profitability, That's what's lining your pockets. Certainly a huge portion of the stadium comes into that too, but it's not everything. It's not like what it was in 1965. Now I've got Amazon money coming in, now I've got network TV money coming in. Now I got, everything under the sun. So it's just a different ball game. To your point, it's not as reliant on having that stadium stacked with 65,000 people. You can have it stacked with 50,000 people, and you're basically still making your same money mark at that point.
Yeah, but that is, the fan base there is why I think, to your point of why anybody would come in here and would have the attraction to buy this team, and we hopefully wouldn't be any situation of losing it just because we have such a great fan base and
as I always say, Duncan, if we've got a baseline of history of it happening once before, then it's not an anomaly. It's not an outlier. It's something that's happened before. We can count on it potentially happening again. What saved us before, what kept this franchise in the Pacific Northwest, was Paul Allen, a local kid who made a lot of money, coming in and saving the franchise and caring and wanting to and giving a crap and doing that. And then we just need one other guy like that again to do the same thing here. I think it can happen again, Duncan. It's an affluent, low place, right? With all the tech money and everything else drifting through there. So I think somebody will. I have hope in this respect, but that's all it takes. Just one guy who cares in that kind of way. And, when you talk about buying a football team and you're a billionaire, it's one of the most profitable purchases you can ever buy. You have yearly profits, and then you're going to make 20 times your money in 20 years if that's when you choose to sell it. Not bad. He bought it for a couple $100 million. The team's going to sell for $4.5 billion probably once it sells.
Yeah. How about that for a profit?
I mean, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's not the worst investment, right?
But speaking to his legacy, hopefully that she'll have, enough respect to try to sell it to someone local or someone who she knows is going to do it justice. Because I mean, the Clay Bennett catastrophe, I mean, it was just a shame,
And especially because it's coming with Schultz doing it. That was a local son stabbing us in the back with 4 knives and then twisting all of them at once. I mean, that was as bad as it gets. And I would hope, Duncan, at that point that she wouldn't do that. But quite honestly, when she's not willing to even put the money on the table, when she's sitting on she's probably the second or third richest owner in the entire NFL, and you're talking about money problems, you're talking about don't want to have a luxury tax, you're talking about why?
Yeah.
And again, if it's down to you're honoring your brother's legacy, again, you didn't make this money. You inherited this money. These things were important to him. Are you carrying on his legacy if you're not making him important to you? I think it's a valid question to ask. And I don't have a good
100% agree with that. So it's just scary looking at the future. But just a couple more things I wanted to get on you just about, I guess, current state of the franchise. So have you heard, interestingly enough, I guess Pete and John, they both use this verbiage the last couple days about it's our intent to keep DK. I was wondering your thoughts on that. I mean, that to me just means, okay, so they really are out there shopping him. And I am on you, and I know you've been really strong about this, posted in your chat before, but I think that's the number one priority for this franchise should be re-signing him. And the market's just going to go larger and larger. They should have done it before the Hill and Adams, if they could have.
I'm increasingly tired of the front office lying to us and doing this game of, playing a public relations game. You saw this last year with Sherman, for instance. I've referenced this, Duncan, where Sherman's available to be signed at any point in time. When the team hears that he's going to Tampa Bay, is literally trying to call him on the tarmac to bring him back and not because they want to bring him back, but then so they can come to the fan base and say, well, we tried to call him and bring him back. We tried to do it. And what they're trying to do with DK is like, when we tried to sign a contract with him, we tried, and they'll say it with real high pitch voice like that, right? You'll hear the voice go up high. We really tried. We give it a shot. We were in it. We just couldn't quite go up to that mark, So we had to do what we had to do at that point. But you're absolutely right to catch on to this, Duncan, because you've heard enough of this recently now. This parsing of words, this hedging of bets in the way that they talk about the situation to know, wait, they're starting to bullshit me here. I'm getting BS'd. I can sense I'm getting BS'd here a little bit. And you know what, Duncan? You are.
Yeah.
And it's like, when people lie, they lie to you. And when they're lying to you, and especially when they're going to start packing lies and stacking lies. Oh, 3 days before Russ being traded, Duncan, he's not on the mark. He's not going to be traded at the combine. 3 days, Duncan. He's not going to be traded. No way.
And I think those were their exact words too. We don't have any intent, Now they're saying the same thing about DK.
Yeah. Intent, we'd like to. If the stars work well, it's like I was just like, got a girl, you go up to you and like, would you go on a date with me? I'd maybe have the intent to do that. Maybe my intention. Does that sound like you're going on the date with her? I mean, I'm still kind of like, wait, what does that mean? Is that a
Exactly.
yes?
So, but speculative wise, I would say I don't think they'll get a deal done going into the season, and then that to me means he'll be offloaded next offseason. What do you think?
Yeah, it's at this point. I think with Schneider's comments, Duncan, with him saying surprise. Here's another lie for you. Let me give you. Look at how many we can stack up here just off this situation alone. I was surprised by what the receiver market did.
Mm-hmm.
He said that. Okay, so walk me through this, Duncan. And I know you don't necessarily get into the deep essence of this stuff, but let's just take this on the face of this because I don't think it takes necessarily pulling apart the layers on this one. DeAndre Hopkins signs for a $27.5 million on average per year deal last year at the wide receiver position. Devontae Adams gets $28.5 million. Tyreek gets $30 million.
They all want to one up each other. That's what I was saying about Adams and Tyreek. You know,
right? So what's the shocker of that though? If you're a general manager, it's your job to take stock of this a year out to know what the weather is going to be a year out from now. If that's your job to do that, and that is his job, is to forecast and understand where the market is going so he can make these decisions. How do you get surprised by that when that's what it was telling you it was going to do? You absolutely knew Devontae Adams was going to be up for a new contract this year. I didn't talk about this on the stream because he's not a Seahawk, but I would have absolutely said, yeah, he'll make $28.5 million.
mm-hmm.
Next man up is going to make the next one over the top. And now Tyreek's the next man up. So now he takes up over the top. That's the way it works, man. And to be shocked by that, frankly, if he's being honest, shows kind of ineptitude, doesn't it? Or he's just lying to us and setting the stage for trading DK where he can say, well, golly gee, I just didn't expect it to be like that. I had no idea. And then it just came down and now I got to deal with it, I guess. Whoopsie. You know, you get to play that the village idiot dumb role, and then you get by on it. And when it's actuality, you knew what the market was going to be. You could get this done, and instead you're gonna set that groundwork to moving on from him. So Duncan, at this point, I think that if he's not traded before this draft, I think he's traded by next year. I don't think they have any intention of paying him that money.
Yeah, and now's the time if they were going to do it to sign him because they have a little bit of leverage in terms of the fact that he would want to get guaranteed money now, you know?
That's right. That's right. And you have him for 3 years of club control right now for $50 million if he's trying to hardline you. If he tries to say, I want 30 million, you can say, we're giving you 25. And if you don't like that, we'll hold you for 30 for 50, 3 for 50. So what would you rather have? Would you rather have 4 for 100 or 3 for 50? Because that's the bottom line.
And get that guaranteed. You know, he wants to get that signed sooner rather than later. So that's exactly what I was thinking about 25. If we could get that down, that'd be perfect now. But
to me, that seems like the exact right spot to be. And again, it's going to look like within 2 years from now, you sign that $25 million. It's going to look like a bargain when receivers are making 40, 45 million, especially when the Amazon money kicks in next year, which will probably push the cap up on top of whatever growth it's getting, another probably $30 million.
Yeah. And but it does go back to, I mean, to your point about the lying and everything and mixed messages. If they do decide to trade him, which I wouldn't be surprised at all, okay, then you do need to just blow it all up. Don't even pretend you're trying to compete. You know what I mean? At that point, don't.
Oh yeah.
Go roll with Drew Lock and lose games.
Just at that point, yes. What is the point at that point? Yeah, Duncan. I mean, well said. I mean, just go all in at that spot. I mean, and look, that's why I've said though I disagree with it, I completely understand it because then you're setting the stage with 5 first-round picks and 3 second-round picks, and then the next 2 years, and then you got all this cap space freed up. It makes sense. It does make sense, even though I don't agree that it completely makes sense. And you could build a hell of a team on the back of those type of resources and assets.
Does Pete really intend to coach that long though? Because I just can't see it. I mean, it's hard for me to believe he would want to go through a rebuild at this point in his career.
If he's not having his feet flamed to the fire, which the Seattle media doesn't know how to put feet to the fire, so that's not going to happen. And if he understands that he gets to have this still kind of the full control, basically at the end of the day, he's struck me, Duncan, as one of those kind of guys you probably run across that have been like, I can't retire. If I retire, I'll be dead in a week. Yeah. Like that's their essence of who they are and what they are. And everything is wrapped into that. And I think he's one of those kind of guys. I think you're going to have to, I've said the equivalent, Duncan. It's like the players that say, you have to tear this jersey off my back to get me off that football field. Well, I think you're going to have to pull his coaching whistles, off of his neck and snap it off his neck. Like they do in those movies where they pull the gold chains off of people's necks. You know what I mean? Like you're going to have to do that to get him off the coaching. I think it's going to take that.
That's an interesting perspective. So maybe that it wouldn't be as unreasonable as people think, because the prevailing sentiment is definitely that, Pete would never be around for a full rebuild. But, I mean, you never know, right?
I've long said I think ego in this situation between Wilson and Carroll and maybe even Schneider factored in all the way around on this. And part of what drove ego on this, in my opinion, is the hubris to believe that you can replicate what you did again in 2012. Right. And I think that they look at it in that situation a little bit. I do.
Maybe they can. I guess we'll just have to see. Hey, before I forget, on the subject of the draft, and this is a guy who he's really been dropping, I think, in the mocks that I've seen. But what do you think about that Jordan Davis kid from Georgia? I mean, that kid is a freak.
Freak show, no doubt about it. It's some of the answer on this, Duncan, depends on where am I selecting him. So where am I selecting him 15? Am I selecting him 30? Am I at the top of the second round? I like him, but let's put this guy in perspective of it. That Georgia defense was nasty all the way around. I mean, every play, it looks like they've got an extra defender on the defensive line coming downhill to quarterback. He's a rotational guy in that Georgia defense, so he's not playing snap in and snap out.
He didn't play any third downs.
Didn't play third downs. He, as a pass rusher, gives you just marginal ability as a pass rusher as it stands right now. He's not a technician with his hands. He's not going to give you a swim move or a nice rip move. He's not going to be a good at hand fighting. He's just going to try to bowl his guy back there in that realm. He takes up blockers. He is a good run stuffer. But what is the value of a run stuffing one tech that's freakish? Right. That's the question at hand. And my answer to you would be, in my opinion, I don't care if he runs a 4.82. That's a second round value, just like Travis Jones. You know, is Travis Jones that much worse of a player than Jordan Davis, to where Jordan Davis deserves to be picked 20 and Jones gets picked 10 in the second round? No. I mean, you could make certain arguments that Jones been a better player in what he's put on tape in college than what Jordan Davis has been, but Davis has the freakishness. He has the ceiling. So I have a hard time pulling that trigger on Jordan, because there's been players, even a guy like Derek Brown recently, Duncan, kid that was taken out by Carolina, number 7th overall 2 years ago. Similar kind of body style, similar kind of what you were getting coming out of college. And the guy's not been all that great. I mean, he's been fine. He's been fine, Duncan. You're getting something there, but you know, you want a little more of a difference maker if you're picking that high in the draft.
Right. Yeah, I really like the kid, but yeah, it just doesn't seem conceivable that he would wind up somewhere it'd be economical for us to take.
Let me say this though, Duncan, on the side of it. There is potential there with him, right? So right now, what his current iteration is, the thought process in selecting him is there's this ceiling that he's just sort of just tapping into what it's going to be. And once the light bulb comes on, once there's a little refinement to his game, look out, he'll be unstoppable at that point. That it does bear to see. You know, I can't say that with Travis Jones. Like I know Travis Jones has a high floor and he'll be a good player and he'd be a great zero tech and a 3-4 defense. But with Jordan, he's got that ceiling to him. There is that electric ceiling. You just don't know if he's really going to be able to tap into it.
Well, and this is one thing that I think, you know, all the discussion about the draft and just, you know, over the years of being a fan, that one thing I don't think people really give enough credit to is just what a crapshoot it is. You know, I mean, it's just really hard to know how these kids are going to pan out. And that's why you got guys like Wilson and Brady, you know, going later and then being that great.
Well, I was 21. I was out there partying it up, enjoying life. Didn't think I'd live forever. Like, guys develop and mature, and you never know when that light bulb coming on where I got to be a pro. I got to treat this like a job. I got to care. I got to realize I got a small window here for my future to tap into this. Like, you never know with these kids when it goes on, and we don't do the interviews. We don't talk to them. So all we can look at is the tape and the reports we read and try to derive it from that. But you're still right, Duncan. At the end of the day, I think it is a crap show, because you just don't know where a guy's mentality is going to switch from one day to the next. Say nothing for a kid that's going to realize he needs to be a professional. What about the kid who suddenly now is a multimillionaire at 22 and he doesn't know how to deal with that? Though it's hard to predict with those other things. And that's part of what I think, as much as the ability on the field gives that crapshoot element of it.
So, and that's one of the knocks on the Thibodeau kid, is people think that he's like, you know, maybe not committed enough to football. But I will say, you know, because I spent some time in Eugene where he went to school and I've seen him, that kid I think has a really high ceiling. I think that kid's a freak too.
I agree with you on that. I've been one of those guys. Yeah. No, and I see that in Thibodeau too, as far as I think he's got the upside to him. I think people have a little hesitancy with him with some of the stuff he talks about off the field. Some of that to me is a little bit of the modern athlete, Duncan, that this is just what you get now. We're talking about brand and cryptocurrencies and whatever else, but you there's no guy in this draft that has the combination of get off to bend. Okay. The get off with the first step quickness to then get to elite bend. And those two skills for a pass rusher go together like peanut butter and jelly. And they usually lead to very quick production out the gate because it translates like you saw with Darrell Taylor. He's another guy that has these two elements, quick first step, get off into the bend. And that even though this year, which was basically a de facto first year for Taylor, he was able to be decently productive for you, one of your better edge rushers this year, because he can sort of be that one trick pony while he's still figuring out the rest of his game. And I think Thibodeau could do some similar stuff with him in what he brings. So if we end up with Thibodeau at number 9, Duncan, I'm going to be completely happy with that pick. And I think he's going to be a good player in this league.
I think Taylor actually was a really good pick just because how he fell with the injury, and a lot of people were hammering on it, and then look, it sure worked out.
It did. I mean, I think he's got to give you a little bit more at this point because let's face it, Duncan, you lost a whole year, right? You lost and it wasn't just a second round pick for him at that point. You had to give up a third round pick to move up into the second round pick to get him. So that's a second and a third tag is what he's running with in a lost year of production. And though last year was good, struggles in the run game, kind of right now only a rotational pass rusher. He does it good, but it's got to get. You know what I mean? Like the meat's got to keep adding on to this particular bone here a little bit. You know
That's a fair perspective. I'm just really hoping we can get like what was hoped, which is first round value out of a guy you took in the second because of the injury,
That's right. No, I agree. And he's certainly got he's got a lot of upside to his game. And I think he's just starting to come in. Last year's a rookie year. So I think he's going to give you better play this year. And I think he's going to fit really well with this 3-4 stuff that we're doing now as a stand up outside, guy. So I'm hyped for Taylor. I am hyped for him. So I like what he brings.
So you were talking about this one with the Matt guy, I think, but I mean, who would be your dream at 9th? Cross?
Kind of depends on if we sign a tackle or not at this point. Like if you sign a Fisher, then I'm okay with like just trying to ride with going with the best player available, which would be more of the Thibodeau
Sauce, hopefully.
It'd be Thibodeau, Sauce, Jermaine Johnson, those kind of guys would be like best player available. But I would be forced to reach for Cross if I don't deal with the left tackle, because if you don't sign Fisher and I'm rocking with Stone Forsythe and then hoping I can maybe into the second or third round find a left tackle, and though there are some right tackles in this draft in the second and third round, it gets a little bit more thinner over on the left side when you get second, third round range, like guys that you couldn't quite count on to come in and start necessarily out the gate. Maybe, but you just couldn't count on 100% they're coming in like you could with the Cross coming in and being okay, clean. It's going to be a good guy for us right out the gate. Maybe he'll not be a game changer, but he'll at least give us a good functional left tackle out there now. Which I don't want to go that route, Duncan. I want to go best player available. This is one more reason why you take care of this in free agency, because when like I harp on, you get to the draft and you start having to pick for your needs. We didn't address left tackle. We'll have to do that in the first round. Oh, we didn't address right tackle in free agency. We'll have to do that in the second round. Oh, we didn't address center. We didn't address running back. And then you start, every pick ends up being about having to address a need. Well, now you're really stretching on your draft boards to get there, aren't you? You're not picking for best player available. You're just constantly trying to fill out your roster, which means now you have like a bit of low expectations the way you approach your draft for finding difference makers. You're just finding guys rather than difference makers, and difference makers are what makes teams elite at the end of the day, not just having a bunch of good, solid guys.
And to that point about reaching or not trying to fill a position, I'll say right now, I would not be surprised if they take Willis if he falls there. Would you?
Mm-hmm. No, because they'll have it's like the same thing I've talked about with like Carroll falling in love with Gardner because he reminds him of Sherman. Well, Malik Willis, you could apply all of that with Malik Willis in regards to what Russell Wilson is. The best of Malik Willis's tape is Russell Wilson. The worst of Malik Willis's tape is Russell Wilson. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit of both there with that. You're getting a little bit of both there. So I think I could see them doing it. I don't hate Willis, man. The thing I've said on this, Duncan, is did you like Lamar Jackson coming out, Duncan?
Yeah, I didn't. No, not really.
Oh, you didn't like him?
I wasn't too invested there in that draft. I mean, I thought, obviously I thought he was amazing, Heisman winning kid, but I wouldn't have been too high on him coming into the draft. I wasn't, no.
See, I liked Lamar Jackson, but I liked Lamar Jackson where he was taken at the back end of the first round, where you have 5 years of club control. You can use him under the new model of we're going to use this kid like a running back, right? We're not going to try to be worrying. We're not trying to think about a 10-year plan with him where he'll eventually be that guy that grows into being like a Hall of Fame guy by, he's learned everything. And instead we're just going to run him wild, right? With reckless abandonment. And that was the model where I thought it was a way of an alternative to avoid having to pay quarterbacks top of the market money. And that's the part that I liked about it, is that it allowed you to avoid that in that realm. And if you were doing that with Willis, that'd be great. But when you're doing it in number 9, you're paying him $10, $11 million a year, as opposed to if you're picking him 24th, 25th, 26th, now you're only spending a couple $1 million in those years. So it's now you're sort of paying for the rookie contract at that point when you pick him that high. And Malik, I look at him very similar to where I saw Lamar Jackson, in that these guys have very similar elements. Lamar's probably a little more sudden and a little bit more of a more mobility, more able mobility wise, but then maybe Malik's a little bit better of a thrower, slightly. But that should still be, to me, Malik gets picked at the back end of the first round, not top 10. That's a big reach. And part of this, Duncan, I think is driving this is it's a weak class for quarterbacks. So that then drives him to be drafted higher than he should. So if you're being a smart organization and you're not picking for reach, then you shouldn't be taking that guy at that spot. Let some other team make that mistake. Don't you be that one. And that's more of it for me.
I think you make a really great point on that about, he's only going to go that high because it's a weak quarterback draft. Because when you look at it, I mean, Jackson had a college career 10 times better, right? Won the Heisman Trophy, and I think he was taken like the very last pick of the first round. So.
Bingo. That's why I use it as the comparison. It's not to say that I think Lamar Jackson's this game-changing talent. It's that at the very least, we should draw an equivalency between these guys as a prospect, at the very least. And if Lamar goes to the back of the first round, then that's probably where the appropriate value is for Malik as well. To me, and I mean, they're not apples for apples, but they're pretty close. A little bit, like the mechanics are off, that they aren't going to go through a lot of reads. Like there's some things you can, just in broad strokes, that definitely fit with each of them. And so I like Malik, but you just that top 10 man versus the player you could be getting, the Thibodeau, the Ahmad Gardner type. I mean, Charles Cross, 10-year starter there at left tackle. Like, I mean, that to me is, I'm not certain that Malik Willis into the second contract is going to have proved himself that he's this difference maker at the second level. And maybe like Lamar is going to be very reliant on his mobility. And once he loses his mobility, you're going to get a lesser quarterback, a little bit like what we saw in Russell in recent years as he started to lose his mobility.
And and that goes to, I hear a lot of people, talking about waiting till next year, tanking for, Stroud or whatever. I mean, what do you think? You think Malik Willis next year goes in the third round? I mean, is that conceivable if he was coming out next year?
I think he would be a second round talent, because I think people are looking at the Ravens taking this left turn with Lamar and the way they've dealt with the situation, even though it hasn't gotten them a Super Bowl return. And even though it's kind of topped out, right? I mean, they've taken it as far as they can kind of take it theoretically. I still think teams are looking at the cost of these quarterbacks going up to 50, 55, 60 million a year. And there comes a point where the cost is just too damn much. We can't go that high versus getting us quarterback we'll bring in and we'll cultivate around him. We'll build around him. We'll put everything in place to make him soar so that we don't have to go pay that guy top of the market and then wreck the rest of our roster to fit him in underneath the salary cap.
Yeah. And that's why, at least that was the one encouraging thing about getting rid of Wilson. At least Pete, you can see him hopefully going back towards his roots,
The blueprint could work, man. Like the blueprint could work that's the thing, as I say, it's just fit to the blueprint. Go back to the 2011-12 blueprint then. If that's what you guys are doing, then fully own it. And it could work. You went to the Super Bowl. 2012 was a great season. 2014 was a great season. And all 3 of those years, you were paying your quarterback pennies on the dollar. And the very second you paid your quarterback, everything went to hell. And I'm not blaming it on Russell. There was other problems that came into play. So it's not just like, well, your quarterback caused all that, but it is, hey, maybe bringing in a quarterback and fitting back to that old model again will bring about that same kind of level of success, because you're going to be able to build up the right team around them and fit to the model of play that Carroll wants to play, which is rugged defense, run the ball, play great special teams, don't turn the ball over, cause turnovers. It could work. It absolutely could work, Duncan. It's not unfeasible for it to work, but they've got to, if they deviate from the blueprint, then you're in more unshaky ground, right? You're more on the potential of an iceberg float a little bit, and that's not.
So I got another one for you, because I know you hate Coral.
Yes.
But what do you think the feasibility is of them waiting and actually taking a quarterback in a later round? I haven't heard a lot of talk about that.
I tend to think they'll take a quarterback in this draft in the first 3 picks.
Do you?
Yeah, I think that the fact that they haven't addressed the quarterback position alternatively outside of Drew Lock, the fact that they've not really been pursuing Baker Mayfield with any real vigor, tells me that this is probably they're looking at a quarterback in this draft in the first 3 rounds, especially, and understanding that the Corals and the Ritters and a couple of guys, the Howells will probably be in there at their first, second round pick, and knowing they have 2 second round picks at that point, I think that's the likely spot there that you see one of them go
in the second.
Mm-hmm.
Who would be your optimal? Who you think might still be there?
Ritter's my guy, but that's my quarterback. He's also my quarterback number 1, which it makes me a bit of a rarity. Most people have Willis. Some people have Sam Howell up there. Some people have Pickett up there. So I'm on my kind of my own deal with this, but I sort of just trust what I see with my eyes with it and let it fall where they may at that point. As far as when I look at these guys, Ritter, he's got the size, he's got the arm strength, he's got the mobility. He's got the good feel for the position. He can throw with anticipation. There's a little bit of worry with him as far as turnovers and accuracy goes. But look, there were some issues with recent quarterbacks as far as their accuracy coming out, from guys like Patrick Mahomes to Josh Allen. They seem to kind of clean it up when they got to the NFL level. So maybe we can not knock a QB prospect as harshly for those type of things if they have other elements that I can't teach, like great mobility and the size and the arm strength and whatnot. So Ritter is my guy. I love the way he plays. I think he's the most pro-ready quarterback, Duncan. You're talking about the top about one to go for next year and be competitive. This is the guy of all of the quarterbacks, even including Willis. If you're talking about coming here and hitting at least the ground somewhat running, maybe not running, but at least at a trot, Ritter is the guy that will put you at least at a trot from day one.
Right. And I like that because while I, like I said, I'm really high on Willis, it does feel like 9 is just too high. Like they're just settling because it's this year,
Mm-hmm. I agree. I that's what drives me crazy about it, is it's nothing about Willis. It's about all the other factors at play, being from where you're selecting him to the fact that it's being driven by need and not by like, this is the guy we want. This is the guy that we've targeted. This is our guy. Instead, it's, oh my God, we don't have a quarterback really right now. We need to do something. Dear God, we must do something. Oh my God. Like, right. If you're being driven like from that standpoint, if that's the voice talking in the back of your head, you're probably not going to make good decisions at that point. And that's what I'm worried about with them. If they pick Willis, that's the thing that's in the back of their brain of, Russell's gone. What are you going to do? Russell's gone. What are you going to do? You're not just going to do Lock. You're just Lock. This is going to be a joke show. You guys are going to be the laughing stock of the league. You can't do that. Can't do that. Ooh, that's a scary place, man, Duncan. That's the same place I always say. It's like when you get to a fear-based state, where it's like you're going to that reptilian side of your brain and it's all fight or flight at that point, and you're not utilizing all the other hemispheres of your brain to really, look at the situation from the 10,000-mile standpoint and really assess what is the proper decision to make.
What do you think the chances of them? I know you just said you think they're going to take a guy in the first few rounds, but of them actually going forward with Locke, is that just them just blowing smoke?
I think it's blowing smoke. It gives them a hedge if they can't find the quarterback. If they bring back Geno, they bring back Geno Smith, they can be like, that was we were telling you this was the plan the whole time. Right? It's again part of that, like, why aren't we trusting what they say? Because we can sense there's some BS here. We know that they're interested in some of these quarterbacks in the draft. We've heard it reported. But I certainly think it could fall to where they just have certain couple guys they like, and if they don't land them, then they'll be like, okay, we'll go with Geno. But I think that they think they'll be there right now. Like a Coral will be there in the second round, or a Ritter may be there in the second round. They like, or to your point, maybe a Willis at number 9 that they've made their peace with. That's what we're going to do here. Yeah.
He might not even fall to 9 at this point, though.
A lot of talk about him going even up into that 2 section of things, man. Maybe there's a team that would trade up with Detroit to go get him, and that they fall in love with him. To me, what makes most sense was you move back off the one that just stands out to me that's the no-brainer trade is you trade back to 20 with the Steelers, who need a quarterback. They get Willis. They're trying to go for it right now, so Willis fits into that. He can fight out with Trubisky for the starter role. You're sitting at 20. You take Tyler Linderbaum out of Ohio. You got your center now in place, and you pick up an extra second-round pick. So now you have 3 second-round picks.
I like that.
Yeah, to me, that's the pathway for success in this draft. You're coming away at that point 4 starters with knowing the way this draft is set up at that point, minimum.
Jeez, man, why can't we get you in there? Get Schneider out.
Hey, I'm available, man. Seattle, whenever you need, you call me up, man. I'll come in.
Everybody let Jody know.
Maybe on the next ownership, man. Maybe the next owner's watching the channel here, and he'll bring me in once he buys the team. He's just sitting there laying in the weeds.
I like that line of thinking a lot, actually, of trading back, and getting another second. What I guess what surprises me the most is if they're really trying to compete, it just feels like Mayfield would be the logical option, right?
It could. It's just the problem with it all. Some of that depends on how much you're able to get the Browns to eat the salary. Because even if
Yep.
you have half of it go to the Browns, where they say, okay, he's 18 million, we'll take 9, you take 9. Okay, you're sitting on 16 right now, but you're not really sitting on 16, Duncan, because $7 million of that 16 million is allotted for your first round picks, second round picks, right? Practice
Okay.
squad guys. So that takes that number actually down to right at about $9 million at that point. So the second you go out and make that trade for Baker, you now have no further salary cap space to do anything. And while normally you'd then say to me, well, Brandon, can we just restructure? Can we just cut a bunch of guys? You've got a couple guys you can move on, but you don't have a lot of room to do that with Duncan. Why? Because you've already eaten the dead money for Russell. You've already eaten the dead money for Bobby Wagner. You've already eaten the dead money for Carlos Dunlap and Kerry Hyder, right? So there, you've sort of already knocked out what was to knock out to clear out space, right? You've knocked that wall down, right? You took that window out. You got nowhere else in the house to build off of here. And so if you make the Baker move, you don't have a pathway to sign a left tackle now. You're going with a young guy. You're going to go with it's going to be probably a rookie or Stone Forsythe. You don't have money now to get a right tackle. It's going to be Jay Curran or a rookie. Center, Austin Blythe better do it. And if not Haynes, it's going to be him. It's not him. It's going to be Haynes behind him. And we saw what Haynes could do last year, which is a whole lot of nothing. And, so you are bringing Baker in, and this is that thing with the Baker. It's like, it's not the Baker. It's like, I can't build an offensive line around Baker. And if he couldn't truly flourish really at the end of the day, if he couldn't be a star, let's say, and he was a good player for them, right? Duncan, he was a good player a couple years ago. He wasn't a star for them. And that was having Nick Chubb and Hunt in the backfield, Joel Bitonio, an awesome left guard out there, J.C. Treader, one of the best pass blocking centers in the entire NFL the last couple of years, a stacked offensive line, stacked.
Right.
And you couldn't be a star in that, but you're going to somehow flourish behind this porous group? I don't think so. I think Baker would really struggle with that. And that's where I come with it. It's all those other things outside of Baker and his ability, which is unfortunate. It'd be nice just to make this call based on his ability and what he could do on the field, but it's not. It's the 3 or 4 other things that come into play.
Yeah, it just blows my mind, with how crazy the NFL quarterback market's been that, look at the deal that Kirk Cousins gets, that there's just not more of a market for Mayfield, even somewhere outside of Seattle. But, it'd just be interesting to see what they do, man. I've got no idea.
I think people look at it and his reputation is down. Did he have a good couple of years? Yeah, but it's like, I think front offices look around the league. They go, you were given a lot, Baker. You're given a great offensive line, 2 great running backs, Odell Beckham, Jarvis Landry. They've been stacking tight ends there. Austin Hooper, David Njoku, Harrison Bryant. I mean, he had everything he could need to go out there and put up big time numbers to be exceptional. And he didn't do it. And I think the teams are holding that against him a little bit right now, on top of his cost, and that nobody right now is sitting on $18 million of cap space. We're pretty late in the offseason to be just, I got $18 million just rattling around and I need a quarterback. There's not a lot of those teams out there right now.
Is there anybody else, like a backup or a free agent that you could see them, that you would like them to go out and get for the quarterback position?
Mariota would have been it, but he's off the board now. I don't really, you're just as good to go to Geno at this point. And again, it becomes a little bit less for the same reason that I'm not big with the Baker thing, but it have nothing to do with Baker. It really doesn't matter to me on the backup quarterback, because whoever comes in here, and even doesn't, whether it's Drew Lock or anybody else, has probably not got a high likelihood of having any success, because they're going up against a tough deck, a stacked deck, a little bit.
I just bring Fitzpatrick in for a year, something like that.
It'd be fun. It'd be fun. So I'm not down on it. I wouldn't be against it. I don't have a dog in that fight, really, just because I really have no faith in the fact that whoever you bring in is going to be able to right this ship this next year. It's too tall a task to ask of somebody.
Fair enough. And then in that mindset, then tanking just is really the best option. I mean, you like Stroud, or?
I still have not watched enough tape on Stroud, so I've watched a tiny bit on him. Will Levis early on is my guy.
Yeah,
out of Kentucky. I like his build. I like his delivery is just nice and smooth. He's one of those rugged kind of guys, a little bit like the Josh Allen kind of, where he runs around a little bit, wild, but he's a bigger body guy too. So he can I early on, he's my guy, but I'm still haven't, admittedly, Duncan, because I'm still deep into these prospects with this current draft. I haven't looked towards a real solid eye yet to really, dig into Stroud yet.
Fair enough, man. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. This has been one of the craziest NFL off seasons of my lifetime, I'll say.
I've never seen anything like it, man, as a Seahawks fan. And I'm not even talking about what's going on with the rest of the league, which has been insane, but just what's happened with this team alone has been a wild, wild thing to see. You don't see Hall of Fame quarterbacks move very often. You don't see the tumultuous nature of the fandom the way we've seen it here in the background, with the fighting and the people arguing and whose fault it is and who needs to have that portion of blame there. And that, so I agree. It's been wild, Duncan. It's been wild.
It's crazy. And one last thing before I go, man. I seen you got the baseball channel now. Are you anywhere near as knowledgeable as you are about the MLB as you are about the NFL?
So baseball is my original first love sport.
Really?
I probably played from little league on into high school, about 16 straight years. So I've got a very good knowledge of baseball as far as being up on the players and as far as the understandings on some of the newer age metrics like your whip and all that other stuff. That stuff I've got to start to ramp my stuff back on. But as far as understanding how to play the game, I was a pitcher for years. I was known as the junk man. So I had every pitch in the book. I threw a curve, a slider. I could throw a change up. I could throw a circle change. I could throw a fork ball. So I know every little bit about on that side of it, but it's going to be back to, definitely ramping up on some of the players that are playing and all that, because it's been bad baseball. Not a lot worth watching here in Seattle recently.
Well, that'll be fun, man. I'll definitely tune into some of that because I don't know, you've just been so great as covering the NFL, just with your knowledge. So it'll be interesting to see. And I'd like to get back into the Mariners. What do you think? You think the future's bright here?
It's bright, Duncan, because they went and they bought into the rebuild. They didn't try to half-ass it. And one of the reasons you've been bad for 20 years as a Mariner organization is because you constantly try to just skip your way to the front of the line. You go, well, our roster's almost good enough, so let's just go get Richie Sexton and Adrian Beltre, and now we'll be a World Series contender. And no, you won't. And again, why are you bringing in right-handed power hitters into that ballpark where right-handed hitters go to die? The short porch and right was built for Griffey's swing specifically. You should be bringing a lot more lefties for that short porch over there on that side of things. But now what they've done is they've built their farm system up, which is what they needed to do. And through those last 20 years, a lot of times they would move in trades good guys in their farm system, and then that would deplete whatever was there, and it wasn't a lot there to begin with. So you have the young farm system coming along. It's going to still take a little more time. Last year, they had the run differential thing going on where they had as magical a run in baseball history as far as winning one-run games and winning close games. You're probably not likely to replicate that. They call that regression to the mean. But I still have hope they're going to build on what they did last year. You're going to see stars developing. You're going to get that 90s flavor of Mariner baseball, which was a fun time to watch. I don't know if you're around at that time, but you got to watch Griffey coming along. You got Johnson coming along. You got Alex coming along, Jay Buhner, Edgar Martinez. It was an amazing little bunch to watch. You're going to see a very equivalent thing go on right here. And that's a fun brand of baseball to watch, even if they're not winning. It can still be exciting because you're seeing the sparks, and it'll eventually become a fire. On top of the fact they're not sitting on a lot of dead money, bad money, which is the thing that can kill you in baseball too, right? Because you can't get out from under the contracts. So if you sign a bad 5-year contract, you're on the hook for it all 5 years, and you can't offload it many times. They don't have any bad contracts right now. So they're sitting in pole position with, just like we'd hope for our Hawks, great young players, stocked to the gills, maybe the best farm system in Major League Baseball, and all of this money to spend as we go into the future. Yeah, they're going to be good here in a very short order. You can believe it. Maybe not exactly this year, but by next year, they should be cooking.
Yeah, super sad to see Seager go, after all his time here. But what do you think of that Winker guy they're bringing in? He looks really good.
He does look good. I've not done as much a deep dive onto him, but I've got to give Dipoto a lot of credit in that respect, in that he couldn't get out into the free agent market and bring in the guys he wanted to bring in to round out the lineup in that way at that point. And so he found a very creative trade that he won by a wide margin, in my opinion, without sacrificing that future farm capital that he's sitting on, which is the key here. If you're going to bring in guys, don't offload these guys, because you've done that in the past. It's gone wrong in the past doing that. We traded this, it was a pitcher from the Orioles a couple of years ago, and gave up a center fielder of the future, another really useful guy. Can't do that. Can't have those guys that are sprinkled all through Major League Baseball, these young rising stars that you gave up on because you're trying to, shorten the trek a little bit, So I just hope they just kind of can remain patient. But I like him. He's good. And I like the Poto being creative by making that trade versus being like, well, let me go overpay for this guy out here in free agent who doesn't really want to come here, but I got to give him $50 million more to get him to come to play in Seattle. This makes a lot more sense. So
Yeah,
I
people
like
were
it.
even talking about like Chris Bryant and everything.
Yeah, that's exactly would be my references. But you'd have to give Brian upwards of maybe 70 million more to bring here, and he's been degrading as a player. He's been going down that trek where we're back to the old model of baseball player where you had the mid 90s that kind of threw everything askew with the steroid guys, where you had guys at 35 years old having their best seasons ever. So that's now that's bled out now. Finally, we're back to you arrive at 32, 33. Guess what? You're out of your prime now. And now it's going to be diminishing returns, and you'll still be maybe a useful player to a degree, but I shouldn't be paying top of the market for diminishing returns, which is what you probably would have been doing with Chris Bryant at this point.
Well, hopefully they can have, be somewhat entertaining like they were last year, just something to get us through the NFL offseason, although that's been its own thing.
It has, and that Carroll and Snyder will keep us on our toes, I'm sure, through this whole pathway. But I'm going to enjoy it. We're going to be doing some live streams during the game too, just kind of it's going to be more just kind of chill, laid back, just enjoying the game, talking shop a little bit with it. So it'll just be kind of a low key, chill kind of channel on that side.
All right, man. Well, really appreciate your streams and everything, and you go on for a while, so it's appreciated. It's great content, no ads, and so I'll definitely donate some money, and appreciate you having me on, brother.
Well, I appreciate you watching, listening. That's enough for me on its own, Duncan. So thank you so much, brother. And I'll see you over on the baseball side, and we'll do this again. So jump back in when we do this again next time.
Sounds good. Take care.
You too. All right. Well, we got through, I think, everybody I had in my deal there. We're going to go ahead and wrap this one on up. If there's anybody that wants to be a last maybe person in here to do a quick chat. We had one guy in I was seeing there, but he bounced out, it looks like. So sorry if I missed you on that. But if we got anybody that would like to last kind of come on in here, go ahead and pop in real quick. Random Daniel with a $5 donation says the front office is bipolar. They are bipolar. Not consistent in their approach to where we're going this direction. No, we're not. We're going that direction. No, we're not. We're going this direction. No, we're not. We're going that direction. Shut up. We're going this way. I don't want to go that way. Go this way. Go that way. Go this way. You feel like that's what's going on in the front office at times, and it's left, right. You're just seeing them like a car on the road going like this. It's odd to see, Randall. I don't have to know what's being driven by that bipolar aspect. They certainly don't have an owner over the top of them that's coming in every once in a while just to throw them off the scent. They should have nobody questioning them. They should be uniform in their approach. But Randall, that's just not what they're showing so far, is it? That's not what they've shown out this offseason or in their approach. And it's part of what's, frankly, kind of knocked a little bit of my confidence in this front office to right this ship and to get this thing in the correct on the correct tracks, so to speak. Let me see what we got here. Boy, I was behind on the chat. Looks like a lively chat in here today, folks. So that's good to see. Duncan is the man. Duncan was awesome. I love talking to you guys. And it was good to get everybody in here. We're going to try to do this some more. So I will try to make this somewhat of a normal thing here to get some folks in here. I know it does get highly requested on this. So we had a great turnout in here. About 130 people in here, which was one thing I wanted to see is make sure we had the people interested in to do this. So that was really good to see. We will do this again. I'm going to be back tomorrow on Brendan Nelson's channel. We're going to be doing some draft talk, specifically looking kind of to the offensive side of the ball in this upcoming draft and some guys that are standing out to us that we're looking at in this draft. So head on over to his channel. It's going to be 6:00 tomorrow. We're going to be over on Brendan Nelson's channel. And then I will be back on Sunday, of course. We'll be doing our live stream on that day. We'll be kind of seeing where things are at. I'll probably be doing, we might be doing on Sunday some mock drafts. We might be doing some knee deeping and mock drafting. Okay. Knee deep in mock draft. And so you guys get your mock drafts ready, get them prepared. We're going to do some, maybe we'll do some community drafting boards, put it all together, so to speak. Washington Visquest says that was me. I think the link went away. Washington Visquest, let me get you in here, man. I did take the link away because I didn't want to stack it up with 4 or 5 other people, but Washington Visquest, go ahead and I'm going to post it in the comment. Go ahead and hop on in if you're still down to jump in the stream here, and we'll pop in really quick. We'll finish off with you on that. Thanks for the $2 donation. Appreciate it. Good chat today with you guys, though. I'm really happy with how this went. It's good to have folks in that respect of things. So let me know, Washington, if you see you should see, I just posted in the comments the StreamYard link. So just copy right in there if you're looking. Oh, there we go. Hey, Blake, how's it going, my man?
Hey, pretty good, Brandon. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Really, I just came on to show off my 1985. Let's see if I can figure out how phones work. Here we go. Seahawks jacket.
Yeah,
my
yeah,
grandpa.
yeah. That's tight.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I actually only wear it to games, but I pulled it out of the garage just to call in.
I'm going to be getting that jacket soon. I'm doing a skit on the channel here for this Knox and Bearing conversation that they have. So, Chuck Knox was always rocking the jacket with the hat. That was his kind of signature look back in the day. So that's going to be my setup on the skit when I eventually roll it through.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, hey, I won't keep you long. I know you're trying to log off. I'll just ask you one thing. So, we had a really nice back and forth not really a back and forth. I left a comment about John Clayton, and a lot of us are longtime listeners. So I just wanted to ask you, Brandon Kane, what did the professor mean to you?
It's a great question. And thanks for jumping in here, Weston. I'm glad I didn't miss you on that. John was really important to me on getting to the what we call the nerdy aspect, for lack of a better word on this. The thing I always come back to say why I love football as much as any other sport out there is the layers of the sport and in the enjoyment and the entertainment value. You can be a casual fan and just enjoy large human beings ramming into each other and the speed and the athleticism. You could be a person that enjoys the schematics of it and then love all that first stuff. That's the first layer. And then get to the second layer where you're starting to look at the schematics. You love the chess match of it. This coach is doing that, but now he's doing this. You can love just the players and watching it for the players. But there's also I can love it for the team building aspect and the appreciation of how front offices build and how they have to they've got this finite amount of cap space and they've got to fit it within there and be creative within that. And John unlocked that in the way that he talked about that, where he made it very, it's very dry information, right? It's very not the most exciting things to talk about, but he found a way to make it exciting. Excitement's not the right way, because you wouldn't really go John Clayton excitement. He made it interesting. It made it to where you wanted to understand it more in the way he described it. He had such a knowledge of it that impressed you as you heard him talk about it. It made you want to know it more. And it made you, there was just another layer now was opened up that wasn't there before in football, and the way you could kind of look at the game and enjoy it and unravel a little bit. That I really liked with him. And it was with him. He really always, especially those Saturday morning shows when they were going at their best, it was just raw, cold, hard data without any emotionality into it. And I really like that. The more I get older, Blake, the more I see emotionality tinge so many things in people's lives and the way that they look at things, and how it then tinges things that go away from the intellectual side of it so far that you get just intellectuals over here, emotionals over here. And he would just get right into, this is what this is. That's how it's that way. And it's going to go this way. And he was right. That's the other thing about it, Blake, is it's part of, I think, why this channel, I think, resonates for folks to a degree at certain points, that I'm right way more often than I'm wrong about what I say. If I make a prediction, pretty good chance that prediction is going to come true, because I didn't just arrive there throwing it out willy-nilly. He likewise, when he would say something's coming down, it's going to come down. And he was doing it. Here's the quotient with that, Blake. He was doing it from a point of breaking it down logically in his own mind. Well, this doesn't go with that salary cap space. They've got no running backs on the roster on this side. They're going to have to get a running back roster. One of those guys is going to have to be traded and cut. And you hear, like I've seen sometimes in my chat, the people I'm calling in would fight back against him. They can't get rid of him, John. They can't get rid of him. You say, that's just how it's going to have to go. And then a month would go down the line and it would happen. And you're like, oh, well, the proof's in the pudding. If you're right, you're right. And when you're right all the time, then that's the guy you probably want to listen to and pay attention to. You know what I mean? And it's saying something too, like, because, for instance, the Mickey who would always call in, right? The Notre Dame Mickey guy with the voice.
Yeah, Irish Mickey. Yeah.
Yeah, like I want to strangle Mickey. I like that would make me skip through anything. It's something that speaks to John's power, that he can still give me a listen when I got to deal with Mickey every week on the channel. But he was awesome, Blake.
For sure.
Unique force.
Well, just wanted to say thank you for what you do, Brandon. It's this might sound like sacrilege, but I think to a lot of us, you are kind of like the new John Clayton. And
thank you.
So just thank you for all the work you put in and just the prep you put in. It's you could just start these shows live and just start taking the comments and we'd be perfectly happy, but you always have like a theme. Heck, I have a YouTube channel and like I make very primitive thumbnails, so I know that the thumbnails you make alone are like more times than a lot of people spend on a video. It's quite a lot of work you put in there, and we super appreciate it.
I appreciate that from you saying, and like the thing about it, Blake, is that you guys are so supportive of me on this, and it's what doesn't make it hard for me to do. You're right. It does take a lot of time. There's times, I'm not gonna lie. I've on some thumbnails probably put a couple hours, 3-4 hours in where I should probably not be putting, but I'm just part of it though too, is I want this channel to be different from your average bear. I want the quality to be there. I want to be bringing something to you guys that's worthwhile when you come in and listen to me, that I've done something on my background that's not just me just like I like this team a lot. And it's that you guys have been so supportive as you have and had my back this whole way through and encouraged me on. So keep going with it. I mean, it's easy right now. We got 120 people, 130 people in here to be like, I keep doing these shows. I got people coming in, people donating, but it was you guys early on coming in there when we had 20 and 30 people in the show saying you're on something here. Stay on point, stay on the track, keep going with this. This is the right track. And if not for those encouragement, folks like yourself or Randall or Charles, Megan, all these folks that have come in and say, keep going with this. There's something right here. I wouldn't be able to go as far as I have with this. So it's not empty talk on my part, Blake, to say that this is much you guys with this. It wouldn't be anything. It's not just you showing up and watching, but the encouragement and saying, hey, keep on this. Stay with what you're doing. You're on the right track. And I think we're going to be able, because of that, this thing can get up to maybe do something really special as we push this forward.
Well, great. Thank you very much. And I came in probably like a year ago, and I'm really excited for what you're going to do on the Crow's Nest, because, you got like 40 subs there now. So I feel like I'm in on the ground floor. So I'm really looking forward to the season there at the M's. And yeah, that's about all I got. I know we were wrapping up, so just wanted to say thanks and go Hawks and all that good stuff.
Well, anything on your mind with our Seahawks right now? Is there anything kind of burning on your front burner with the team just from the off season and what you're looking at?
I wouldn't say front burner, I've got some stuff. I've got some minor stuff. I'll save it for another chat,
Okay. I don't want you to feel like you got to go fast. I mean, you were waiting in there for a while on that. So, I don't mind talking a little bit more on this. It's all good.
Yeah.
There's something.
Right. I just wanted to say thanks and show off my, fly Seahawks jacket. That was about it.
Well, you got Charles impressed. Look at this. Charles coming with the $5 donation, says Fish Quest, the jacket is sick. And he's right.
It was my grandpa's. I believe it is from the mid 80s. It's one of my prized possessions. I barely put it on just because I don't want to, it's a little torn up in the back actually. So I just,
I was gonna say it looks like it just came out of glass. Like it just came out.
Well, I actually like suction it. You can like do like the plastic suctiony thing.
Yeah.
I will say it shrinks every. I take it out every like 2 years when I go to a game. It shrinks a little every time. I'm really surprised about that.
It's so odd how that happens. It's like
it's weird, man.
Like it's gone through a dryer but not been dried. I don't know. It's just
that's weird.
Condensation builds up and then causes I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it happens to my suits too. But what are you gonna do?
Nice. With Charles Riley, thank you for the $5 donation. He's got another one here. $5 donation says, dude, Washington Fish Quest is being cool and appreciative in a way I can't be. Thanks, man. And Crow's Nest will be awesome. Well, thank you, Charles. He has been, it's very kind of Washington Fish Quest. Blake, call you Blake, Washington Fish Quest. It's always hard to say Washington Fish Quest rather than your name, but I know you're Blake now. So I'm going to just call you Blake because it's always it doesn't roll off the tongue as much, Washington Fish Quest, trying to refer to you. Directly.
It's a pretty big channel name. My channel's like old. I've been around for like 10 years. So when I didn't know what I was doing when I selected it, I probably would have been something else if I could do it again. But
well, folks, go over there and sub up to Mr. Washington Fish Quest's channel. You show our support to our local folks here. So if you're not subbed up, go over there and sub up.
Well, and if people couldn't guess, it's fishing content. So
that's okay.
Well, if you like fishing, sure, head on over.
Yeah, even if you don't, sub up and then you turn off notifications if you don't want. But just sub nonetheless. It all helps. And 10 years, man, that's has it been just consistently just keeping on it and just going and just it's rolling, going good, or where are you at with it?
Oh, sure. I had a son 3 years in, I think. So I had 2 years where I was really kind of off. I'm actually doing shows weekly. I did a show today on the history of Cowlitz River smelt. So it's a very, very localized channel.
That's all good though. Yeah, but it's fishing, and that's a wide net in itself. So be with Seahawks, you got that kind of
very nice.
Butterfly net's not super huge, but when you do have the fishing set, that's worldwide. People could potentially be looking for that. So that's awesome. Well, I'm going to let you. I'm going to keep you on here. You're going to help me sign off here a sec. We're going to get one more donation here. Megan with the $2 donation says it's the same era as my Largent Jersey of Power, 1985-ish. I think that's right? Is that 80, 85, 83 on the jacket? Do you think, Blake?
Yeah. I think that's about right. That's about when you would have had it. Yeah.
That sounds about right on that. So yep. Megan, I'm gonna get that jacket too. I gotta go find it on Amazon because that's been on my when I do this skit. It's a skit. The skit Blake is gonna be them having a conversation about Knox wanting to draft Brett Favre and Bering wanting to draft Dan McGuire. So it's going to be basically a fight in Ken Bering's office. And every time we cut to Ken Bering, he's going to be eating some kind of food. So like a hot dog, and then he cuts to Knox, and then it cuts back and he's eating a cheeseburger, and it cuts back to Knox and he's having ice cream. So I got a whole skit I'm going to eventually do, but I'm going to put the jacket and the Knox hat, and then you got to get that lockjaw Knox, you know?
Oh, that's awesome. You're playing both parts, I imagine.
I've got a dad who's got a bald head and would be a good Bering.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So if I get my dad to do the Bering, he's going to be awesome, and he's got an actor's background to him. So
that'd be cool. Yeah.
Yeah, he is a character. My dad's a big time character. So if I can rope him in, I'm going to try to rope him in. So we'll see how it goes. Thank you to everybody in the chat tonight. Please do hit that like button if you do like what you're hearing there on the chat. It does help me out considerably. We'll be back on Brendan's channel on Thursday. I'm going to have Washington Fish Quest help me sign off. And Washington Fish Quest, these folks, they forget, man. They forget, but we got to remind them, okay? We got to remind them because they do forget. They do. So help me remind them here tonight. You folks, don't you forget. Don't you ever forget. And I'm going to tell Blake's going to remind you right now. So remind him for me, Blake.
All right. No matter how dark it gets, no matter how much Pete Carroll rabble is out there, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks!
Go Hawks, baby. Love it. That's the way to bring it strong.